Audiobooks presents The Mediocre Man by José Ingenieros. Introduction: The Morality of Idealists. 1. The emotion of the ideal, when you set your visionary prow toward a star and spread your wing. Toward such ungraspable excellence, eager for perfection and rebellious against mediocrity. You carry within you the mysterious spring of an ideal. It is a sacred ember, capable of tempering you for great actions. Guard it. If you let it go out, it never rekindles. And if it dies in you, you are left inert, cold human refuse. You live only by that particle of dream that places you above the real. It is the fleur-de-lis of your coat of arms, the plume of your temperament. Innumerable signs reveal it. When your throat tightens, remembering the hemlock imposed on Socrates, the cross raised for Christ, and the pyre lit for Bruno. When you lose yourself in the infinite, reading a dialogue by Plato, an essay by Montaigne, or a discourse by Helvetius. When your heart trembles, thinking of the unequal fortune of those passions in which you were, alternatively, the Romeo to some Juliet, and the Werther to some Charlotte. When your temples freeze, with emotion reciting a stanza by Musset, that rhymes in accord with your feeling. And when, in sum, you admire the brilliant minds of geniuses, the sublime virtue of saints, the great deeds of heroes, bowing with equal veneration before the creators of truth or beauty, not everyone is enraptured, as you are by a twilight, nor dreams before a dawn, nor trembles in a tempest, nor do they enjoy walking with Dante, laughing with Molière, trembling with Shakespeare, shuddering with Wagner, nor falling silent before the David, the Last Supper, or the Parthenon. It belongs to few, that restlessness of avidly pursuing some chimera, venerating philosophers, artists, and thinkers who fused their visions of being and eternity into supreme syntheses, flying beyond the real. The beings of your lineage, whose imagination is populated with ideals and whose sentiment polarizes their entire personality toward them, form a separate race within humanity. They are idealists, defining their own emotion. One who felt like a poet might say, the ideal is a gesture of the spirit towards some perfection. 2. Of an idealism founded on experience. The philosophers of the future, to approach forms of expression that are increasingly less inexact, will leave to the poets the beautiful privilege of figurative language. And future systems, shedding ancient mystical and dialectical residues, will place experience as the foundation of all legitimate hypotheses. It is not risky to think that in the ethics to come, immoral idealism will flourish, independent of religious dogmas and metaphysical apriorisms. The ideals of perfection, founded on social experience and evolutionary like it, will constitute the intimate framework of a doctrine of indefinite perfectibility, propitious to all possibilities of human ennoblement. An ideal is not a dead formula, but a perfectible hypothesis. For it to be useful, it must be conceived thus, acting as a function of the social life that is incessantly becoming. The imagination, starting from experience, anticipates judgments about future perfections. Ideals, among all beliefs, represent the highest result of the function of thinking. Human evolution is a continuous effort of man to adapt to nature, which evolves in turn. For this, he needs to know the surrounding reality and foresee the direction of his own adaptations, the paths of his perfection. Its stages are reflected in the human mind as ideals. A man, a group, or a race are idealists because propitious circumstances determine their imagination to conceive possible perfections. Ideals are natural formations. They appear when the imagination can anticipate experience. They are not entities mysteriously infused into men, nor are they born of chance. They are formed like all phenomena accessible to our observation. They are effects of causes, accidents in the universal evolution investigated by the sciences and summarized by philosophies. And it is easy to explain if one understands. Our solar system is a point in the cosmos. In that point, the planet we inhabit is a simple detail. In that detail, life is a transitory chemical equilibrium of the surface. Among the complications of that living equilibrium, the human species dates from a very brief period. In man, the function of thinking develops as a refinement of adaptation to the medium. One of its modes is the imagination, which allows generalizing the data of experience, anticipating its possible results and abstracting from it ideals of perfection. Thus, the philosophy of the future, instead of denying them, will allow affirming their reality as legitimate aspects of the function of thinking, and will reintegrate them into the natural conception of the universe. An ideal is a point and a moment among the infinite possibilities that populate space and time. To evolve is to vary. In human evolution, thought varies incessantly. Every variation is acquired by predisposed temperaments. Useful variations tend to be conserved. Experience determines the natural formation of generic concepts, ever more synthetic. The imagination abstracts from these certain common characters, elaborating general ideas that can be hypotheses about the incessant becoming. Thus are formed the ideals that, for man, are normative of conduct in consonance with his hypotheses. They are not a prioristic, but induced from vast experience. Upon it, the imagination rises to foresee the direction in which humanity varies. Every ideal represents a new state of equilibrium between the past and the future. Ideals may not be truths. They are beliefs. Their strength lies in their effective elements. They influence our conduct to the extent that we believe in them. That is why the abstract representation of future variations acquires a moral value. The most profitable ones for the species are conceived as perfections. The future is identified with the perfect, and ideals, being anticipated visions of what is to come, influence conduct and are the natural instrument of all human progress. While instruction is limited to extending the notions that current experience considers most exact, education consists in suggesting the ideals that are presumed propitious to perfection. The concept of the better is a natural result of evolution itself. Life naturally tends to perfect itself. Aristotle taught that activity is a movement of being toward its own entelechy, its state of perfection. Everything that exists pursues its entelechy, and this tendency is reflected in all other functions of the spirit. The formation of ideals is subject to a determinism, which, though complex, is no less absolute. They are not the work of a freedom that escapes the laws of all that is universal, nor products of a pure reason that no one knows. They are approximative beliefs about the perfection to come. The future is the best of the present, since it prevails in natural selection. Ideals are an élan toward the better, as simple anticipations of becoming. As human experience expands, observing reality, ideals are modified by the imagination, which is plastic and never rests. Experience and imagination follow parallel paths, although the former is very delayed with respect to the latter. The hypothesis flies, the fact walks. Sometimes the wing steers badly, the foot always steps firmly. But the flight can be rectified, while the step can never fly. Imagination is the mother of all originality. Deforming the real toward its perfection, it creates ideals and gives them impulse with the illusory feeling of freedom. Free will is a useful error for the gestation of ideals. That is why it has practically the value of a reality. To demonstrate that it is a simple illusion due to ignorance of innumerable causes does not imply denying its efficacy. Illusions have as much value in directing conduct as the most exact truths. They can have more than them if they are intensely thought or felt. The desire to be free is born from the contrast between two irreducible motives: the tendency to persevere in being, implied in heredity, and the tendency to increase being, implied in variation. One is a principle of stability, the other of progress. In every ideal, whatever the order toward whose perfection it tends, there is a principle of synthesis and continuity. It is a fixed idea or a fixed emotion. As propellers of human activity, they are equivalent and imply each other. Although in the first, reasoning predominates, and in the second, passion, that principle of unity, the center of attraction and point of support for all work of the creative imagination, that is, of a subjective synthesis that tends to objectify itself, is the ideal, said Ribot. The imagination strips reality of everything bad and adorns it with everything good, purifying experience, crystallizing it in the molds of perfection it conceives as purest. Ideals are, therefore, imaginative reconstructions of the reality that becomes. They are always individual. A collective ideal is the coincidence of many individuals in the same desire for perfection. It is not that an idea unites them, but that an analogous way of feeling and thinking converge toward an ideal common to all of them. Each era, century, or generation may have its ideal. It is usually the patrimony of a select minority whose effort manages to impose it on the following generations. Each ideal can be embodied in a genius. At the beginning, while he defines or shapes it, it is only understood by the small nucleus of spirit sensitive to the rhythm of the new belief. The abstract concept of a possible perfection takes its strength from the truth that men attribute to it. Every ideal is a faith in the very possibility of perfection. In its involuntary protest against the bad, an indestructible hope for the better is always revealed. In its aggression against the past, a healthy leaven of the future ferments. It is not an end, but a path. It is always relative, like any belief. The intensity with which it tends to be realized does not depend on its effective truth, but on that attributed to it. Even when it erroneously interprets the perfection to come, it is an ideal for one who sincerely believes in its truth or its excellence. To reduce idealism to a dogma of a metaphysical school is equivalent to castrating it. To call idealism the fantasies of sick or ignorant minds who believe they thus sublimate their inability to live and to educate themselves is one of many trifles encouraged by wordy spirits. The most vulgar philosophical dictionaries suspect this deliberate muddle. Idealism, a very vague word that should not be used without explaining it. There are as many idealisms as ideals, and as many ideals as idealists, and as many idealists as men apt to conceive perfections and capable of living toward them. The monopoly of ideals must be refused, and all who claim it in the name of philosophical schools, moral systems, religious creeds, sectarian fanaticism, or aesthetic dogma. Idealism is not the privilege of spiritualist doctrines that wish to oppose it to materialism, calling thus disparagingly all the others. That ambiguity, so exploited by the enemies of the sciences, justly held as sources of truth and freedom, is doubled by suggesting that matter is the antithesis of the idea. After confusing the ideal with the idea, and this with the spirit, as a transcendent entity alien to the real world. It is, visibly, a play on words, secularly repeated by its beneficiaries, who transport to philosophical doctrines the meaning that the words idealism and materialism have in the moral order. The yearning for perfection in the knowledge of truth can animate with equal impetus the monist philosopher and the dualist, the theologian and the atheist, the stoic and the pragmatist. The particular ideal of each one concurs with the total rhythm of possible perfection, rather than hindering the similar effort of others. And even narrower is the tendency to confuse the idealism that refers to ideals with the metaphysical tendencies that are so-called because they consider ideas more real than reality itself, or presuppose that they are the only reality, forged by our mind as in the Hegelian system. Ideologues cannot be synonymous with idealists, although misuse may lead one to believe so. We could not restrict it to the pretended idealism of certain aesthetic schools, because all manners of naturalism and realism can constitute an ideal of art. When their priests are Michelangelo, Titian, Flaubert, or Wagner, the imaginative effort of those who pursue an ideal harmony of rhythms, colors, lines, or sounds is equivalent, provided their work reveals a mode of beauty or an original personality. We will not confuse it, finally, with a certain ethical idealism that tends to monopolize the cult of perfection in favor of one of the predominant religious fanaticisms of each era. Because besides the non-existence of a single and inevitable ideal good, it would hardly fit in catechisms for obtuse minds. The individual effort toward virtue can be as magnificently conceived and realized by the peripatetic as by the Cyrenaic, by the Christian as by the anarchist, by the philanthropist as by the Epicurean, as all philosophical theories are equally compatible with the individual aspiration toward human perfection. All of them can be idealists if they know how to be enlightened by their doctrine. And in all doctrines, the worthy and the opportunists, the virtuous and the shameless, can take cover. The yearning and the possibility of perfection are not the patrimony of any creed. It recalls the water of that fountain, cited by Plato, which could not be contained in any vessel, experience, and it alone decides on the legitimacy of ideals in each time and place. In the course of social life, they are naturally selected. The most adapted survive, those that best foresee the direction of evolution. That is, those that coincide with effective perfection. As long as experience does not give its verdict, every ideal is respectable, even if it seems absurd. And it is useful for its force of contrast. If it is false, it dies alone. It does no harm. Every ideal, being a belief, may contain a part of error, or be entirely so. It is a remote vision, and therefore exposed to being inexact. The only bad thing is to lack ideals and enslave oneself to the contingencies of immediate practical life, renouncing the possibility of moral perfection. When a philosopher enunciates ideals for man or for society, their immediate comprehension is all the more difficult, the more they rise above the conventional prejudices and verbiage in the environment that surrounds him. The same occurs with the truth of the sage and the style of the poet. The sanction of others is easy for that which agrees with secularly practiced routines. It is difficult when the imagination does not place greater originality in the concept or in the form, that disequilibrium between conceivable perfection and practicable reality stems from the very nature of the imagination, rebellious to time and space. From this legitimate contrast, It is not inferred that logical, aesthetic, or moral ideals must be contradictory to each other, even if they are heterogeneous and march to an unequal beat. According to the times, there is no amoral or ugly truth, nor was beauty ever absurd or harmful, nor did good ever have its roots in error or disharmony. Otherwise, we would conceive imperfect perfections. The paths of perfection are convergent. The infinite forms of the ideal are complementary, never contradictory, even if they seem so. If the ideal of science is truth, of morality good, and of art beauty, preeminent forms of all excellence, it is inconceivable that they could be antagonists. Ideals are in perpetual becoming, like the forms of reality they anticipate. The imagination constructs them by observing nature as a result of experience. But once formed, they are no longer in it, they are anticipations of it. They live above it to point out its future. And when reality evolves toward an ideal previously foreseen, the imagination again moves away from reality, distancing the ideal from it, proportionally. Reality can never equal the dream in that perpetual pursuit of the chimera. The ideal is a limit. All reality is a variable dimension that can approach it indefinitely without ever reaching it. No matter how much the variable approaches its limit, it is conceivable that it could approach it more. They only merge in infinity. Every ideal is always relative to an imperfect present reality. There are no absolute ones. To affirm so would imply abjuring its very essence, denying the infinite possibility of perfection. The old moralists erred in believing that at the point where their spirit was at that moment, all space and all time converged. For modern ethics, free from that grave fallacy, the relativity of ideals is a fundamental postulate. They only possess one common characteristic, their permanent transformation toward unlimited perfections. All morality cemented in superstitions and dogmatisms is proper to primitive peoples, and it is contrary to all idealism, exclusive of every ideal. In every moment and place, reality varies. With that variation, the reference point of ideals shifts. They are born and die, converge or exclude one another, fade or are accentuated. They, too, are living like the brains in which they germinate or take root in an endless process. There being no final and insurmountable scheme of perfection, neither is there one for human ideals. They are formed by incessant change. They always evolve. Their palingenesis is eternal. That evolution of ideals does not follow a uniform rhythm in the course of social or individual life. There are moral climates, hours, moments, in which an entire race, a people, a class, a party, a sect, conceives an ideal and strives to realize it. And there are such in the evolution of each man. Considered individually, there are also climates, hours, and moments in which ideals are barely whispered or are silenced. Reality offers immediate satisfactions to the appetites, and the temptation of satiety suffocates all desire for perfection. Each era has certain ideals that better foresee the future, glimpsed by few, followed by the people, or suffocated by their indifference, sometimes predestined to guide them like magnetic poles, other times to remain latent until finding glory in a propitious moment and climate. And other ideals die because they are false beliefs, illusions that man forges about himself, or verbal chimeras that the ignorant pursue. Grasping in the shadows, without ideals, human evolution would be inexplicable. There were and there always will be. They beat behind every magnificent effort made by a man or by a people. They are successive beacons in the mental evolution of individuals and races. The imagination ignites them, continually surpassing experience, anticipating its results. That is the law of human becoming. Events barren in themselves for the human mind receive life and warmth from ideals, without whose influence they would lie inert, and the centuries would be mute. Facts are starting points. Ideals are luminous beacons that from time to time light the route. The history of civilization shows an infinite restlessness for perfections, which great men foresee, announce, or symbolize. In the face of these heralds, at every moment of the human pilgrimage, a force is noted that obstructs all paths: mediocrity, which is an incapacity for ideals. Thus conceived, it is fitting to reintegrate idealism into all future scientific philosophy. Perhaps it seems strange to those who use words without defining their meaning, and to those who fear getting entangled in the logomachy of the verbalists. Defined with clarity, separated from its secular weeds, it will always be the privilege of whatever men honor, by their virtues, the human species. As a doctrine of perfectibility, superior to all dogmatic affirmation, idealism will certainly gain. Distorted by the myopic and the fanatics, it is debased. They err who look to the past, setting their course toward dead prejudices and dressing idealism in rags that are its shroud. Ideals live on truth which is in the making, nor can any be vital that contradicts it at its point in time. It is blindness to oppose the imagination of the future to the experience of the present, the ideal to truth, as if it were advisable to turn off the lights on the path so as not to deviate from the goal. It is false. Imagination and experience go hand in hand. Alone they do not walk. To the dogmatic idealism that the ancient metaphysicians placed in absolute and a prioristic ideas, we oppose an experimental idealism that refers to the ideals of perfection, incessantly renewed, plastic, evolutionary, like life itself. 3. The idealistic temperaments. No Dante could elevate Gil Blas, Sancho and Tartuffe to the corner of his paradise, where Cyrano, Quixote and Stockman dwell. They are two moral worlds, two races, two temperaments, shadows and men. Unequal beings cannot think in the same way. There will always be an evident contrast between servility and dignity, clumsiness and genius, hypocrisy and virtue. Imagination will give some the original impulse toward the perfect. Imitation will organize collective habits in others. There will always be, by necessity, idealists and mediocres. Human perfectioning is effected with a diverse rhythm in societies and in individuals. Most possess an experience submissive to the past, routines, prejudices, domesticities. A chosen few vary, advancing upon the future. Unlike Antaeus, who touching the ground gained new breath, they take it by fixing their pupils on the distant and seemingly inaccessible constellations. Those men, predisposed to emancipate themselves from their flock, seeking some perfection beyond the actual, are the idealists. The unity of the type does not depend on the intrinsic content of their ideals, but on their temperament. One is an idealist by pursuing the most contradictory chimeras, provided they imply a sincere desire for ennoblement. Anyone. The spirits fevered by some ideal are adversaries of mediocrity, dreamers against the utilitarians, enthusiasts against the apathetic, generous against the calculating, undisciplined against the dogmatic. They are someone or something against those who are no one and nothing. Every idealist is a qualitative man. He possesses a sense of differences that allows him to distinguish between the bad he observes and the better he imagines. Men without ideals are quantitative. They can appreciate more and less, but they never distinguish the better from the worse. Without ideals, progress would be inconceivable. The cult of the practical man, limited to the contingencies of the present, implies a renunciation of all perfection. Habit organizes routine and creates nothing toward the future. Only from the imaginative does science await its hypotheses, art its flight, morality its examples, history its luminous pages. They are the living and dynamic part of humanity. The practical have done no more than take advantage of their effort, vegetating in the shadows. Every future has been a creation of the men capable of foreseeing it, concretizing it in an infinite succession of ideals. Imagination has done more by constructing without truce than calculation by destroying without rest. The excessive prudence of the mediocre has always paralyzed the most fecund initiatives. And this does not mean that imagination excludes experience. The latter is useful, but without the former, it is sterile. Idealists aspire to conjugate in their minds inspiration and wisdom. That is why, frequently, they live constrained by their critical spirit when a lyrical emotion warms them, and this clouds their sight when they observe reality. From the equilibrium between inspiration and wisdom, genius is born. In the great hours of a race or a man, inspiration is indispensable to create. That spark is ignited in the imagination, and experience converts it into a bonfire. All idealism is therefore a desire for intense culture. It counts among its most audacious enemies ignorance, the stepmother of obstinate routines. Humanity does not reach as far as the idealists want in each particular perfection, but it always reaches further than it would have gone without their effort. An objective that flees before them becomes a stimulus to pursue new chimeras. The little that all can do depends on the much that some desire. Humanity would not possess its present goods if some idealists had not conquered them by living with the obsessive aspiration for other, better ones. In human evolution, ideals maintain themselves in an unstable equilibrium. Every real improvement is preceded by attempts and soundings by audacious thinkers, placed in tension toward it, rebellious to the past, although without the necessary intensity to violate it. That struggle is a perpetual reflux between the most conceived and the least realized. That is why idealists are necessarily restless, like everything that lives, like life itself, against the placid tendency of the routinists, whose stability seems the inertia of death. That restlessness is exacerbated in great men, in geniuses themselves, if the environment is hostile to their chimeras, as is frequent. It does not stir the men without ideals, the formless mortar of humanity. All youth is restless. The impulse toward the better can only be expected from it, never from the moldy and the senile. And only healthy and enlightened youth, that which looks forward and not backward, is youth. Never the decrepit of few years, prematurely domesticated by the superstitions of the past. What in them seems spring is autumnal lukewarmness, the illusion of a dawn that is already the dimming of twilight. There is youth only in those who work with enthusiasm for the future. That is why in excellent characters it can persist over the crowding of the years. Nothing can be expected from men who enter life without being fevered by some ideal. To those who were never young, every dream seems misguided. And one is not born young. One must acquire youth. And without an ideal, it is not acquired. Idealists tend to be elusive or rebellious against the social dogmatisms that oppress them. They resist the tyranny of the leveling gear, abhor all coercion, feel the weight of the honors with which attempts are made to domesticate them and make them accomplices of vested interests, docile, malleable, solidary, uniform in the common mediocrity. The conservative forces that make up the social subsoil try to amalgamate individuals, decapitating them. They detest differences, abhor exceptions, anathematize the one who separates in search of his own personality. The original, the imaginative, the creator does not fear their hatred. He defies it, even knowing it to be terrible because it is irresponsible. That is why every idealist is a living affirmation of individualism, even if he pursues a social chimera. He can live for others, never off others. His independence is a hostile reaction to all dogmatists. Conceiving themselves as incessantly perfectible, idealistic temperaments want to say in every moment of their lives, like Don Quixote, "I know who I am." They live animated by that affirmative zeal. In their ideals, they place their supreme fortune and their perpetual misfortune. In them, they heat the passion that animates their faith. This, upon crashing against social reality, may seem like scorn, isolation, misanthropy, the classic ivory tower reproach to all who bristle at the contact of the obtuse. It might be said that Teresa of Avila left an eternal image of them written, "We are silkworms, little worms that spin the silk of our lives. And in the little cocoon of silk we enclose ourselves so that the worm may die, and from the cocoon the butterfly may fly out." All idealism is exaggerated. It needs to be so, and its language must be warm, as if the personality were overflowing onto the impersonal. Thought without warmth is dead, cold, lacks style, has no signature. Geniuses, saints, and heroes were never lukewarm. To create a particle of truth, virtue, or beauty requires an original and violent effort against some routine or prejudice. Just as to give a lesson in dignity, one must unhinge some servility. Every ideal is, instinctively, extreme. It must be so knowingly, if necessary, as it is soon lowered when refracted in the mediocrity of the many. Facing the hypocrites who lie with vile objectives, the exaggeration of the idealists is, barely, a passionate truth. Passion is its necessary attribute, even when it seems to deviate from the truth. It leads to hyperbole, to error itself, never to a lie. No ideal is false for the one who professes it. He believes it true and cooperates in its advent with faith, with disinterest. The wise man seeks truth for the sake of seeking it and enjoys wresting from nature secrets useless or dangerous to him. And the artist also seeks his own, because beauty is a truth animated by imagination more than by experience. And the moralist pursues it in the good, which is a straight loyalty of conduct to oneself and to others. To have an ideal is to serve one's own truth, always. Some ideals are revealed as combative passion and others as tenacious obsession. In the same way, two types of idealists are distinguished according to whether the heart or the brain predominates in them. Sentimental idealism is romantic. Imagination is not inhibited by criticism, and ideals live from feeling. In experimental idealism, affective rhythms are channeled by experience, and criticism coordinates the imagination. Ideals become reflective and serene. The former corresponds to youth, and the latter to maturity. The first is adolescent, grows, pushes, and fights. The second is adult, settles, resists, conquers. The perfect idealist would be romantic at 20 and stoic at 50. Stoicism in youth is as abnormal as romanticism in mature age. What at first ignites his passion must crystallize later into supreme dignity. That is the logic of his temperament. 4. Romantic idealism. Romantic idealists are exaggerated because they are insatiable. They dream the most to realize the least. They understand that all ideals contain a particle of utopia and lose something upon realization. Whether of races or individuals, they are never integrated as they are conceived. In few things can man reach the ideal that imagination points out. His glory is in marching toward it, always unachieved and unattainable. After illuminating his spirit with all the splendor of human culture, Goethe dies, asking for more light. And Musset wants to love incessantly after having loved, offering his life for a caress and his genius for a kiss. All romantics seem to ask themselves with the poet, why is human power not infinite, like desire? 5. The Stoic idealism. Romantic rebellions are blunted by experience. It confronts many fallacious impetuosities and gives ideals a more solid firmness. The lessons of reality do not kill the idealist. They educate him. His zeal for perfection becomes more centripetal and worthy. He seeks favorable paths. He learns to overcome the snares that mediocrity sets for him. When the force of things overcomes his personal restlessness and social dogmatisms inhibit his efforts to straighten them, his idealism becomes experimental. He cannot bend reality to his ideals, but he defends them from it, trying to save them from any decline or debasement. What was previously projected outward becomes polarized in one's own effort. It is internalized. A great life, wrote Vigny, is an ideal of youth realized in maturity. It is inherent in the first illusion to impose one's dreams, breaking the barriers that reality opposes them. When experience warns that the mast does not fall, the idealist, entrenching himself in intrinsic virtues, guarding his ideals, realizing them to some extent, without solidarity ever being able to lead him to clumsy complicities. Sentimental and romantic idealism is transformed into experimental and stoic idealism. Experience regulates the imagination, making it thoughtful and reflective. Serene classical harmony replaces impetuous vigor. Dionysian idealism becomes Apollonian idealism. It is natural that this should be so. Romanticisms do not withstand critical experience. If they last beyond the limits of youth, their ardor does not equal their efficiency. It was Cervantes' era, the advanced age at which Don Quixote undertakes the pursuit of his chimera. Don Juan is more logical, marrying at the same age that Christ dies. The characters Murger created in the Bohemian life stop in that limbo of maturity. It cannot be otherwise. The accumulation of contrasts ends up coordinating the imagination, guiding it without debasing it. And if the idealist is a superior mind, his ideal assumes definitive forms. He molds truth, beauty, or virtue in more perennial crucibles, tending to become fixed and endure in works. Time consecrates him, and his effort becomes exemplary. Posterity judges him as classic. All classicism comes from a natural selection. Among ideals that were romantic in their time and that have survived through the centuries, few dreamers find such a climate and such an occasion that elevates them to genius. Most turn out to be exotic and inopportune. The events whose determinism they cannot modify sterilize their efforts. Hence a certain acquiescence to things that do not depend on one's own merit, the tolerance of all unvarying fatality. Upon feeling the external coercion, they do not lower or contaminate themselves. They withdraw. They take refuge in themselves to rise up on the shore from where they watch the muddy stream that flows murmuring. Without a cry being heard in its murmur, they are the judges of their time. They see where the muddy torrent comes from and how it flows. They discover those who are remiss, who allow themselves to be obscured by the silt, and those who pursue those fallacious advancements at odds with merit and justice. The Stoic idealist remains hostile to his environment, just like the romantic. His attitude is one of open resistance to organized mediocrity, disdainful resignation, or lofty renunciation without compromises. It matters little to him to attack the evil that others consent to. It serves him better to be free to achieve any perfection that depends only on his own effort. He acquires an individualist sensitivity that is not vulgar, selfishness nor disinterest in the ideals that stir the society in which he lives. The differences between doctrinal individualism and individualist sentiment are notorious. One is theory and the other is attitude. In Spencer, individualist doctrine is accompanied by social sensitivity. In Bakunin, social doctrine coexists with an individualist sensitivity. It is a matter of temperament and not of ideas. The former is the basis of character. All individualism, as an attitude, is a revolt against the dogmas and false values respected in mediocracies. It reveals energies anxious to spread, contained by 1,000 obstacles opposed by the gregarious spirit. The individualist temperament goes so far as to deny the principle of authority. It withdraws from prejudices, disrespects any imposition, and disdains hierarchies independent of merit. Parties, sects, and factions are equally indifferent to him, as long as he does not discover in them ideals consonant with his own. He believes more in the firm virtues of men than in the written lies of theoretical principles. As long as they are not reflected in customs, the best laws on paper do not modify the foolishness of those who admire them, nor the suffering of those who endure them. The ethics of the Stoic idealist differ radically from those sordid individualisms that recruit the sympathies of the selfish. Two essentially different morals can be born from self-esteem. The worthy man chooses the elevated one, that of Zeno or Epicurus. The mediocre man always opts for the inferior one and finds himself with Aristippus. The former takes refuge in himself to purify himself. The latter absents himself from others to plunge into the shadows. Individualism is noble if an ideal encourages and elevates it. Without an ideal, it is a fall to a level lower than mediocrity itself. In Greek Cyrenaica, 4 centuries before the Christian era, Aristippus announced that the only rule of life was maximum pleasure sought by all means, as if nature dictated to man the satiation of the senses and the absence of an ideal. Sensuality erected into a system led to tumultuous pleasure without selecting it. The Cyrenaics came to despise life itself. Their last heralds praised suicide. Such ethics, practiced instinctively by skeptics and the depraved of all times, was not faithfully erected into a system thereafter. Pleasure as simple quantitative sensuality is absurd and improvident. It cannot sustain a moral. It would be to erect the senses as judges. They must be others. Would happiness lie in pursuing a well-considered interest? A prudent and qualitative selfishness, which chooses and calculates, would replace blind appetites. Instead of coarse pleasure, one would have refined delight, which foresees, coordinates, prepares, enjoys beforehand, and infinitely more. As intelligence likes to centuple future joys with wise alchemies of preparation, the Epicureans already depart from Cyrenaism. Aristippus sheltered happiness in crude material pleasures. Epicurus elevates it to the mind, idealizes it through imagination. For the former, all pleasures are valid and are sought in any way, unleashed without restraint. For the latter, they must be chosen and dignified by a seal of harmony. The original morality of Epicurus is all refinement. Its creator lived an honorable and pure life. His law was to seek happiness and flee from pain, preferring things that leave a balance in favor of the former. This arithmetic of emotions is not incompatible with dignity, ingenuity, and virtue, which are ideal perfections. It allows cultivating them if a source of pleasure can be found in them. It is in another Hellenic morality, however, where experimental idealism finds its perfect molds. Zeno gave humanity a supreme doctrine of heroic virtue. Dignity is identified with the ideal. History knows no more beautiful examples of conduct. Seneca, worthy of the court of Nero himself, besides preaching his doctrine with exquisite art, applied it with beautiful courage in the final hour. Only Socrates died better than he, and both more worthily than Jesus. These are the three great deaths of history. Stoic dignity had its apostle in Epictetus. A convincing sophist's eloquence warmed his freedman's words. He lived as the most humble, satisfied with what he had, sleeping in a house without doors, dedicated to meditating and educating. Until the decree that prescribed philosophers from Rome, he taught to distinguish, in all things, what depends on us and what does not depend on us. The first, no one can inhibit. The rest is subordinate to external forces. To place the ideal in what depends on us and be indifferent to the rest, that is a formula for experimental idealism. Everything the egoist tends to desire or fear is disdainful. If the resistances on the path to perfection depend on others, it is advisable to ignore them, as if they did not exist, and to redouble the uplifting effort. No material setback diverts the idealist. If he wished to immediately influence things that do not depend on him, he would find obstacles everywhere. Against this hostility of his environment, he can only rebel with imagination, looking ever more inward. He who serves an ideal lives from it. No one will force him to dream what he does not want, nor prevent him from ascending toward his dream. This morality is not passive contemplation. It only renounces participating in the soul. Its assent to the inevitable is not apathy or inertia. To withdraw is not to die. It is simply to await the possible hour of action, hastening it with preaching or example. If the hour arrives, it can be a sublime affirmation, as it was in Marcus Aurelius, never equaled in governing the destinies of peoples. He alone could inspire the deepest pages of Renan and the most lyrical of Paul de Saint-Victor. Delicate and penetrating, his stoicism was more apt for tempering characters than for consoling hearts. With him, ancient thought reached its most tranquil nobility. Among the perverse and ungrateful who surrounded him, he taught to give its clusters, like the vine, without demanding any price, preparing to bear others in the future harvest. Stoic idealists are men of his lineage. It might be said they are ignorant of the good they do, even to their own enemies. When the debasement of the domesticated intensifies, when the climate of the mediocracies becomes more suffocating, they create a new moral environment by sowing ideals. A new generation, learning to love them, becomes ennobled. Faced with the bourgeoisie, feverish to raise the level of material well-being while ignoring that their greatest misery is the lack of culture, they concentrate their efforts to refine the respect for things of the spirit and the cult of all outstanding originalities. While vulgarity obstructs the paths of genius, sanctity and heroism, they contribute to restoring them. Through the suggestion of ideals, preparing the advent of those fecund hours that characterize the resurrection of races, the climate of genius. All idealist ethics transmute values and elevate the rank of merit. Virtues and vices change their nuances more or less, creating new equilibriums. That is, deep down, the work of moralists. Their originality lies in changes of tone that modify the perspectives of a painting whose background is almost imperturbable. Faced with the common flatness which pushes one to be vulgar, worthy characters vehemently affirm their ideal. A mediocrity without ideals, like an individual or a group, is vile and skeptical, cowardly. Against it, they cultivate deep yearnings for perfection. Faced with science turned into a trade, truth as a cult. Faced with convenient honesty, disinterested virtue. Faced with the lucrative art of functionaries, the unfading harmony of line, form, and color. Faced with the complicities of mediocratic politics, the maximum expansions of the individual within each society. When peoples become domesticated and fall silent, the great forgers of ideals raise their voices. A science, an art, a country, a race shaken by their echo can leave their usual course. Genius is a hyphen that destiny places between two paragraphs of history. If it appears in the origins, it creates or founds. If in resurgences, it transmutes or disrupts. In that instant, all superior spirits take flight, tempering themselves in high thoughts and for perennial works. 6. Symbol. In the eternal swing of the ages, the future always belongs to the visionaries. The interminable conflict between idealism and mediocrity has its symbol. Cellini could not have nailed it in a worthier place than the marvelous Piazza of Florence. Never did a goldsmith's hand mold a more sublime concept. Perseus displaying the head of Medusa, whose body writhes in reptile-like contortions beneath his winged feet. When idealist temperaments pause before Benvenuto's prodigy, the metal comes alive, its features revive. Its lips seem to articulate perceptible words, and it tells the young that every struggle for an ideal is holy, even if the result is illusory, that it is praiseworthy to follow one's temperament and think with the heart, if it will contribute to creating a firm personality, that every germ of romanticism must be encouraged, to garland with dawn the only spring that never returns, and to the mature, whose first grey hairs sprinkle their most vehement chimeras with autumn. It urges them to guard their ideals under the mantle of the most severe dignity, facing the temptations that conspire to mire them in the sticks where the mediocre sink, and in the gesture of the bronze. It seems that idealism decapitates mediocrity, delivering its head to the judgment of the centuries. Chapter 1. The Mediocre Man. 1. Golden mediocrity. There is a certain hour when the naive shepherd is astonished by the nature that surrounds him. The twilight deepens. The color of things uniforms into the homogeneous gray of silhouettes. The first crepuscular humidity raises a vapor of perfume from all the grasses. The flock quiets down to bed, down to sleep. The remote bell tolls its vesperal warning. The impalpable moonlight whitens as it falls upon things. Some stars disturb the firmament with their twinkling, and a distant murmur of a stream leaping in the thickets seems to converse about mysterious themes. Seated on the least rough stone he finds at the edge of the path, the shepherd contemplates and falls silent, invited in vain to meditate by the convergence of the place and the hour. His primitive admiration is simple stupor. The natural poetry that surrounds him upon being reflected in his imagination does not become a poem. He is merely an object in the picture, a brushstroke, an accident in the twilight. For him, all things have always been this way and will continue to be so, from the earth he treads to the flock he pastures. The immense mass of men thinks with the head of that naive shepherd. They would not understand the language of one who explained to them some mystery of the universe or of life. The eternal evolution of all that is known, the possibility of human improvement in the continuous adaptation of man to nature. To conceive of perfection requires a certain ethical level, and some intellectual education is indispensable. Without them, one can have fanaticisms and superstitions. Ideals, never. Those who live below that level and do not acquire that education remain subject to dogmas that others impose on them, slaves to formulas paralyzed by the rust of time. Their routines and prejudices seem eternally invariable to them. Their obtuse imagination conceives no past or future perfections. The narrow horizon of their experience constitutes the forced limit of their mind. They cannot form an ideal. They will find in others a spark capable of igniting their passions. They will be sectarians, they can be, and they will not even notice the irony of those who invite them to flock together in the name of ideals that they can serve, but not understand. Every dream followed by multitudes is only thought by a few visionaries who are their masters. Human inequality is not a modern discovery. Plutarch wrote centuries ago that animals of the same species differ less among themselves than some men from others. Montaigne subscribed to that opinion. There is more distance between such and such a man than between such a man and such a beast. That is to say, that the most excellent animal is closer to the least intelligent man than the latter to another great and excellent man. Those who continue to affirm human inequality do not claim to say more. It will be as absolute in the future as it was in the times of Plutarch or Montaigne. There are men mentally inferior to the average of their race, their time, and their social class. There are also superior ones. Between the ones and the others fluctuates a great mass, impossible to characterize by inferiorities or excellences. Psychologists have not wanted to concern themselves with the latter. Art disdains them as colorless. History does not know their names. They are uninteresting. In vain would one seek in them the defined edge, the firm brushstroke, the characteristic trait. Moralists cover them with equal disdain. Individually, they do not deserve the contempt that lashes the perverse, nor the apology reserved for the virtuous. Their existence is, however, natural and necessary. In everything that offers degrees, there is mediocrity. On the scale of human intelligence, it represents the chiaroscuro between talent and stupidity. We will not say, therefore, that it is always laudable. Horace did not say golden mediocrity in the general and absurd sense proclaimed by those incapable of excelling in their ingenuity, their virtues, or their works. The poet's opinion was different, placing the greatest well-being of man in tranquility and independence. He extolled the joys of a simple life, equally distant from opulence and misery, calling that material mediocrity golden in a certain Epicurean sense. His maxim is true and confirms the remote Arab proverb, a moderate, tranquil well-being is preferable to opulence full of worries. To infer from this that moral, intellectual, and character mediocrity is worthy of respectful homage implies twisting Horace's very intention. In memorable verses, he despised mediocre poets. He said that neither gods nor men nor columns permitted poets to be mediocre, and it is licit to extend his condemnation to all men who are such in spirit. Why should we subvert the meaning of the classic golden mediocrity? Why suppress the unevenness between men and shadows, as if by lowering the excellent a little and polishing the coarse a little, the inequalities created by nature would be attenuated? We do not conceive of social improvement as a product of the uniformity of all individuals, but as the harmonious combination of incessantly multiplied originalities. All enemies of differentiation become enemies of progress. It is natural, therefore, that they consider originality an unforgivable defect. Those who judge thus are inclined to confuse common sense with good sense, as if by tangling the meaning of the words they wanted to relate the corresponding ideas. Let us affirm that they are antagonists. Common sense is collective, eminently retrograde and dogmatic. Good sense is individual, always innovative and libertarian. By obsequiousness to one or the other, natural servitude and aristocracy are recognized. From this insurmountable heterogeneity arises the intolerance of the routine bound towards any original spark. They close ranks to defend themselves as if differences were crimes. These disparities are a fundamental postulate of psychology. Customs and laws can establish rights and duties common to all men, but they will always be as unequal as the waves that ruffle the surface of an ocean. 2. Men without personality. Considered individually, mediocrity can be defined as an absence of personal characteristics that allow the individual to be distinguished in his society. Society offers everyone the same bundle of routines, prejudices, and domesticities. It is enough to gather 100 men for them to coincide in the impersonal. Gather 1,000 geniuses in a council, and you will have the soul of a mediocre man. These words denounce what in each man does not belong to himself, and which, when many are added together, is revealed by the low level of collective opinions. Individual personality begins at the precise point where each one differs from the others. In many men, this point is simply imaginary. For this reason, when classifying human characters, the need to separate those who lack characteristic traits has been understood, adventitious products of the environment, of circumstances, of the education provided to them, of the people who tutor them, of the things that surround them. Indifferent is what Rebut called those who live without their existence being noticed. Society thinks and wants for them, They do not have a voice but an echo. There are no defined lines even in their own shadow, which is merely a penumbra. They cross the world stealthily, fearful that someone might reproach them for the audacity of existing in vain, like contrabandists of life, and so they are. Although we men lack a transcendental mission on earth, on whose surface we live as naturally as the rose and the worm, our life is not worthy of being lived, except when an ideal ennobles it. The highest pleasures are inherent in proposing a perfection and pursuing it. Vegetative existences have no biography. In the history of their society, only he who leaves traces in things or in spirits' lives. Life is valued by the use we make of it, by the works we accomplish. He who counts more years has not lived more, but he who has better felt an ideal. Gray hairs denote old age, but they do not say how much youth preceded it. The social measure of man lies in the duration of his works. Immortality is the privilege of those who make them survive the centuries, and by them he is measured. The power one wields, the favors one begs for, the money one amasses, the dignities one achieves, have a certain ephemeral value that can satisfy the appetites of one who does not carry within himself, in his intrinsic virtues, the moral forces that beautify and qualify life, the affirmation of one's own personality, and the amount of manhood put into the dignification of our self. To live is to learn in order to ignore less. It is to love in order to bind ourselves to a greater part of humanity. It is to admire in order to share the excellences of nature and of men. It is an effort to improve oneself, an incessant zeal for elevation towards defined ideals. Many are born, few live. Men without personality are innumerable and vegetate, molded by the environment, like wax melted in the social mold. Their catechism morality and their squared intelligence constrain them to a perpetual discipline of thought and conduct. Their existence is negative as social units. The man of fine character is capable of showing sublime crests like the ocean. In domesticated temperaments, everything seems a quiet surface, as in swamps. The lack of personality makes them incapable of initiative and resistance. They pass by unnoticed, without learning or teaching, diluting their insipidity in tedium, vegetating in a society that ignores their existence. Zeros to the left that qualify nothing and count for nothing. Their lack of moral robustness makes them yield to the slightest pressure, suffer all influences high and low, large and small, transiently swept to the heights by the slightest zephyr or tossed by the small wave of a rivulet. Ships with ample sails, but without a rudder. They do not know how to discern their own route. They are ignorant of whether they will run aground on a sandy beach or be dashed against a reef. They are everywhere, although in vain would we seek even one who recognized himself as such. If we found one, he would be an original, for the simple fact of enrolling in mediocrity, who does not attribute to himself some virtue, a certain talent, or a firm character. Many dull brains pride themselves on their stubbornness, confusing paralysis with firmness, which is a gift of a chosen few. Scoundrels boast of their roguishness and shamelessness, mistaking them for ingenuity. The servile and the worthless preen themselves on being honest, as if the incapacity for evil could in any case be confused with a virtue. If one had to take into account the good opinion that all men have of themselves, it would be impossible to discuss those who are characterized by the absence of personality. All believe they have one, and very much their own. None notices that society has subjected him to that arithmetic operation, which consists of reducing many quantities to a common denominator: mediocrity. Let us study, then, the enemies of all perfection, blind to the stars. There is a vast bibliography concerning the inferior and the insufficient, from the criminal and the delirious to the retarded and the idiot. There is also a rich literature devoted to studying genius and talent, besides the fact that history and art converge to maintain their cult. Both, however, are exceptions. The usual is not the genius or the idiot, not the talent or the imbecile, the man who surrounds us by the thousands, the one who prospers and reproduces in silence and darkness, is the mediocre one. It falls to the psychologist to dissect his mind with a firm scalpel, as the professor immortalized by Rembrandt in the anatomy lesson did to the corpses. His eyes seem to light up as he contemplates the very entrails of human nature, and his lips throb with serene eloquence as he speaks his truth to all those around him. Why do we not lay the man without ideals on our autopsy table until we know what he is like, what he does, what he thinks, what he is good for? His ethopoeia will constitute a basic chapter of psychology and morality. 3. Concerning the mediocre man. Under various names and from heterogeneous points of view, attempts have sometimes been made to define the man without personality. Philosophy, statistics, anthropology, psychology, aesthetics, and morality have contributed to the determination of more or less exact types. However, the essentially social value of mediocrity has not been noted. The mediocre man, like in general the human personality, can only be defined in relation to the society in which he lives, and by his social function. If we could measure individual values, they would be graded on a continuous scale from low to high. Between the extreme and scarce types, we would observe an abundant mass of subjects, more or less equivalent, accumulated in the central degrees of the series. It would be a vain illusion for anyone to seek there the hypothetical archetype of humanity, the normal man that Aristotle sought. Centuries later, the strange occurrence reappeared in the whirlwind spirit of Pascal. Mediocrity, in effect, is not synonymous with normality. The normal man does not exist. He cannot exist. Humanity, like all living species, evolves ceaselessly. Its changes operate unequally in numerous social aggregates, distinct from one another. The normal man in one society is not so in another. The man of 1,000 years ago would not be so today, nor in the future. Morel was mistaken by forgetting this, in conceiving him as a specimen of the first edition of humanity, launched into circulation by the Supreme Maker. Starting from that premise, he defined degeneration in all its forms as a pathological divergence from the perfect original specimen. From that to the cult of primitive man was but a step. Fortunately, contemporary anthropologists moved away from such prejudice. Man, we say now, is an animal that evolves in the most recent geological ages of the planet. He was not perfect in his origin, nor does his perfection consist in returning to ancestral forms emerged from simian animality. If we did not believe this, we would renew the highly amusing legends of the fallen angel, the tree of good and evil, the tempting serpent, the apple accepted by Adam, and paradise lost. Quetelet tried to formulate an anthropological or social doctrine about the average man. His essay is a statistical inquiry, complicated by innocent applications of the overused virtue stands in the middle. We will not make the mistake of admitting that mediocre men can be recognized by physical or moral attributes that represent an average of those observed in the human species. In that sense, he would be an abstract product, not corresponding to any individual of real existence. The concept of human normality could only be relative to a specific social environment. Would those who best keep pace be normal, those who align themselves most exactly in the ranks of a social conventionalism? In this sense, normal man would not be synonymous with a balanced man, but with a domesticated man. Passivity is not an equilibrium. It is not a complicated resultant of energies, but their absence. How can one confuse the greatly balanced, like Leonardo and Goethe, with the amorphous? The balance between two loaded scales cannot be compared with the stillness of an empty balance. The man without personality is not a model, but a shadow. If there are dangers in the idolatry of heroes and representative men in the manner of Carlyle or Emerson, there are more in repeating those fables that would allow one to see all excellence of character, virtue, and intellect as an aberration. Bouvio has pointed out this grave error. painting the average man with precise psychological traits. He is docile, accommodating to all small opportunities, highly adaptable to all the temperatures of a variable day, shrewd in business, resistant to the combinations of the astute, but dislocated from his mediocre sphere and anointed by a happy combination of intrigues. He always collapses immediately, precisely because he is an equilibrist and does not carry within him the forces of equilibrium. Equilibrist does not mean balanced. That is the gravest prejudice of the mediocre man as balanced and the genius as unbalanced. In his most indulgent commentators, this supposed equilibrium is established between qualities hardly worthy of admiration, the resultant of which provokes more pity than envy. Lombroso once received a decidedly North American telegram. It was, in effect, from a large newspaper, and it requested an extensive telegraphic response to the question presented with the suggestive recommendation of a check. What is the normal man? The answer undoubtedly disconcerted the readers. Far from praising his virtues, it drew a picture of negative and sterile characters. Good appetite, hard-working, orderly, selfish, attached to his customs, misogynist, patient, respectful of all authority, domestic animal. Or, in shorter words, born to consume, as the Latin poet said. With slight variations, this definition evokes that of the Philistine, a product of custom, devoid of fantasy, adorned with all the virtues of mediocrity, leading an honest life thanks to the moderation of his demands, lazy in his intellectual conceptions, bearing with touching patience the entire burden of prejudices inherited from his ancestors. These lines reflect the already classic invectives of Heine against the mentality he believed common among his compatriots. For his part, Schopenhauer, in his aphorisms, defined the perfect Philistine as a being who lets himself be deceived by appearances and takes all social dogmatism seriously, constantly occupied with submitting to worldly farces. To these definitions of the average man, others of an intellectual or aesthetic character can be added, not without interest, although unilateral. For some, mediocrity would consist in the ineptitude to exercise the highest qualities of ingenuity. For others, it would be the inclination to think at ground level. Mediocre would correspond to bourgeois as opposed to artist. Flaubert defined him as a man who thinks basely. Judged by that criterion, he seems detestable. Such is the result in the magnificent silhouette by Hello, a misplaced Catholic prose writer whom Rubén Darío taught us to admire. He distinguishes the mediocre from the imbecile. The latter occupies one end of the world and the genius occupies the other. The mediocre is in the center. Is he then what in philosophy, politics, or literature is called an eclectic, a just middle? Not at all, he answers. The one who is just middle knows it, intends to be it. The mediocre man is just middle without suspecting it. He is so by nature, not by opinion, by character, not by accident. In every minute of his life and in any state of mind, he will always be mediocre. His characteristic, absolutely unequivocal trait is his deference to the opinion of others. He never speaks, he always repeats. He judges men as he hears them judged. He will revere his cruelest adversary if he rises high. He will disdain his best friend if no one praises him. His criterion lacks initiative. His admirations are prudent. His enthusiasms are official. This descriptive definition, analogous to those repeated by Barbey d'Aurevilly, possesses a very suggestive eloquence, although it starts from aesthetic premises to reach moral conclusions. The normal man of Boviot and Lombroso corresponds to the Philistine of Heine and Schopenhauer, both approaching the anti-artistic bourgeois of Flaubert and Barbey d'Aurevilly. But it must be recognized, such definitions are uncertain from the point of view of social psychology. It is necessary to seek a more exact and unequivocal one, approaching the problem by other paths. 4. Social concept of mediocrity. No man is exceptional in all his aptitudes, but it could not be affirmed that those who do not excel in any are mediocre through and through. They parade before us as simple specimens of natural history with as much right as geniuses and imbeciles. They exist, they must be studied. The moralist will say later if mediocrity is good or bad. To the psychologist, for now, it is indifferent. He observes the characters in the social environment in which they live, describes them, compares them, and classifies them in the same way that other naturalists observe fossils in a riverbed or butterflies in the corolla of a flower. Notwithstanding the infinite individual differences, there are groups of men who can be encompassed within common types. Such classifications, simply approximate, constitute the science of human characters, ethology, which recognizes in Theophrastus its legitimate progenitor. The ancients founded it on temperaments. The moderns seek its basis in the preponderance of certain psychological functions. These classifications, admissible from some special point of view, are insufficient for ours. If we observe any human society, the value of its components is always relative to the whole. Man is a social value. Each individual is the product of two factors, heredity and education. The first tends to provide him with the organs and mental functions transmitted by preceding generations. The second is the result of the multiple influences of the social environment in which the individual is forced to live. This educational action is, consequently, an adaptation of hereditary tendencies to the collective mentality, a continuous acclimatization of the individual in society. The child develops like an animal of the human species until he begins to distinguish inert things from living beings and to recognize his fellow beings among the latter. The beginnings of his education are, then, directed by the people around him, with the influence of the environment becoming increasingly decisive. Once this predominates, he evolves as a member of his society, and his habits are organized through imitation. Later, the variations acquired in the course of his individual experience can cause the man to be characterized as a differentiated person within the society in which he lives. Imitation plays a very broad, almost exclusive role in the formation of social personality. Invention, on the other hand, produces individual variations. The former is conservative and acts by creating habits. The latter is evolutionary and develops through imagination. The diverse adaptation of each individual to his environment depends on the balance between what he imitates and what he invents. Not everyone can invent or imitate in the same way, as these aptitudes are exercised on the basis of a certain congenital, initially unequal capacity received through psychological inheritance. The predominance of variation determines originality. To vary is to be someone. To differentiate oneself is to have one's own character, a plume, large or small, an emblem in the end, that one does not live as a simple reflection of others. The capital function of the mediocre man is patient imitation. That of the superior man is creative imagination. The mediocre man aspires to blend in with those around him. The original man tends to differentiate himself from them. While one confines himself to thinking with the head of society, the other aspires to think with his own. Therein lies the distrust that often surrounds original characters. Nothing seems as dangerous as a man who aspires to think with his own head. We can recapitulate. Considering each individual in relation to his environment, three elements concur to form his personality: biological inheritance, social imitation, and individual variation. Everyone, upon birth, receives as inheritance from the species the elements to acquire a specific personality. The inferior man is a human animal. In his mentality, the instinctive tendencies condensed by inheritance, which constitute the soul of the species, hold sway. His ineptitude for imitation prevents him from adapting to the social environment in which he lives. His personality does not develop to the current level, living below the dominant morality or culture, and in many cases outside of legality. This insufficient adaptation determines his inability to think like others and share common routines. Most through imitative education, copy from the people around them a perfectly adapted social personality. The mediocre man is a shadow projected by society. He is essentially imitative and is perfectly adapted to live in a herd, reflecting the routines, prejudices, and dogmatisms recognized as useful for domesticity. Just as the inferior man inherits the soul of the species, the mediocre man acquires the soul of society. His characteristic is to imitate all those around him, to think with someone else's head, and to be incapable of forming his own ideals. A minority, in addition to imitating the social mentality, acquires its own variations, an individual personality. Clearly differentiated, the superior man is a beneficial accident for human evolution. He is original and imaginative, unadapting from the social environment to the extent of his own variation. This variation overcomes the hereditary attributes of the soul of the species and the imitative acquisitions of the soul of society, constituting the singular edges of the individual soul which distinguish him within society. He is a precursor of new forms of perfection, thinks better than the environment in which he lives, and can superimpose his own ideals onto the routines of others. 5. The conservative spirit. Everything that exists is necessary. Every man possesses a value of contrast, if not one of affirmation. He is a necessary detail in the infinite evolution from the proto-man to the superman. Without shadow, we would ignore the value of light. Infamy induce us to respect virtue. Honey would not be sweet if aloe did not teach us to taste bitterness. We admire the flight of the eagle because we know the crawling of the caterpillar. The warbling of the nightingale enchants more when the hiss of the serpent has been heard. The mediocre man represents progress compared to the imbecile, although he occupies his rank if we compare him to the genius. His social idiosyncrasies are relative to the environment and the moment in which he acts. Otherwise, if he were intrinsically useless, he would not exist. Natural selection would have exterminated him. He is necessary for society, as words are for style. But it would not be enough to create style, to align all the words that lie in the dictionary. Style begins where individual originality appears. All men of firm personality and creative mind, whatever their philosophical school or literary creed, are hostile to mediocrity. All creation is an original effort. History preserves the names of a few initiators and forgets innumerable followers who imitate them. The visionaries of new truths, the apostles of morality, the innovators of beauty, from Renan and Hugo to Guyot and Flaubert, see it as an obstacle with which the past obstructs the advent of their renewing labor. Before social morality, however, the mediocre find justification, like everything that exists by necessity. The eternal contrast of forces pushing in human societies translates into the struggle between two great attitudes that stir the collective mentality, the conservative or routine spirit and the original or rebellious spirit. Dorado dedicated beautiful pages to it. He believes it impossible to divide humanity into two categories of men, some rebellious in everything and others routine in everything. If it was so, it would be impossible to say which ones interpret life better. A motionless life of all conservative people is not feasible, nor is an unstable bustle of rebels and insubordinates, for whom nothing existing is good and no path worthy of being followed. It is likely that both forces are equally essential. Forced to choose, would we give preference to a conservative attitude? Originality needs a robust counterweight to prevent its excesses. It would be rash to flog methodical men of slow pace if they constituted the most resistant social tissues, the support of the others. Just as in organisms, the different social elements serve each other as support. Instead of seeing each other as enemies, they should consider themselves collaborators in a single but complicated work. If in the world there were only rebels, it could not march. Rebellion would become impossible if there were no one to rebel against. And without the innovators who would push the chariot of life on which the others ride, so satisfied. Instead of fighting each other, both sides should understand that neither would have reason to exist if the other did not exist. The wise conservative can bless the revolutionary as much as the latter blesses him. Here is a new basis for tolerance. Every man needs his enemy. If imitators and originals had the same reason for being, as the Spanish thinker argues, their justification would be made. Being mediocre is not a fault. Being so, one's conduct is legitimate. Are those who get the most juice out of their lives and try to spend their short days on earth as well as possible, without dedicating an hour to their own moral improvement, without worrying about their neighbors or future generations, correct? Is it a sin to act that way? Do those who think of themselves and live for others perhaps sin? The selfless and the altruists, those who sacrifice their joys and strengths for the benefit of others, renouncing their comforts and even their lives, as often happens. As unfailing as it is to think about tomorrow and dedicate a certain part of our efforts to it, it is impossible to stop living in the present, thinking about it, at least in part. Before the coming generations are the current ones. Once they were future, and the past ones worked for them. This reasoning, although somewhat Sanchesco, like Sancho Panza, would be respectable if we placed the problem on the abstract terrain of the extra-social man, that is outside of all present and future sanction. Evidently every man is as he is and could not be otherwise. Abstracting from all morality, the murderer would have as little fault for his crime as the genius for his creation. The original and the routine, the lazy and the laborious, the bad and the good, the generous and the miserly, all are so despite themselves. They would not be so if the balance between their temperament and society prevented it. Why? Then does humanity admire the saints, the geniuses and the heroes? All those who invent, teach or shape, those who think of the future embody it in an ideal or forge an empire. From Socrates and Christ to Aristotle and Bacon to Caesar and Washington. It applauds them because all of society has, implicitly, a morality, its own table of values that it applies to judge each of its components, not according to individual conveniences, but according to their social utility. In every people and in every era, the measure of the sublime is in the ideals of perfection called genius. Heroism and holiness, conservative imitation must, therefore, be judged by its function of resistance, destined to contain the creative impulse of superior men and the destructive tendencies of anti-social subjects. In the prologue to his essay on genius and talent, Nordau offers his ironic praise. For every elevated mind, the Philistine is the bête noire, and in this hostility he sees evident ingratitude. He seems useful. With a little benevolence, one might grant him that relative beauty of things perfectly adapted to their object. He is the background of perspective in the social landscape. On his aesthetic slightness depends all the relief acquired by the figures occupying the foreground. The ideals of superior men would remain in a state of chimeras if they were not collected and realized by Philistines, devoid of personal initiatives, who live waiting, with the charming absence of their own ideas, for the impulses and suggestions of luminous brains. It is true that the routine man does not yield easily to the instigations of the originals, but his very inertia is a guarantee that he only picks up ideas of proven convenience for social well-being. His great fault consists in that he is found without needing to be sought. His number is immense, despite everything he is necessary. He constitutes the public of this human comedy in which superior men advance to the footlights, seeking his applause and his sanction. Nordau goes so far as to say with fine irony, every time some men of genius find themselves gathered around a beer hall table, their first toast, by virtue of right and morality, should be to the Philistine. This ironic criterion that proclaims his conspicuousness is as exaggerated as the aesthetic criterion that relegates him to the lowest mental sphere, confusing him with the inferior man. Individually considered through the moral aesthetic lens, he is a negative entity, but taking the mediocre in their entirety, they can be recognized as having ballast functions, indispensable for the equilibrium of society. They deserve that justice. Would the continuity of social life be possible without this compact mass of purely imitative men, capable of preserving the routine habits that society transfuses into them through education? The mediocre man invents nothing, creates nothing, pushes nothing, breaks nothing, engenders nothing. But in exchange, he zealously guards the framework of automatisms, prejudices, and dogmas accumulated over centuries, defending that common capital against the snares of the unadaptable. His rancor for the creators is compensated by his resistance to the destroyers. Men without ideals play the same role in human history as heredity does in biological evolution. They conserve and transmit the variations useful for the continuity of the social group. They constitute a force destined to contrast the dissolving power of the inferiors and to contain the daring anticipations of the visionaries. The cohesion of the whole needs them, as a Byzantine mosaic needs the cement that holds it. But it must be said, the cement is not the mosaic. Their action would be null without the fertile effort of the originals, who invent what is later imitated by them. Without the mediocre, there would be no stability in societies. But without the superior, progress cannot be conceived, as civilization would be inexplicable in a race constituted by men without initiative. To evolve is to vary. One only varies through invention. Imitative men limit themselves to treasuring the conquests of the originals. The utility of the routine man is subordinated to the existence of the idealist, just as the fortune of booksellers rests on the ingenuity of writers. The social soul is an anonymous enterprise that exploits the creations of the best individual souls, summarizing the experiences acquired and taught by the innovators. They are the minority, these latter, but they are the leaven of future majorities. The routines defended today by the mediocre are simple collective glosses of ideals conceived yesterday by original men. The bulk of the social herd occupies, at a turtle's pace, the positions daringly conquered long before by its sentinels lost in the distance. And these are already far away when the mass believes it is settling its step in their rearguard. What was an ideal against a routine yesterday will tomorrow be a routine, in turn, against another ideal, indefinitely, because perfectibility is indefinite. If habits summarize the past experience of peoples and men, giving them unity, Ideals orient their future experience and mark their probable destiny. Idealists and routine men are equally indispensable factors, although one distrusts the other. They complement each other in social evolution, even if they look at each other obliquely. If the former do more for the future, the latter interpret the past better. The evolution of a society, spurred by the desire for perfection and contained by traditions difficult to remove, would stop forever without the one and would suffer abrupt shocks without the others. 6. Social dangers of mediocrity. The psychology of mediocre men is characterized by a common risk: the inability to conceive of a perfection. To form an ideal, they are routine, honest, and meek. They think with the heads of others, share the alien moral hypocrisy, and adjust their character to conventional domesticities. Genius, virtue, and dignity, privileges of excellent characters, are outside their orbit. They suffer from them and disdain them. They are blind to the dawns. They ignore the chimera of the artist, the dream of the sage, and the passion of the apostle. Condemned to vegetate, they do not suspect that the infinite exists beyond their horizons. The horror of the unknown binds them to 1,000 prejudices, making them timid and indecisive. Nothing spurs their curiosity. They lack initiative and always look to the past, as if they had eyes in the back of their heads. They are incapable of virtue. They do not conceive it, or it demands too much effort from them. No desire for holiness stirs the blood in their hearts. Sometimes they do not commit crimes out of cowardice before remorse. They do not vibrate to the highest tensions of energy. They are cold, although they ignore serenity. Apathetic without being prescient, accommodating always, never balanced. They do not know how to tremble with a shiver under a tender caress, nor to pounce with indignation at an offense. They do not live their lives for themselves, but for the phantom they project in the opinion of their peers. They lack definition. Their personality fades like a charcoal line under a smudging stump until it disappears. They trade their honor for a stipend and lock up their dignity to avoid danger. They would renounce living rather than shout the truth in the face of the error of many. Their brain and their heart are equally dulled, like the poles of a worn-out magnet. When they flock together, they are dangerous. The force of numbers substitutes for individual feebleness. They gather by the thousands to oppress all who disdain to chain their minds with the links of routine. Withdrawn from the curiosity of the sage by the armor of their insignificance, they strengthen themselves in the cohesion of the whole. That is why mediocrity is morally dangerous, and their entirety is harmful at certain moments in history when the climate of mediocrity reigns. There are epochs in which the social equilibrium breaks in their favor. The environment becomes refractory to any desire for perfection. Ideals wither and dignity is absent. Accommodating men have their flowery spring. States become mediocrities. The lack of aspirations to keep the level of morality and culture high constantly deepens the mire. Although individually they do not deserve attention, as a whole they constitute a regime representing a special system of immovable interests. They subvert the table of moral values, falsifying names, distorting concepts. Thinking is madness. Dignity is irreverence. Justice is lyricism. Sincerity is foolishness. Admiration is imprudence. Passion is naivety. Virtue is stupidity. In the struggle of present conveniences against future ideals, of the vulgar against the excellent, one often sees praise for the subordinate mixed with defamation of the conspicuous. Knowing that both move dull spirits equally, the dogmatists and the servile sharpen their syllogisms to falsify values in the social conscience. They live in lies, they eat from it, they sow it, they water it, they prune it, they harvest it. Thus they create a world of fictitious values that favors the culmination of the obtuse. Thus they weave their deaf spiderweb around geniuses, saints, and heroes, obstructing the people's admiration for glory. They close the pen every time the unmistakable flap of an eagle's wings vibrates nearby. No idealism is respected. If a philosopher studies truth, he must fight against mummified dogmatists. If a saint pursues virtue, he splinters against the moral prejudices of the accommodating man. If the artist dreams of new forms, rhythms, or harmonies, the official regulations of beauty block his path. If the lover wants to love by listening to his heart, he crashes against the hypocrisies of conventionalism. If a youthful impulse of energy leads one to invent, to create, to regenerate, conservative old age cuts him off. If someone with a decisive gesture teaches dignity, the mob of the servile barks at him. He who takes the path to the summits, the envious gnaw at his reputation with malevolent spite. If destiny calls a genius, a saint, or a hero to reconstitute a race or a people, the tacitly regimented mediocrities resist him in order to elevate their own archetypes. All idealism finds its tribunal of the holy office in these climates. 7. Vulgarity. Vulgarity is the etching of mediocrity. The psychology of the vulgar resides in the ostentation of the mediocre. It is enough to insist on the soft features of the watercolor to get the etching. It might be said that it is a reviviscence of ancient atavisms. Men become vulgar when what was mediocrity in ancestral generations reappears in their character. The vulgar are mediocre people from primitive races. They would have been perfectly adapted in savage societies, but they lack the domestication that would blend them with their contemporaries. If he maintains a docile acclimatization in his herd, the mediocre man can be routine, honest, and meek without being decidedly vulgar. Vulgarity is an accentuation of the stigmata common to every gregarious being. It only flourishes when societies become unbalanced against idealism. It is the renunciation of the shame of the ignoble. No original hustle moves it. It disdains the haughty word and compromising romanticisms. Its grimace is flabby, its word mute, its gaze opaque. It ignores the perfume of the flower, the restlessness of the stars, the grace of the smile, the rustle of wings. It is the inviolable trench opposed to the flowering of ingenuity and good taste. It is the altar where Panurge officiates and where Bertoldo fixes his dream on serving him as an acolyte. Vulgarity is the noble coat of arms of men proud of their mediocrity. They guard it as a miser guards his treasure. They put their greatest boast in exhibiting it, without suspecting that it is their affront. It bursts forth inopportune in word or gesture, breaks in a single second the charm prepared over many hours, crushes under its paw every luminous blossoming of the spirit. Colorless, deaf, blind, insensitive, it surrounds us and lies in wait for us. It delights in the grotesque, lives in the murky, stirs in the shadows. It is to the mind what physical defects, lameness, or strabismus are to the body. It is the inability to think and to love, the incomprehension of the beautiful, the waste of life, all sordidness. Conduct in itself is neither distinguished nor vulgar. Intention ennobles acts, elevates them, idealizes them, and, in other cases, determines their vulgarity. Certain gestures, which in ordinary circumstances would be sordid, can turn out to be poetic, epic. When Cambronne, invited by the enemy to surrender, responds with his memorable word, he rises to a Homeric stage and is sublime. Vulgar men would like to ask Circe for the potions with which she transformed Ulysses' companions into pigs, to prescribe them to all who possess an ideal. They are everywhere, and whenever there is a resurgence of mediocrity, among the purple just as among the dross, on the avenue and in the suburb, in parliaments and in prisons, in universities and in mangers. At certain moments they dare to call their appetites ideals, as if the urgency of immediate satisfactions could be confused with the desire for infinite perfections. Appetites are satiated. Ideals never are. They repudiate lyrical things because they require thoughts that are too high and gestures that are too dignified. They are incapable of stoicism. Their frugality is a calculation to enjoy pleasures longer, reserving a greater prospect of joys for impotent old age. Their generosity is always money given at usury. Their friendship is a servile complacency or a profitable adulation. When they believe they are practicing some virtue, they degrade honesty itself, marring it with something miserable or base that stains it. They admire selfish, immediate, petty, cash-in-hand utilitarianism. Given the choice, they will never follow the path that their own inclination indicates, but the one that the calculation of their equals would mark out for them. They ignore that all greatness of spirit requires the complicity of the heart. Ideals always radiate great warmth. Their prejudices, on the other hand, are cold, because they are alien. A thought not fertilized by passion is like the winter suns. They illuminate, but one can freeze to death under their rays. The baseness of the purpose lowers the merit of all effort and annihilates elevated things. By excluding the ideal, the possibility of the sublime is suppressed. Vulgarity is a north wind that freezes every germ of poetry capable of beautifying life. The man without ideals makes art a trade, science a business, philosophy an instrument, virtue an enterprise, charity a party, pleasure a sensualism. Vulgarity transforms the love of life into pusillanimity, prudence into cowardice, pride into vanity, respect into servility. It leads to ostentation, to avarice, to falsehood, to greed, to simulation. Behind the mediocre man, the savage ancestor peers out, conspiring within him, harassed by the hunger of atavistic instincts and with no other aspiration than satiety. In these crises, while mediocrity becomes daring and militant, idealists live unhinged, waiting for another climate. They teach how to purify conduct in the filter of an ideal. They impose their respect on those who cannot conceive it. In the cult of geniuses, saints, and heroes, they have their weapon. By awakening it, by pointing out examples to intellects and hearts, the omnipotence of vulgarity can be lessened, because in every lava, perhaps, a butterfly dreams. The men who lived in a perpetual flowering of virtue reveal with their example that life can be intense and remain dignified. To head for the summit without getting bogged down in tortuous mires. To rise up with passion tempestuously like the ocean, without vulgarity clouding the crystalline waters of the wave. Without the glittering of its springs being dulled by the silt. In travel meditation, hearing the wind whistle through the rigging. Humanity seemed to us like a sailboat crossing infinite time, ignorant of its starting point and its remote destination. Without sails, the strength of the wind would be sterile. Without wind, the broadest canvases would be useless. Mediocrity is the complex sailwork of societies, the resistance they oppose to the wind to utilize its strength. The energy that inflates the sails and pulls the entire ship and guides it and orients it are the idealists, always resisted by the former. Thus resisting them, as the sails resist the wind, the routine followers take advantage of the Creator's thrust. Human progress is the resultant, of this perpetual contrast between inert masses and propelling energies. Chapter 2, Intellectual. Mediocrity. 1. The routine man routine is a fossil skeleton whose pieces resist the decay of centuries. It is not the daughter of experience, it is its caricature. The one is fertile and engenders truths. The other is sterile and kills them. Mediocre spirits revolve in its orbit. They avoid leaving it and crossing new spaces. They repeat that the evil known is preferable to the good unknown. Occupied with enjoying what exists, they develop a horror of any innovation that disturbs their tranquility and causes them unease. The sciences, heroism, originalities, inventions, virtue itself seem to them instruments of evil, insofar as they dismantle the springs of their errors, as in savages, in children, and in the uncultured classes, accustomed to scrupulously copying the prejudices of the environment in which they live. They accept without scrutiny the ideas distilled in the social laboratory, like those sick people with useless stomachs who feed on substances already digested in pharmacy bottles. Their inability to assimilate new ideas constrains them to frequent the old ones. Routine, the synthesis of all renunciations, is the habit of renouncing thought. In routine men, everything is lesser effort. Sloth rusts their intelligence. Every habit is a risk, because familiarity accustoms one to detestable things and unworthy people. The acts that at first provoked shame end up seeming natural. The eye perceives violent tones as simple nuances. The ear listens to lies with the same respect as truths. The heart learns not to be agitated by clumsy actions. Prejudices are beliefs prior to observation. Judgments, exact or erroneous, are consecutive to it. All individuals possess mental habits. Acquired knowledge facilitates future knowledge and marks its course. To a certain extent, no one can escape them. They are not exclusive to mediocre men, but in them they always represent a passive obsequiousness to the errors of others. The habits acquired by original men are genuinely their own. They are intrinsic to them. They constitute their criteria when they think and their character when they act. They are individual and unmistakable. They differ substantially from routine, which is collective and always pernicious, extrinsic to the individual, common to the herd. It consists of catching the prejudices that infest the heads of others. The former characterize men, the latter tarnishes shadows. The individual shapes the first. Society imposes the second. Official education involves this danger. It attempts to erase all originality by putting the same prejudices in different brains. The threat persists in the inevitable worldly contact with routine men. Mental contagion floats in the atmosphere and hounds from all sides. A fool has never been seen to become original by proximity, and it is frequent for a genius to grow drowsy among simpletons. Mediocrity is more contagious than talent. Routine men reason with the logic of others. Disciplined by the desires of others, they pigeonhole themselves in their social box and are catalogued like recruits in the ranks of a regiment. They are docile to the pressure of the whole, malleable under the weight of public opinion, which flattens them like an inflexible rolling mill. Reduced to vain shadows, they live by the judgment of others. They are ignorant of themselves, limiting themselves to believing they are what others believe them to be. Excellent men, in contrast, disdain the opinion of others in just proportion to how they respect their own, which is always more severe or that of their equals. They are coarse, without believing themselves wretched for it. If they did not presume to be reasonable, their absurdity would be touching. Hearing them speak for an hour makes the hour seem to have 1,000 minutes. Ignorance is their executioner, as it once was for the serf, and still is for the savage. It makes them instruments of all fanaticisms, disposed to domesticity, incapable of dignified gestures. They would send a wolf and a lamb on an errand together, being sincerely surprised if the wolf returned alone. They lack good taste and the aptitude to acquire it. If the humble museum guide does not stop them insistently, they pass indifferently by a Madonna by Angelico or a portrait by Rembrandt. On the way out, they marvel at any shop window displaying cheap prints of Spanish bullfighters or American generals. They ignore that man's worth comes from his knowledge. They deny that culture is the deepest source of virtue. They do not try to study. They suspect, perhaps, the sterility of their effort, like those mules that, from the habit of walking at a pace, have lost the use of the gallop. Their inability to meditate ends up convincing them that there are no difficult problems, and any reflection seems like sarcasm to them. They prefer to trust their ignorance to guess everything. It is enough for a prejudice to be implausible for them to accept and spread it. When they believe they are mistaken, we can swear they have committed the imprudence of thinking. Reading produces effects of poisoning in them. Their pupils slide frivolously over absurd compilations. They like the most superficial ones, those from which a clear spirit could learn nothing, although they turn out to be deep enough to mire the dull-witted. They swallow without digesting, to the point of mental indigestion. They ignore that man does not live by what he gulps down, but by what he assimilates. This clogging can turn them into erudite scholars, and repetition can give them the habits of a ruminant. But piling up data is not learning. Swallowing is not digesting. The most intrepid patience does not make a routine man a thinker. Truth must be known, loved, and felt. Poorly digested notions only serve to choke the understanding. They populate their memory with almanac maxims and resurrect them from time to time, as if they were proverbs. Their precarious cerebration stammers commonplace thoughts, showing off banalities that are the innocent foam of their foolishness. Incapable of spurring their own minds, they renounce any sacrifice, alleging the uncertainty of the result. They do not suspect that there is more pleasure in marching toward the truth than in arriving at it. Their beliefs, marked out by the fanaticisms of all creeds, cover zones circumscribed by past superstitions. They call their preoccupations ideals, without realizing they are simple bottled routine, parodies of reason, opinions without judgment. They represent common sense run amok, without the break of good sense. They are prosaic. They have no desire for perfection. The absence of ideals prevents them from putting in their actions the grain of salt that poeticizes life. They are saturated by that human foolishness that obsessed Flaubert unbearably. He described it in many characters, so large a part it has in real life. Homais and Gournissieu are its prototypes. It is impossible to judge whether the aggressive rationalism of the free-thinking pharmacist or the unctuous casuistry of the professional ecclesiastic is more foolish. That is why he made them happy, in accordance with his doctrine. To be foolish, selfish, and to have good health, those are the three conditions for being happy. But if you lack the first, all is lost. Sancho Panza is the perfect incarnation of that human animality. He summarizes in his person the most conspicuous proportions of foolishness, selfishness, and health. In an hour fateful for him, he comes to mistreat his master, in a scene that symbolizes the villainous overflowing of mediocrity onto idealism. It is horrifying to think that Spanish writers, believing they were mitigating the ravages of quixotism, have turned into apologists for the crude Panza, opposing his bastard practical sense to the chimerical dreams of the night. There was one who found him cordial, faithful, credulous, deluded, to a degree that would make him an exemplary symbol of peoples. How can one not distinguish that one has ideals and the other appetites, one dignity and the other civility, one faith and the other credulity, one original deliriums from his own head and the other absurd beliefs imitated from others? The author of the life of Don Quixote and Sancho responded to them all with deep emotion, where the spiritual conflict between the master and the lackey is resolved in the evocation of the memorable words spoken by the former. An ass you are, and an ass you shall be, and an ass you shall end up when the course of your life is over. The biographers say that Sancho wept until he was convinced that to be one, he only lacked the tail. The symbol is Christian. The moral is no less so, facing every forger of ideals. 1,000 Sanchos line up impassively, as if to contain the advent of truth. All the hosts of stupidity had to conspire. The glare of originality blinds the routine man. He flees from winged thinkers, an albino before their luminous reverberation. He fears becoming intoxicated with the perfume of their style. If it were in his power, he would prescribe them en masse, restoring the Inquisition or the Terror, equivalent aspects of the same dogmatist zeal. All routine men are intolerant. Their meager culture condemns them to be so. They defend the anachronistic and the absurd. They do not allow their opinions to withstand the scrutiny of experience. They call anyone who seeks a truth or pursues an ideal a heretic. The blacks burn Bruno and Servet. The reds decapitate Lavoisier and Chenier. They ignore Shakespeare's sentence. The heretic is not the one who burns at the stake, but the one who lights it. Tolerance for the ideals of others is a supreme virtue in those who think. It is difficult for the semi-cultured, inaccessible. It requires a perpetual effort of balance before the error of others. It teaches one to bear that legitimate consequence of the fallibility of all human judgment. He who has fatigued himself much to form his beliefs knows how to respect those of others. Tolerance is respect in others for a virtue of one's own. The firmness of convictions, reflectively acquired, makes one esteem in adversaries themselves a merit whose price is known. Routine men distrust their imagination, making the sign of the cross when it troubles them with heretical temptations. They renounce truth and virtue if they demonstrate the error of their prejudices. They show grave disquiet when someone dares to disturb them. There were astronomers who refused to look at the sky through the telescope, fearing to see their firmest errors shattered. In every new idea, they sense a danger. If they were told their prejudices are new ideas, they would come to believe them dangerous. This illusion makes them speak nonsense with the solemn prudence of augurs who fear to unhinge the world with their prophecies. They prefer silence and inertia, not thinking as their only way of not being wrong. Their brains are lodging houses, but without an owner. Others think for them, and they inwardly appreciate that favor. In everything where there are no definitively consolidated prejudices, routine men lack opinions. Their eyes do not know how to distinguish light from shadow, just as bumpkins do not distinguish gold from gilt. They confuse tolerance with cowardice, discretion with servility, complacency with indignity, simulation with merit. They call those who meekly subscribe to consecrated errors senseless, and conciliators those who renounce having their own beliefs. Originality in thought gives them chills. They take communion at all altars, packing together incompatible beliefs and calling their messes eclecticism. They believe, therefore. They discover a particular sharpness in the art of not committing to decisive judgments. They do not suspect that the doubt of the superior man was always of another kind. Even before Descartes explained it, It is the desire to rectify one's own errors until learning that all belief is fallible and that ideals admit indefinite improvements. Routine men, in contrast, never correct themselves or become unconvinced. Their prejudices are like nails. The more they are struck, the deeper they go. They are bored by writers who leave a trace where they put their hand, denouncing a personality in every phrase, especially if they attempt to subordinate style to ideas. They prefer the faded lucubrations of astonished authors, exempt from the edges that give relief to every form, and whose merit consists of transfiguring vulgarities by means of baroque adjectives. If an ideal flickers in the pages, if truth makes thought crackle in the sentences, the books seem to them material for the bonfire. When they could be a luminous point in the future or toward perfection, the routine men distrust them. The routine man's brain box is an empty jewelry case. They cannot reason for themselves as if they lacked brains. An old legend tells that when the Creator populated the world with men, he began by making the bodies in the guise of mannequins. Before releasing them into circulation, he lifted their cranial caps and filled the cavities with divine pastes, amalgamating the aptitudes and qualities of the spirit, good and bad. Whether it was unforeseen calculation of the quantities or discouragement upon seeing the first specimens of his masterpiece, many were left without the mixture and were sent into the world with nothing inside. Such a legendary origin would explain the existence of men, whose head has a purely ornamental significance. They live a life that is not living. They grow and die like plants. They do not need to be curious or observant. They are prudent by definition, with a maddening prudence. If one of them passed by the leaning tower of Pisa, he would move away from it, fearing to be crushed. The original man, imprudent, stops to contemplate it. A genius goes further. He climbs the tower, observes, meditates, experiments, until discovering the highest laws of physics. Galileo. If humanity had only counted on the routine followers, our knowledge would not exceed that of the ancestral hominid. Culture is the fruit of curiosity, of that mysterious restlessness that invites one to look into the bottom of all abysses. The ignorant man is not curious. He never interrogates nature. Ardigo observes that vulgar people spend their entire lives seeing the moon in its place above, without asking themselves why it is always there without falling. Rather, they will believe that asking this is not proper for a sane man. They would say it is there because that is its place, and will find it strange that an explanation is sought for such a natural thing. Only the man of good sense, who commits the incorrectness of opposing common sense, that is, an original or a genius, who in this are equivalent, can formulate the sacrilegious question, why is the moon there and does not fall? That man who dares to distrust routine is Newton, an audacious man whose task it is to guess some resemblance between the pale lamp suspended in the sky and the apple that falls from the tree, rocked by the breeze. No routine man would have discovered that the same force makes the moon turn upwards and the apple fall downwards. In these men, immune to the passion for truth, the supreme ideal to which thinkers and philosophers sacrifice their lives, there is no room for impulses of perfection. Their intelligences are like dead waters. They become populated with harmful germs and end up decomposing. He who does not cultivate his mind goes straight to the disintegration of his personality. Not to destroy one's own ignorance is to perish in life. Fertile lands become overrun with weeds when they are not cultivated. Routine spirits become populated with prejudices which enslave them. 2. The stigmata of intellectual mediocrity. In the true mediocre man, The head is a simple ornament for the body. If he hears us say it is for thinking, he believes we are crazy. He would say Pascal was crazy if he read his decisive words. I can conceive of a man without hands, without feet. I would even go so far as to conceive him without a head, if experience did not teach me that by it one thinks. It is thought that characterizes man. Without it we cannot conceive him from thoughts. If from this we deduce that he who does not think does not exist, the conclusion would make him split his sides with laughter. Born without the spirit of finesse, he would despair in vain to acquire it. He lacks divinatory perspicacity. He is condemned not to delve into things or people. His foolishness presents no breaks in continuity. When envy corrodes him, he can shimmer with bittersweet perversities. Outside of such a case, one might say that the ermine of his candor does not present a single stain of ingenuity. The mediocre man is solemn. In the grandiloquent pomp of externalities, he seeks a disguise for his intimate hollowness. He accompanies the smallest acts with flabby rhetoric and pronounces insubstantial words, as if all of humanity wanted to hear them. Mediocrities demand of their actors a certain conventional seriousness, which gives importance in the collective phantasmagoria. The success chasers know this. They adapt to being those vacuous personalities of respect, accurately riddled by Stirner and exposed by Nietzsche to the ridicule of all posterities. They do nothing to dignify their true self, striving only to inflate their social phantom. Slaves to the shadow that their appearances have projected in the opinion of others, they end up preferring it to themselves. This cult of the shadow forces them to live in continuous alarm. They suppose that a moment of distraction is enough to compromise the work patiently elaborated over many years. They detest laughter, fearful that the gas might escape from the corner of their lips and the balloon deflate. They would dismiss a state official if they caught him reading Boccaccio, Quevedo, or Rabelais. They believe that good humor compromises respectability and stimulates the anarchist habit of laughing. Constrained to vegetate in narrow horizons, they go so far as to disdain everything ideal and everything pleasant in the name of the immediately profitable. Their mental myopia prevents them from understanding the supreme balance between elegance and strength, beauty and wisdom. Where they believe they discover the graces of the body, agility, dexterity, flexibility, they refuse the gifts of the soul, depth, reflection, wisdom. They erase from history that the wisest and most virtuous of men, Socrates, danced. This sharp warning from Montaigne in the essays deserved corroboration from Pascal in his thoughts. Ordinarily, one tends to imagine Plato and Aristotle with great robes and as grave and serious personages. They were good fellows who joked around like the others in the bosom of friendship. They wrote their laws and their portraits of politics to distract and amuse themselves. That was the least philosophical part of their life. The most philosophical was to live simply and tranquilly. The mediocre man who renounced his solemnity would be unhinged. He could not live. They are modest on principle. They demand that everyone be so, an exigency all the easier since modesty abounds in them, given that they are devoid of true merits. They consider one who affirms his own superiorities aloud as noxious as one who laughs at their sumptuous conventionalisms. They call modesty the prohibition against claiming the natural rights of genius, holiness, or heroism. The only victims of this false virtue are excellent men, constrained not to blink while the envious tarnish their glory. For fools, nothing is easier than being modest. They are so by irrevocable necessity. The most inflated ones feign it by calculation, considering that this attitude is the necessary complement to solemnity and allows one to suspect the existence of shamefaced merits. Heine said, "The charlatans of modesty are the worst of all," and Goethe pronounced, "Only scoundrels are modest." This does not prevent that reputation from being a treasure in mediocrities. It is presumed that the modest man will never pretend to be original, nor raise his voice, nor have dangerous opinions, nor disapprove of those who govern, nor blaspheme against social dogmas. The man who accepts this hypocritical mask renounces living more than his accomplices permit. There is, it is true, another form of modesty, estimable as a legitimate virtue. It is the decorous desire not to weigh upon those around us, without thereby declining the slightest particle of our dignity. Such modesty is a simple respect for oneself and for others. These men are rare. Compared to the falsely modest, they are like four-leaf clovers. There are failures who believe themselves to be misunderstood geniuses and resign themselves to being modest to please the mediocracy that can transform them into functionaries. And they are mediocre, the same as the others, with the added poultice of modesty over the ulcers of their mediocrity. In them, as La Bruyère sentenced, false modesty is the last refinement of vanity. The lie of Tartarin is ridiculous, but that of Tartuffe is ignominious. They adore common sense, without knowing for sure what it consists of. They confuse it with good sense, which is its synthesis. They doubt when others resolve to doubt, and are eclectic when others are. They call eclecticism the system of those who, not daring to have any opinion, appropriate a little of everything, and manage to light a candle at the altar of every saint. Fearful of thinking, as if they rooted in it the greatest of the 7 deadly sins, they lose the aptitude for all judgment. That is why when a mediocre man is a judge, even if he understands that his duty is to do justice, he submits to routine and fulfills the sad office of never doing it, and frequently bungling it. The fear of committing themselves leads them to sympathize with a cautious skepticism. It is good to distrust the hypocrite who praises everything, and the failure who finds everything detestable. But 100 times less estimable is the man incapable of a yes or a no, the one who hesitates to admire the worthy and execrate the miserable. In the first chapter of Characters, La Bruyère seems to refer to them. In a paragraph copied by Hello, they can come to feel the beauty of a manuscript that is read to them, but they dare not declare in its favor until they have seen its course in the world and heard the opinion of the supposedly competent. They do not risk their vote, they want to be carried by the crowd. Then they say they were the first to approve the work and cackle that the public is of their opinion. Fearful of judging for themselves, they consider themselves obliged to doubt the young. This does not prevent them, after their triumph, from saying they were their discoverers. Then they lavish on them oaths of slavery that they call words of encouragement. They are the homage of their unconfessable dread. Their protection of all superiority that is already irresistible is a usurious advance on sure glory. They prefer to have it propitious rather than feel it hostile. They do harm through lack of foresight or unconsciousness, like children who kill sparrows with stones. They betray through carelessness. They compromise through distraction. They are incapable of keeping a secret. Entrusting one to them is equivalent to hiding a treasure in a glass box. If vanity does not tempt them, they usually cross the penumbra without wounding or being wounded, carrying on their backs a certain Panglossian optimism. By dint of patience, they can acquire some partial skill, like those perfected automatons that honor modern toy-making. One could grant them a kind of liveliness, a little something of being and not being, intermediate between a complicated stupidity and an innocent mischief. They judge words without noticing that they refer to things. They are convinced of what already has a marked place in their thick skulls, and show themselves elusive to what does not fit their spirit. They are parishioners of the word. They do not assent to the idea nor conceive the ideal. Their greatest ingenuity is always verbal, and they only reach the level of the cheap joke, which is a sleight of hand with words. They tremble before those who can play with ideas and produce that grace of the spirit that is the paradox. By means of the latter, the points of view that allow contraries to be reconciled are discovered, and it is taught that all belief is relative to the one who believes it, its contraries being able to be believed by others at the same time. Intellectual mediocrity makes man solemn, modest, indecisive, and obtuse. When vanity and envy do not poison him, one might say he sleeps without dreaming. He walks his life across the plains. He avoids looking from the summits that the seers climb and peering into the precipices that the chosen fathom. He lives among the gears of routine. 3. Slander. If they limited themselves to vegetating, overwhelmed like caryatids under the weight of their attributes, men without ideals would escape both reprobation and praise. Circumscribed to their orbit, they would be as respectable as the other objects that surround us. There is no fault in being born without exceptional gifts. One could not demand that they climb the rocky slopes where preeminent minds ascend. They would deserve the indulgence of privileged spirits who do not refuse it to inoffensive imbeciles. The latter, despite being more indigent, can be justified before a cheerful optimism, clumsy in everything. They break the tedium and make life seem less long, amusing the ingenious and helping them along the path. They are good companions and deposit the spleen during the march. One would have to thank them for the services they render without suspecting it. The mediocre, the same as imbeciles, would be creditors to this amiable tolerance as long as they kept a low profile. When they renounce imposing their routines, they are simple specimens of the human flock, always ready to offer their wool to the shepherds. Unfortunately, they tend to forget their inferior hierarchy and attempt to play the panpipes with the laughable pretension of their out-of-tune notes. They then become dangerous and harmful. They detest those they cannot equal, as if by merely existing, the others offend them. Without wings to rise to them, they decide to lower them. The exiguity of their own worth induces them to gnaw at the merit of others. They sink their teeth into every reputation that humiliates them, without suspecting that human conduct is never viler. This trait is enough to distinguish the domestic from the dignified, the ignorant from the wise, the hypocrite from the virtuous, the villain from the gentleman. Lackeys can root around in fame. Excellent men do not know how to poison the lives of others. No allegorical scene possesses deeper eloquence than the famous painting by Sandro Botticelli. Calumny invites meditation with painful recollection. In the entire Uffizi gallery, the words that the artist, we do not doubt it, wanted to put on the lips of truth, as a consolation for the victim, seemed to resonate. In their bitterness lies the measure of their merit. Innocence lies in the center of the painting, cowed under the infamous gesture of calumny. Envy precedes her. Deceit and hypocrisy accompany her. All the vile and treacherous passions join their implacable effort for the triumph of evil. Repentance looks askance toward the opposite extreme, where truth stands, as always alone and naked. Contrasting with the savage gesture of her enemies, she raises her index finger to the sky in a calm appeal to divine justice. And while the victim joins her hands and extends them toward her in an infinite and moving plea, Judge Midas lends his vast ears to ignorance and suspicion. In this passionate reconstruction of a painting by Apelles, described by Lucian, the soft brush that overflows with sweetness in the Madonna of the Pomegranate and Saint Sebastian, invites remorse with the Derelita and sanctifies life and love in the Primavera and the Birth of Venus. Seems to acquire dramatic firmness. The mediocre, more inclined to hypocrisy than to hatred, prefer muted slander to violent calumny. Knowing that the latter is criminal and risky, they opt for the former, whose infamy is surreptitious and subtle. The one is audacious, the other cowardly. The calumniator defies punishment, exposes himself. The slanderer avoids it. The one departs from mediocrity, is antisocial, has the courage to be a delinquent. The other is cowardly and hides himself with the complicity of his equals. Remaining in the shadows, slanderers flourish everywhere, in cliques, in clubs, in academies and families and professions, harassing all those who outline some originality. They speak in low voices, with demureness, constant in their desire to drill into the happiness of others, sowing handfuls of the seed of all poisonous weeds. Slander is a serpent that insinuates itself into the conversation of the debased. Its vertebrae are proper names, articulated by the most equivocal verbs in the dictionary to drag a body whose scales are fearsome qualifiers. They pour infamy into all transparent cups, with the serenity of Borgias. The hands that handle it seem like those of conjurers, skillful in manner and amiable in form. A smile, a shrug of the shoulders, a furrowing of the brow as if subscribing to the possibility of evil are enough to stain the probity of a man or the honor of a woman. The slanderer, the most cowardly of all poisoners, is assured of impunity. That is why he is despicable. He does not affirm but insinuates. He goes so far as to deny imputations that no one is making, counting on the irresponsibility of making them in that form. He lies with spontaneity as he breathes. He knows how to select what converges toward detraction. He distractedly says all the bad he is not sure of, and prudently keeps silent about all the good he knows. He respects neither intimate virtues nor the secrets of the home. Nothing. He injects the drop of venom that appears like an eruption on his irritated lips, until from the whole mouth, now a pustule, the interlocutor expects to see, instead of a tongue, a stiletto emerge. Without cowardice, there is no slander. The one who can shout an insult face to face, the one who denounces another's vice aloud, the one who accepts the risks of his sayings, is not a slanderer. To be one, it is necessary to tremble at the idea of possible punishment, and to cover oneself with the least suspicious masks. The worst are those who slander by praising. They temper their applause with rolled-up reservations, more serious than the worst imputations. Such baseness in thought is an insidious way of practicing evil, of effecting it potentially, without the courage of straightforward action. If these talking basilisks possess some veneer of culture, they try to cover their infamy with the banner of spirituality. Vain hope, they are condemned to pursue grace and stumble upon perfidy. Their mockery is not a smile, it is a grimace. Practice can make mocking malignity easy for them, but it is not confused with sagacious and just irony. Irony is the perfection of ingenuity, a convergence of intention and sharp smile, opportune in timing and just in measure. It is a chronometer. It does not run much, but with precision. The mediocre man ignores this. It is easier for him to ridicule a sublime action than to imitate it, In subordinate after-dinner conversations, his stinging facetiousness may be confused with wit, as long as slandering complicity protects him. But he lacks the healthy atticism of one who forguns everything by dint of understanding everything, and that crystalline intelligence that allows one to decipher the truth in the very core of the things that the worldly ebb and flow submits to our experience. These types have perverse malignancies due to their very lack of nobility. They disguise the bitterness of their humiliated inferiority as measured condolence. The minuscule calumniators are more terrible, like the molecular forces that no one sees and that eat away at the noblest metals. The slanderer fears nothing when sowing his dunghill snares. He knows he has at his back an innumerable swarm of accomplices, rejoicing every time a remiss spirit conspires with them against a star. The mediocre writer is worse for his style than for his morals. He timidly scratches at those he envies. In his cowardly acts, the temperance of fear is noted, as if the dangers of responsibility made his hair stand on end. He abounds among bad writers, although not all mediocre men manage to be so. Many limit themselves to being terribly boring, harassing us with volumes that could end in the first paragraph. Their pages are cluttered with commonplaces, like the exercises in polyglot guidebooks. They describe by stumbling against reality. They are lenses that operate and not retorts that distill. They despair, thinking that decalcomania is not among the fine arts. If they tackle literature, it is as if Vasco da Gama were undertaking the discovery of all commonplaces without glimpsing the Cape of a Good Hope. If they splash around in science, their gait is that of a mountain mule, stopping to ruminate on the feed grazed half a century earlier by their predecessors. These faithful of the rhapsody and the paraphrase practice that prudish modesty, which is their conventional lie. They admire each other as if by lodged solidarity, execrating any gust of a cyclone or flutter of an eagle. They pale before the disdainful pride of men whose ideals suffer no inflections. They pretend not to understand that virtue of saints and sages, the supreme contempt for all the lies they venerate. The mediocre writer, timid and prudent, turns out to be inoffensive. Only envy can incite him. Then he prefers to become a critic. The mediocre speaker is worse for his morals than for his style. His tongue multiplies 100-fold in slick copiousness, and the words roll without the hindrance of ulteriority. Oral slander has immediate, fearsome efficacies. It is everywhere, it attacks at any moment. When simple-minded spirits gather to take turns saying nonsense of no interest to those who hear it, the ground is propitious for the most treacherous one to begin to slander someone illustrious, lowering him to his own level. The effectiveness of defamation is rooted in the tacit complacency of those who listen, in the collective cowardice of all who can hear it without becoming indignant. It would die if they did not create a vital atmosphere for it. That is its secret. Similar to counterfeit money, it is circulated without scruples by many who would not have the courage to mint it. The most embittered tongues are those who have the least moral authority. As Molière teaches from the first scene of Tartuffe, those whose conduct offers the most to laugh at are always the first to speak ill of others. One might say they tarnish the reputation of others to diminish the contrast with their own. This does not exclude that there exist frivolous people whose fault is unconscious. They slander out of idleness or for fun, without suspecting where the path they venture upon leads. In recounting another's fault, they put a certain self-pride in being interesting, augmenting it, adorning it, passing insensibly from truth to lie, from awkwardness to infamy, from slander to calumny. Why evoke the memorable words from Beaumarchais' comedy? For the path of glory, The mediocre man who ventures into the social arena has urgent appetites. Success. He does not suspect that something else exists, glory, ambushed only by superior characters. The former is an ephemeral triumph paid in cash. The latter is definitive, unfading through the centuries. The one is begged for, the other is conquered. Every courtier of the mediocrity in which he lives is despicable. He triumphs by humiliating himself, crawling stealthily in the shadows, disguised, propping himself up on the complicity of innumerable peers. The man of merit moves ahead of his time, his pupil fixed on an ideal. He imposes himself by dominating, illuminating, castigating, in plain sight, with face uncovered, without humiliating himself. Alien to all the mufflings of servility and intrigue, popularity has its dangers. When the multitude fixes its eyes on a man for the first time and applauds him, the struggle begins. Wretched is he who forgets himself to think only of others. One must place intention and hope further away, resisting the temptations of immediate applause. Glory is more difficult, but more worthy. Vanity pushes the vulgar man to pursue a visible job in the state administration, unworthily if necessary. He knows his shadow needs it. The excellent man is recognized because he is capable of renouncing any stipend that costs a particle of his dignity. The genius moves in his own orbit, without waiting for fictitious sanctions of a political, academic, or worldly order. He reveals himself by the perpetuity of his irradiation, as if his life were a perpetual dawn. He who floats in the atmosphere like a cloud, sustained by the wind of others' complicity, can secure through adulation what others should receive for their aptitudes. But whoever obtains favors without having merits must tremble. He will fail later 100 times, with each change of wind. Noble minds trust only in themselves. They fight, they overcome obstacles, they impose themselves. Their paths are properly their own, while the mediocre man gives himself over to the collective error that drags him. The superior man goes against it with inexhaustible energies, until clearing his route, merited or not. Success is the alcohol of those who combat. The first time it intoxicates, the spirit accustoms itself to it insensibly. Afterward, it becomes an indispensable necessity. The first one, large or small, is disturbing. One feels a strange indecision, a moral tingling that delights and bothers at the same time. Like the emotion of the adolescent who finds himself alone for the first time with a beloved woman, a tender and violent emotion. It stimulates and inhibits at the same time, instigates and intimidates. To look success in the face is equivalent to looking over a precipice. One either steps back in time or falls into it forever. It is an irresistible abyss, like a youthful mouth inviting a kiss. Few step back. Unmerited, it is a punishment, a potion that poisons vanity and makes one unhappy forever. The superior man, in contrast, accepts as a simple anticipation of glory, this small tribute from mediocrity, a vassal to his merits. It presents itself under 100 aspects, tempts in 1,000 ways. It is born from an unexpected accident, arrives by invisible paths. The simple praise of an esteemed teacher, the occasional applause of a multitude, the easy conquest of a beautiful woman is enough. They all equate, they intoxicate the same. As time passes, it becomes impossible to elude the habit of this intoxication. The only difficult thing is to start the custom. As with all vices, afterward, one cannot live without the vivifying toxin, and this anxiety torments the existence of one who has no wings to ascend without the help of accomplices and pilots. For the accommodating man, there is one absolute certainty. His successes are illusory and fleeting, however humiliating it may have been to obtain them. Ignoring that the spiritual tree has fruits, he worries about harvesting the dry leaves. He lives on the alley-tree, lying in wait for propitious occasions. Great brains ascend by the exclusive path of merit, or by none. They know that in mediocrities other paths are usually followed. That is why they never feel defeated, nor do they suffer from a setback more than they enjoy a success. Both are the work of others. Glory depends on themselves. Success seems to them a simple recognition of their right, a tax of admiration paid to them in life. Taine knew in his youth the joy of the teacher who sees a throng of students attend his lessons. Mozart narrated the delights of the composer, whose melodies return to the lips of the passerby, who whistles to give himself courage when crossing a lonely intersection at night. Musset confessed that one of his great voluptuous pleasures was hearing his verses recited by beautiful women. Gastella commented on the emotion of the orator who hears the frenetic applause tributed by thousands of men. The phenomenon is common without being new. Julius Caesar, in chronicling his campaigns, exudes the savage drunkenness of one who conquers peoples and annihilates hordes. Beethoven's biographers narrate his profound impression when he turned to contemplate the ovations that his deafness prevented him from hearing at the premiere of the Ninth Symphony. Stendhal said with his original Attic grace, "Of the fruitions of the fortunate lover who successively sees at his feet, trembling with fever and anxiety, 100 women, success is beneficial if it is merited. It exalts the personality, stimulates it. It has another virtue. It banishes envy, an incurable poison in mediocre spirits. To triumph in time, deservedly, is the most favorable due for any germ of moral superiority. Triumph is a balm for the feelings, an effective file against the asperities of character. Success is the best lubricant for the heart. Failure is its most stinging corrosive. Popularity or fame usually gives the transitory illusion of glory. They are its spurious and subordinate forms, extensive but not deep, splendid but fleeting. They are more than simple success, accessible to the common run of mortals, but they are less than glory, exclusively reserved for superior men. They are tinsel, fake stone, artificial light. Direct manifestations of gregarious enthusiasm, and for that very reason, inferior. The applause of the multitude, with something of unconscious and communicative frenzy. The glory of thinkers, philosophers, and artists, who translate their genius through the written word, is slow but stable. Their admirers are dispersed. No one applauds alone. In the theater and in the assembly, admiration is rapid and cheap, although illusory. The listeners suggest each other reciprocally, sum their enthusiasm, and sculpt it in ovations. That is why any third-rate histrion can know triumph more closely than Aristotle or Spinoza. The intensity, which is success, is in inverse proportion to the duration, which is glory. Such caricatured aspects of celebrity depend on a secondary aptitude of the actor or on an accidental state of the collective mentality. Once the aptitude is diminished or the circumstance transposed, they return to the shadows and attend their own funerals while still alive. Then they pay dearly for their notoriety. To live in perpetual nostalgia is their martyrdom. The children of fleeting success should die upon being orphaned. Some melancholic poet wrote that it is beautiful to live on memories, an absurd phrase. That is equivalent to agonizing. It is the happiness of the painter manacled by blindness, of the gambler who looks at the green felt and cannot risk a single chip. In life, one is an actor, or the public, helmsman or galley slave. It is as painful to pass from the helm to the oar as it is to leave the stage, to occupy a seat, even if it is in the front row. He who has known applause does not know how to resign himself to obscurity. That is the cruelest part of all preeminence, founded on the whim of others or on transitory physical aptitudes. The public oscillates with fashion. The physique wears out. The fame of an orator, a fencer, or a comedian only lasts as long as a youth. The voice, the thrusts, and the gestures end sometime, leaving what in the beautiful Dantesque saying represents the supreme sorrow: to remember in misery the happy time. For these accidental victors, the instant in which their error dissipates should be the last of their life. To return to reality is a supreme sadness. It is preferable for an excessive Othello to really kill a Desdemona on the stage who is close to aging, or for the acrobat to break his neck in a prodigious leap, or for an aneurysm to rupture in the orator while he speaks to 100,000 men who applaud, or for a Don Juan to be stabbed by the most beautiful and sensual lover. Since life is measured by its hours of happiness, it would be fitting to bid farewell to it smiling, looking it in the face, with dignity, with the sensation that one has deserved to live it until the last instant. Every illusion that vanishes leaves behind it an indispersible shadow. Fame and celebrity are not glory. Nothing is more fallacious than the sanction of contemporaries and multitudes. By sharing the ruins and weaknesses of the ambient mediocrity, it is easy to become archetypes of the mass and be leading men among one's equals. But whoever culminates thus dies with them. Geniuses, saints, and heroes disdain all submission to the present. Their prow set toward a remote ideal, they turn out to be leading men in history. Moral integrity and excellence of character are sterile virtues in debased environments, more accessible to the appetites of the domestic than to the haughtiness of the dignified. In them, fallacious success is incubated. Glory never encircles with laurels the brow of one who has been complicated in the ruins of his time. Late often, posthumous sometimes, although always certain, it usually adorns the foreheads of all who look to the future and served an ideal, practicing that motto, which was the noble insignia of Rousseau, to devote one's life to truth. Chapter 3. Moral Values. 1. The Morality of Tartuffe. Hypocrisy is the art of muzzling dignity. It silences the scruples in men incapable of resisting the temptation of evil. It is a lack of virtue to renounce evil and of courage to assume responsibility for it. It is the guano that fertilizes vulgar temperaments, allowing them to prosper in lies, like those trees whose foliage is more lush when they grow near swamps. It freezes. Wherever it passes, every noble germ of an ideal, a cold wind to enthusiasm. Men debased by hypocrisy live without dreams, hiding their intentions, masking their feelings, leaping like a skink. They have the intimate, though unconfessed, certainty that their acts are unworthy, shameful, harmful, ruffianly, irredeemable. That is why their morality is insolvent. It always implies simulation. No faith drives hypocrites. They do not suspect the value of straightforward beliefs. They evade responsibility for their actions, are audacious in betrayal and timid in loyalty. They conspire and attack in the shadows, pilfer ambiguous words, praise with poisonous reticence, and defame with velvety smoothness. They never wear an unmistakable award. They close all the cracks of their spirit through which their personality might appear naked, without the social garment of the lie. In their eagerness, they simulate the aptitudes and qualities they consider advantageous to increase the shadow they project on their stage. Just as meager minds mimic intellectual talent, encumbering themselves with refined artifices and defenses, subjects of indecisive morality parody moral talent, gilding their insipid honesty with virtue. They ignore the verdict of their own internal tribunal. They pursue the safe conduct granted by the accomplices of their conventional prejudices. The hypocrite often profits from his feigned virtue much more than the truly virtuous man. Respected men swarm by force of not being discovered beneath their disguise. It would be enough to penetrate the intimacy of their feelings for a single minute, to notice their duplicity and turn esteem into contempt. The psychologist recognizes the hypocrite. There are traits that distinguish the virtuous from the simulator, for while the latter is an accomplice to the prejudices that ferment in his environment, the former possesses some talent that allows him to rise above them. Every monetary appetite awakens his shrewdness and pushes him to reveal himself. He does not shrink from trickery, is prone to kissing the hands of women, knows how to sniff out the desire of masters, gives himself to the highest bidder, prospers by force of tangles. He triumphs over the sincere whenever success rests on vile aptitudes. The loyal man is frequently his victim. Every Socrates finds his Meletus and every Christ his Judas. Hypocrisy has nuances. If the moral mediocre man agrees to vegetate in the shadows, he does not fit under the psychologist's scalpel. His vice is a simple reflection of the lies that infest the collective morality. His guilt begins when he tries to stir within his coarse condition, pretending to equal the virtuous. Splashing in the dunghills of intrigue, his honesty is stained and becomes debased in ignobly unleashed passions. He becomes capable of all rancors. He supposes every saint or virtuous person to be simply honest, like himself. He does not rest in diminishing their merits. He tries to equalize below, being unable to do so above. He persecutes superior characters, tries to confuse their excellences with his own mediocrities. Deftly vents an envy he does not confess. In the shadows, becoming filthy, drooling without biting, feigning submission and love to the very ones he detests and gnaws at. His malice is disturbed by scruples that force him to be ashamed in secret. To discover him is the cruelest of tortures. It is his punishment. Hate is laudable if we compare it with hypocrisy. In this lies the distinction between the surreptitious timidity of the hypocrite and the adamantine loyalty of the dignified man. Sometimes the latter bristles and pronounces words that are a stigma or an epitaph. His roar is the light of a fleeting lightning bolt and leaves no dross in his heart. He unburdens himself with a violent gesture without poisoning him. Virile natures possess an excess of plastic force whose regenerative function quickly heals deep wounds and brings forgiveness. Youth has among its precious attributes the inability to dramatize malignant passions for long. The man who has lost the aptitude to erase his hatreds is already old, irreparably. His wounds are as indelible as his gray hairs, and like them, hatred can be dyed. Hypocrisy is the tincture for those moral gray hairs. Without faith in any belief, the hypocrite professes the most profitable ones. Stuffed with precepts he poorly understands, his morality seems like a hollow puppet. That is why, to conduct himself, he needs the crutch of some religion. He prefers those that affirm the existence of purgatory and offer to redeem sins for money. This arithmetic from beyond the grave allows him to enjoy the benefits of his hypocrisy more calmly. His religion is an attitude and not a feeling. That is why he tends to exaggerate it. He is a fanatic. In saints and in the virtuous, religion and morality can run parallel. In hypocrites, conduct dances to a different beat, than the one set by the commandments. The best theoretical maxims can turn into abominable actions. The more practical morality rots, the greater the effort to rejuvenate it with the rags of dogmatism. That is why the rhetoric of Tartuffe, the archetype of the genre, is declamatory and sumptuous. His creation places Molière among the most brilliant psychologists of all time. Let us not forget the story of that devious devotee whom the sincere organ piously takes in and who charms his entire family. Cléant, a young man, dares to distrust him. Tartuffe manages to have Organ expel this bad son from his home and has himself bequeathed his property. And that is not enough. He tries to seduce his host's consort. To unmask such infamy, his wife resigns herself to holding an interview with Tartuffe, which Organ attends while hidden. The hypocrite, believing himself alone, expounds the principles of his perverse casuistry. There are actions forbidden by heaven, but it is easy to settle these accounts with it. As it suits, the bonds of conscience can be loosened, rectifying the wickedness of the acts with the purity of the doctrines. And to portray himself once and for all, he adds, "Finally, your scruple is easy to destroy. You are assured here of full secrecy, and the evil is only in the noise one makes." The scandal of the world is what makes the offense, and it is not sinning to sin in silence. That is the morality of Jesuitical hypocrisy, synthesized in 5 verses, which are its Pentateuch. That of the virtuous man is different. It lies in the intention and the end of actions, in deeds rather than words, in exemplary conduct and not in unctuous oratory. Socrates and Christ were virtuous against the religion of their time. Both died at the hands of fanaticisms that were already divorced from all morality. Holiness is always outside of collective hypocrisy. The materialist exaggeration of ceremonies often coincides with the annihilation of all idealisms in nations and races. History points to it in the decadence of the ruling castes and says that loyalism always props up their moral degeneration. In those hours of crisis, faith agonizes in decrepit fanaticism and breathes formidably in the ideals that are reborn facing it, disrespectful, demolishing, although frequently predestined to fall into new fanaticisms and to oppose future ideals. The hypocrite is constrained to keep up appearances with as much zeal as the virtuous man puts into caring for his ideals. He knows by heart the pertinent passages of Sartor Resartus. For them he admires Carlyle as much as others do for his cult of heroes. Respect for forms causes the hypocrites of each era and country to acquire common traits. There is a peculiar manner that transpires Tartuffism in all its adherents, just as there is something that denounces the kinship among those affiliated with an artistic trend or literary school. That common stigma of hypocrites, which allows them to be recognized despite the individual nuances imposed by rank or fortune, is their profound animadversion to the truth. Hypocrisy is deeper than lying. The latter can be accidental, the former is permanent. The hypocrite transforms his entire life into a methodically organized lie. He does the opposite of what he says, whenever it brings him an immediate benefit. He lives betraying with his words, like those poets who disguise the shortness of their inspiration with long locks of hair. The habit of lying paralyzes the hypocrite's lips when the time comes to speak a truth. Just as laziness is the key to routine and greed is the motive of servility, the lie is the prodigious instrument of hypocrisy. Humanity has never heard words nobler than some of Tartuffe's, but never has a man produced actions more at variance with them. Whatever his social rank, in favor or in prescription, in opulence or in misery, The hypocrite is always ready to flatter the powerful and deceive the humble, lying to both. He who gets used to speaking false words ends up breaking his own without repugnance, losing all notion of loyalty to himself. Hypocrites ignore that truth is the fundamental condition of virtue. They forget the ancient sentence of Apollonius, "It is for slaves to lie, for the free to speak truth." That is why the hypocrite is predisposed to acquire servile feelings. He is the lackey of those around him, the slave of 1,000 masters, of 1,000,000 masters, of all the accomplices of his mediocrity. He who lies is a traitor. His victims listen to him, supposing he is telling the truth. The liar conspires against the tranquility of others, disrespects everyone, sows insecurity and distrust. With a sidelong glance, he persecutes the sincere, believing them his natural enemies. He abhors sincerity. He says it is the source of scandal and anarchy, as if the broom could be blamed for the existence of dirt. Deep down, he suspects that the sincere man is strong and individualistic, basing his unbreakable haughtiness on this, as his opposition to hypocrisy is an attitude of resistance to the evil that hounds him everywhere. He defends himself against domestication and the common descent, and he speaks his truth as he can, when he can, where he can, but he knows how to speak it. Many saints taught how to die for it. Disguise serves the weak. One only feigns what one believes one does not have. The grandchildren of scoundrels speak most of nobility. Virtue often dances on shameless lips. Haughtiness serves as a refrain for the debased. Chivalry is the lockpick of swindlers. Temperance figures in the catechism of the vicious. They suppose that from so much tinsel, some particle will adhere to their shadow. And in effect, the shadow modifies itself in this constant labor. The mask is beneficial in contemporary mediocrities, even if those who use it lack moral authority before virtuous men. The latter do not believe the hypocrite once discovered. They never believe him, nor can they stop believing him when they suspect he is lying. He who is disloyal to the truth has no reason to be loyal to the lie. The habit of fiction causes hypocritical characters to crumble vertiginously, as if each new lie pushed them toward the precipice. Nothing stops an avalanche on a slope. Their life becomes polarized in that abject honesty by calculation, which is a simple sublimation of vice. The cult of appearances leads to disdaining reality. The hypocrite does not aspire to be virtuous, but to appear so. He does not intrinsically admire virtue. He wants to be counted among the virtuous for the stipends and honors that such a condition can bring him. Lacking the audacity to practice the evil to which he is inclined, he contents himself with suggesting that he hides his virtues out of modesty. But he never manages to use the mask with ease. His machinations peek out somewhere, like the classic ears under Midas's crown. Virtue and merit are incompatible with Tartuffism. Observation induces distrust of mysterious virtues. Horace already taught that hidden virtue differs little from obscure laziness. Lacking courage for the truth, it is impossible to have it for justice. In vain do hypocrites live boasting of great equanimity and seeking Catonian prestige. Their prudent cowardice prevents them from being judges whenever they might compromise themselves with a ruling. They prefer to stammer bilateral and ambiguous sentences, saying there is light and shadow in all things. They do not do so, however, out of philosophy, but out of an inability to take responsibility for their judgments. They say these must be relative, although in the depths of their thick skulls they believe their opinions infallible. They dare not proclaim their own sufficiency. They prefer to advance in life with no compass but success, offering their flank and tacking, evasive of pointing their prow toward the slightest obstacle. Upright men are the object of their purified rancor, as their rectitude humiliates the oblique. But the latter do not confess their cowardice and smile servilely at the gazes that torture them. Although they feel the vexation, they contract themselves to study the defects of virtuous men in order to filter perfidious poisons into the homage they are obliged to pay them at all hours. They slander deftly. They betray always, like slaves, like hybrids who carry servile blood in their veins. One must tremble when they smile. They are fumbling for the hilt of some stiletto hidden under their cape. The hypocrite chills all friendship with his duplicity. No one can trust his recalcitrant ambiguity. Day by day, he loosens his connections with the people around him. His scarce sensibility prevents him from warming himself in the tenderness of others, and his affectivity fades like a plant that receives no sun, his heart withered in a premature winter. He thinks only of himself, and that is his supreme poverty. His feelings wither in the hothouses of lies and vanity. While dignified characters grow in a perpetual forgetting of their yesterday and think of noble things for their tomorrow, hypocrites withdraw into themselves, without giving, without spending, retracting, atrophying. Their lack of intimacy prevents them from all expansion, obsessed by the fear that their moral conscience might peek at the surface. They know that a slight breeze would be enough to draw back their very light veil of virtue. Unable to trust anyone, they live blinding the fountains of their own heart. They feel neither race, nor fatherland, nor class, nor family, nor friendship, although they know how to lie about them to exploit them better. Alien to everything and everyone, they lose the feeling of social solidarity until they fall into sordid caricatures of egoism. The hypocrite measures his generosity by the advantages he obtains from it. He conceives of beneficence as a lucrative industry for his reputation. Before giving, he investigates if his donation will have notoriety. He figures in the front line of all public subscriptions, but would not open his hand in the shadows. He invests his money in a charity bazaar, as if buying shares in a company. This does not prevent him from practicing usury in private or profiting from the hunger of others. His indifference to the misfortune of his neighbor can drag him into unworthy complicities. To satisfy one of his appetites, he will not hesitate before gray intrigues, without worrying if they have unforeseen consequences. A word from the hypocrite is enough to make two friends enemies or to distance two lovers. His weapons are powerful because they are invisible. With a false suspicion, he can poison a happiness, destroy a harmony, break an accord. His attachment to lies makes him benevolently welcome any infamy, developing it to infinity subterraneously, without seeing the direction or measuring how deep, as irresponsible as those vermin that dig their burrows at random, cutting the roots of the most delicate flowers. Unworthy of the trust of others, the hypocrite lives distrusting everyone, until falling into the supreme misfortune of susceptibility. An anxious terror cows him before sincere men, believing he hears a deserved reproach in every word. There is no dignity in this but remorse. In vain would he try to deceive himself, confusing susceptibility with delicacy. The former is born of fear, and the latter is the daughter of pride. They differ like cowardice and prudence, like cynicism and sincerity. The hypocrite's distrust is a caricature of the delicacy of the proud man. This feeling can make the man of excellent merit susceptible whenever he disdains dignities whose price is servility and whose path is adulation. The dignified man then demands respect for that moral value that he does not manifest through the vulgar modes of sterile protest, but this separates him forever from the domesticated hypocrites. The case is rare. Very frequent, on the other hand, is the susceptibility of the hypocrite, who fears being unmasked by the sincere. It would be strange if he conserved that delicacy, the only survivor from the shipwreck of the others. The habit of feigning is incompatible with those nuances of pride. The lie is opaque to any splendor of dignity. The conduct of Tartuffes cannot remain adamantine. Equivocal expedients chain together until they suffocate the last scruples. By dint of asking others for their prejudices, becoming morally indebted to society, they lose the fear of asking for other favors and material goods, forgetting that debts clumsily accumulated enslave a man. Each loan not returned is a new link riveted to his chain. It becomes impossible for them to live worthily in a city where there are streets they cannot cross, and among people whose gaze they would not know how to hold. Lies and hypocrisy converge in these renunciations, taking away man's independence. Debts contracted out of vanity or vice force one to feign and deceive. He who accumulates them renounces all dignity. There are other consequences of Tartuffism. The man ductile to intrigue deprives himself of ingenuous affection. He usually has accomplices, but he has no friends. Hypocrisy does not bind by the heart, but by interest. Hypocrites, forcibly utilitarian and opportunistic, are always ready to betray their principles in homage to an immediate benefit. This bars them from friendship with superior spirits. The gentleman always has an enemy in them, as reciprocity of feelings is only possible between equals. He can never give himself over to their friendship, as they will lie in wait for the occasion to affront him with some infamy, avenging their own inferiority. Le Bruyere wrote an imperishable maxim: in disinterested friendship there are pleasures that those who were born mediocre cannot attain. These latter need accomplices, seeking them among those who know those secret springs described as a simple solidarity in evil. If the sincere man gives himself, they await the propitious hour to betray him. That is why friendship is difficult for great spirits, and they do not lavish their intimacy when they rise too far above the common level. Eminent men need to possess infinite sensibility and tolerance to give themselves. When they do, nothing sets limits to their tenderness and devotion. Between noble characters, friendship grows slowly and prospers best when rooted in the recognition of reciprocal merits. Between vulgar men, it grows without motive, but remains stunted, often founded on complicity in vice or intrigue. That is why politics can create accomplices, but never friends. Many times it leads to exchanging the latter for the former, forgetting that to change them frequently is equivalent to not having them. While in hypocrites, complicities are extinguished with the interest that determines them. In loyal characters, friendship lasts as long as the merits that inspire it. Being disloyal, the hypocrite is also ungrateful. He inverts the formulas of recognition. He aspires to the dissemination of the favors he does, without being sensitive to those he receives. He multiplies by 1,000 what he gives and divides by 1,000,000 what he accepts. He ignores gratitude, a virtue of the chosen, an unbreakable chain riveted forever in sensitive hearts by those who know how to give in time and with eyes closed. Sometimes he turns out to be ungrateful without knowing it, by a simple error in his sentimental accounting. To avoid the ingratitude of others, it only occurs to him not to do good. He fulfills his decision without effort, limiting himself to practicing its ostensible forms in the proportion that may suit his shadow. His feelings are different. The hypocrite knows he can continue being honest, even if he practices evil with dissimulation, and ingratitude with shamelessness. The psychology of Tartuffe would be incomplete if we forgot that he places in the most hermetic of his tabernacles everything that announces the flowering of passions inherent to the human condition. In the face of instinctive modesty, chaste by definition, hypocrites have organized a conventional modesty, shameless and corrosive. The capacity to love, whose effervescence sanctifies life itself, eternalizing it, seems unconfessable to them, as if the contact of two loving mouths were less natural than the kiss of the sun when it ignites the corollas of the flowers. They keep everything concerning love hidden and mysterious, as if turning it into a crime did not spur the temptation of the chaste. But this visible prudishness does not prohibit them from invisibly trying out the foulest objections. They are scandalized by passion without renouncing vice, limiting themselves to disguising or covering it up. They find that the evil is not in the things themselves, but in the appearances, forming one morality for themselves and another for others. Like those married women who presume to be honest, even though they have 3 lovers, and repudiate the maiden who loves a single man without having a husband. This rough frontier of hypocrisy has no limits. Zealous Catos of customs, they persecute the purest exhibitions of artistic beauty. They would put a fig leaf on the hand of the Venus de Medici, just as they once insulted canvases and statues to veil the most divine nudities of Greece and the Renaissance. They confuse the most chaste harmony of plastic beauty with the obscene intention that assails them when contemplating it. They do not notice that the perversity is always in them, never in the work of art. The modesty of hypocrites is the wig for their moral baldness. 2. The honest man. Moral mediocrity is impotence for virtue and cowardice for vice. If there are minds that seem like mannequins articulated with routines, there abound hearts similar to hot air balloons inflated with prejudices. The honest man may fear crime without admiring holiness. He is incapable of initiative for either. The claw of the past seizes his heart, crushing in the bud every yearning for future improvement. His prejudices are the archaeological documents of social psychology, residues of twilight virtues, survivals of extinct morals. The mediocrities of all times are enemies of the virtuous man. They prefer the honest one and elevate him as an example. There is an implicit error or lie in this that must be dispelled. Honesty is not virtue, although neither is it vice. One can be honest without feeling a desire for perfection. It is enough not to flaunt evil, which is not enough to be virtuous. Between vice, which is a flaw, and virtue, which is an excellence, honesty fluctuates. Virtue rises above common morality. It implies a certain aristocracy of the heart, proper to moral talent. The virtuous man anticipates some form of future perfection and sacrifices to it the automatisms consolidated by habit. The honest man, in contrast, is passive, a circumstance that assigns him a moral level superior to the vicious man, although he remains below one who actively practices some virtue and orients his life toward some ideal, limiting himself to respecting the prejudices that suffocate him. He measures morality with the double standard used by his equals, to whose fractions the inferior tendencies of the debased and the conspicuous aspirations of the virtuous are irreducible. If he failed to assimilate the prejudices to the point of saturation, society would punish him as a delinquent for his dishonest conduct. If he could rise above them, his moral talent would carve furrows worthy of being imitated. Mediocrity lies in neither causing scandal nor serving as an example. The honest man may commit actions whose unworthiness he suspects, whenever he feels constrained to it by the force of prejudices, which are obstacles with which acquired habits hinder new variations. The acts that are already bad in the original judgment of the virtuous may continue to be good before collective opinion. The superior man practices virtue as he judges it, eluding the prejudices that yoke the honest mass. The mediocre man continues to call good what has already ceased to be so, due to his inability to glimpse the good of the future. To feel with the heart of others is equivalent to thinking with another's head. Virtue is often a bold gesture, like everything original. Honesty is a uniform that one dons resignedly. The mediocre man fears public opinion with the same obsequiousness with which the scoundrel fears hell. He never has the audacity to stand against it, much less when the appearance of vice is a danger inherent in all uncomprehended virtue. He renounces it because of the sacrifices it implies. He forgets that there is no perfection without effort. Only those who dare to fix their gaze without fearing blindness can look the sun in the face. Faint hearts do not harvest roses in their garden for fear of the thorns. The virtuous know it is necessary to expose oneself to them to gather the most fragrant flowers. The honest man is the enemy of the saint, as the routine man is of the genius. He calls the latter crazy and judges the other immoral. And it is understandable. He measures them with his own standard in which they do not fit. In his dictionary, sanity and morality are the names he reserves for his own qualities. For his morality of shadows, the hypocrite is honest. The virtuous and the saint who exceed it seem immoral to him. And with this qualification, he veiledly attributes a certain immorality to them. Shoddy men, one would say they are made with scraps of catechisms and with leftovers of shame. The first bidder can buy them at a low price. Often they remain honest out of convenience, sometimes out of simplicity, if the itch of temptation does not disturb their foolishness. They teach that it is necessary to be like the others. They ignore that only he who yearns to be better is virtuous. When they whisper in our ear to renounce the dream and imitate the flock, they do not have the courage to straightforwardly advise us to apostatize from our own ideal to sit and chew the common fodder. Society preaches, do no evil, and you will be honest. Moral talent has other demands. Pursue a perfection and you will be virtuous. Honesty is within everyone's reach. Virtue belongs to a select few. The honest man bears the yoke to which his accomplices harness him. The virtuous man rises above them with the beat of his wings. Honesty is an industry. Virtue excludes calculation. There is no difference between the coward who moderates his actions for fear of punishment and the greedy man who activates them for the hope of a reward. Both keep double-entry ledgers of their current accounts with social prejudices. He who trembles before a danger or pursues a stipend is unworthy of naming virtue. For it, one risks proscription or misery. We will not say, therefore, that the virtuous man is infallible, but virtue implies a capacity for spontaneous rectifications, the loyal recognition of one's own errors as a lesson for oneself and for others, the firm rectitude of subsequent conduct. He who pays for a fault with many years of virtue is as if he had not sinned. He is purified. In contrast, the mediocre man does not recognize his errors, nor is he ashamed of them, aggravating them with impudence, underlining them with recidivism, duplicating them by profiting from the results. Preaching honesty would be excellent if it were not a renunciation of virtue, whose north star is incessant perfection. Its praise tarnishes the cult of dignity and is the surest proof of a people's moral descent. By elevating the shifty man, the severe one is affronted. Because of the tolerable one, the exemplary one is forgotten. Accommodating spirits come to abhor firmness and loyalty by dint of thriving on servility and hypocrisy. To admire the honest man is to lower oneself. To adore him is to debase oneself. Stendhal reduced honesty to a simple form of fear. It should be added that it is not a fear of evil in itself, but of the reprobation of others. That is why it is compatible with a total absence of scruples for any act that has no express sanction or can remain unknown. I have seen the bottom of what are called honest people. It is hideous, said Talleyrand, wondering what would become of such subjects if interest or passion came into play. Their fear of vice and their impotence for virtue are equivalent. They are simple beneficiaries of the moral mediocrity that surrounds them. They are not murderers, but they are not heroes. They do not steal, but they do not give half their cape to the destitute. They are not traitors, but they are not loyal. They do not assault in the open, but they do not defend the assaulted. They do not violate virgins, but they do not redeem the fallen. They do not conspire against society, but they do not cooperate in the common aggrandizement faced. With hypocritical honesty, proper to routine minds and domesticated characters, there exists a moral heraldry whose coats of arms are virtue and holiness. It is the antithesis of the timid obsequiousness to prejudices that paralyzes the hearts of vulgar temperaments and degenerates into that apotheosis of sentimental coldness that characterizes the eruption of all bourgeoisies. Virtue requires faith, enthusiasm, passion, daring. It lives on them. It wants them in intention and in deeds. There is no virtue when acts belie words, nor can there be nobility where intention grovels. That is why moral mediocrity is more harmful in conspicuous men and in the privileged classes. The sage who betrays his truth, the philosopher who lives outside his morality, and the noble who dishonors his cradle descend to the most ignominious of villainies. They are less excusable than the scoundrel mired in crime. The privileges of culture and birth impose on the one who enjoys them an exemplary loyalty to himself. The nobility that is not in our desire for perfection is useless, though it may endure in ridiculous ancestries and parchments. Noble is he who reveals in his acts a respect for his rank, and not he who alleges his lineage to justify ignoble acts. Moral aristocracy's values are measured by virtue, never by honesty. 3. The defectors of honesty. While the hypocrite prowls in the penumbra, the moral invalid takes refuge in the darkness. Vice, which mediocrity shelters, thrives in the twilight. Crime, repressed by laws forged by society, erupts in the night. From consented hypocrisy to punished crime, the transition is imperceptible. The night is incubated in the twilight. One passes from conventional honesty to infamy gradually, by slight nuances and subtle concessions. In that lies the danger of accommodating and vacillating conduct. The defectors of morality are rebellious to domestication. They despise the prudent cowardice of Tartuffe. They are ignorant of his balancing act. They do not know how to simulate. They attack consecrated principles. And as society cannot tolerate them without compromising its own existence, they wage their guerrilla warfare against that same order of things whose custody obsesses the mediocre. Compared with the moral invalid, the honest man seems like a jewel. This distinction is necessary. It must be made in his favor, certain that he will deem it honorable. If he is incapable of an ideal, he is also incapable of blatant crime. He knows how to disguise his instincts, covers up vice, eludes the crime punished by the laws. In the others, in contrast, all perversity sprouts on the surface of the skin, like a pustular eruption. They are incapable of sustaining themselves in hypocrisy, just as idiots are of stagnating in routine. The honest strive to deserve purgatory. The delinquents have decided on hell, charging without scruples or remorse against the framework of prejudices and laws that society opposes them with. Each human aggregate believes that the true morality is its morality, forgetting that there are as many moralities as there are flocks of men. One is infamous, vicious, honest, or virtuous in time and space. Each morality is an opportune and conventional measure of the acts that constitute human conduct. It has no esoteric existence, just as society abstractly considered would not have. Its canons are relative and are transformed, obeying the tangled determinism of social evolution. In each environment and in each era, there exists an average criterion that sanctions as good or bad, honest or delinquent, permitted or inadmissible, the individual acts that are useful or harmful to collective life. In each historical moment, that criterion is the substructure of morality, always variable. Delinquents are individuals incapable of adapting their conduct to the average morality of the society in which they live. They are inferiors. They have the soul of the species, but do not acquire the social soul. They diverge from mediocrity, but in the opposite direction of excellent men, whose original variations determine an evolutionary unadaptation in the sense of perfection. They are innumerable. All the corrosive forms of degeneration parade in that kaleidoscope, as if at the summons of a maleficent exorcism. The most sordid cycles of a Dantesque inferno were converted into fearsome reality, parasites of the social dross, bordering on infamy, dinner guests of vice and dishonor, sad souls who move, spurred by abnormal feelings, spirits who bear the fatality of unhealthy inheritances and suffer the inexorable decay of environmental miseries. Irreducible and untamable, they accept life in society as a permanent duel. They pass by our side, imperturbable and somber, bearing on their fugitive foreheads the stigma of their involuntary destiny, and on their mute lips the oblique grimace of one who scrutinizes his fellow beings with an enemy's eye. They seem to ignore that they are the victims of a complex determinism, superior to any ethical break. In them are combined the imbalances transfused by an unhealthy heredity, the deformed moral configurations shaped in the social environment, and the thousand unavoidable circumstances that randomly cross their existence. The mire in which their conduct splashes suffocates the possible germs of all moral sense, dismantling the last prejudices that link them to the solitary fellowship of the mediocre. They live adapted to a separate morality, with panoramas of somber perspectives, avoiding luminous values and slipping among the densest shadows. They ferment in the agitated bewilderment of large modern cities, sprout again in all the cracks of the social edifice, and conspire deftly against its stability, alien to the norms of conduct characteristic of the mediocre man, eminently conservative and disciplined. Imagination allows us to align their grim silhouettes on a distant horizon, where the twilight gloom pours its violent tones of gold and purple. Of conflagration and hemorrhage, a parade of a macabre legion marching headlong toward ignominy. In this abnormal pleiad culminate those bordering on crime, whose virulence grows due to their impunity before the law. Their weak moral sense prevents them from keeping their conduct irreproachable. Without thereby falling into full delinquency, They are the imbeciles of honesty, distinct from the moral idiot who rolls into jail. They are not delinquents, but they are incapable of remaining honest. Poor spirits of wavering character and relaxed will. They do not know how to place secure barriers against occasional factors, against the suggestions of the environment, against the temptation of easy profit, against imitative contagion. They live solicited by opposing tendencies, oscillating between good and evil, like Buridan's ass. They are characters shaped minute by minute in the unstable mold of circumstances. Now they are partial auxiliaries due to incapacity to execute a complete plan of antisocial conduct. Now they have sufficient cunning and foresight to reach the very edge of the asylum and the jail without falling. These subjects of incomplete, larval, accidental, or alternating morality represent the stages of transition between honesty and crime, the zone of interference between good and evil, socially considered. They lack the opportunistic balancing act that saves other mediocre men from shipwreck. An irrevocable stigma prevents them from conforming their feelings to the moral criteria of their society. In some, it is a product of their native temperament. They swarm in prisons and live as enemies within the society that hosts them. In many, moral degeneration is acquired, the fruit of education. In certain cases, it derives from the struggle for life in a social environment unfavorable to their effort. They are disorganized, mediocre individuals, fallen into the mire by the work of chance, capable of understanding their misfortune and being ashamed of it, like the wild beast that has missed its leap. In others, there is an inversion of ethical values, a disturbance of judgment that prevents measuring good and evil with the yardstick accepted by society. They are moral inverts, inept at estimating honesty and vice. Finally, there are the unstable, whose character reveals an absence of solid foundations to secure them against the oscillating sway of material pressures and the disquieting alternative of dishonest temptations. These invalids do not feel the social coercion. Their inferior morality skirts vice until the moment it runs aground on crime. These unadaptable ones are morally inferior to the mediocre man. Their nuances are varied. They act in society as harmful insects do in nature. The flock fears these violators of its hypocrisy. The prudent do not forgive them the impudence of their infamy and organize against them a complex, defensive framework of codes, judges, and prestige. Through centuries and centuries, their effort has been ineffective. They constitute a foreign and hostile horde within their own territory, audacious in lying in wait, muffled in their procedure, indefatigable in the treacherous processing of their tragic programs. Some entrust their vanity to the edge of the surreptitious blade, always alert to brandish it with flashing readiness against the heart or the back. Others furtively slide their agile claw over the gold or the slogan that stimulates their greed with irresistible seductions. These ones violate like childish toys the obstacles with which bourgeois prudence guards the treasure, accumulated in interminable stages of saving and sacrifice. Those ones defile innocent virgins for profit, offering the charms of their lovely bodies to the insatiable lust of the sensual and libertine. Many suck the entrails of misery in unbelievable arithmetics of usury, like solitary tapeworms that nourish their inextinguishable voracity on the ichorous juices of the sick social intestine. Others capture inexperienced consciences to exploit the very rich veins of ignorance and fanaticism. All are equivalent in the performance of their parasitic antisocial function, identical in the unadaptation of their most elementary feelings. An inveterate promiscuity of instincts and perversions converges in them, making each conscience a pustule, dragging them to scrape by on vice and crime. Whatever, however, the orientation of their biological or social inferiority, we find a common brushstroke in all men who are below the level of mediocrity, the constant ineptitude to adapt to the conditions that, in each human collectivity, limit the struggle for life. They lack the aptitude that allows the mediocre man to imitate the prejudices and hypocrisies of the society in which he vegetates. 6. The social function of virtue. Honesty is an irritation. Virtue is an originality. Only the virtuous possess moral talent, and any ascent toward perfection is their work. The flock limits itself to following their tracks, incorporating into trivial honesty what was before the virtue of a few. And always debasing it, we have distinguished the delinquent from the honest man. We insist that his honesty is not virtue. He strives to confuse them, knowing that the second is inaccessible to him. Virtue is something else. It is active. It infinitely exceeds in variety, in uprightness, in courage, the routine practices that save one from infamy or jail. To be honest implies submitting to current conventions. To be virtuous often means going against them, risking being seen as an enemy of all morality, when one is only an enemy of certain inferior prejudices. If the serene Athenian had flattered his fellow citizens, Hellenic history would not be stained by his condemnation, and the sage would not have drunk the hemlock. But he would not be Socrates. His virtue consisted in resisting the prejudices of others. If we could live among the dignified and the saints, the opinion of others might save us from stumbles and falls. But it is cowardice living among Tartuffes to lower oneself to the common level for fear of attracting their ire. To do as everyone else does can imply agreeing to the unworthy. The moral process has as its condition resisting the common repose and advancing beyond one's time. Like any other progress, if an eternal morality existed, and not as many moralities as there are peoples, one could take seriously the biblical legend of the tree laden with the fruits of good and evil. We would only have two types of men, the good and the bad, the honest and the dishonest, the normal and the inferior, the moral and the immoral. But it is not so. Judgments of value are transformed. Today's good may have been yesterday's evil, today's evil may be tomorrow's good. And vice versa. It is not the morally mediocre man, the honest one, who determines the transformations of morality. It is the virtuous and the saints, unmistakable from him. Precursors, apostles, martyrs, they invent superior forms of good. They teach them, they preach them, they impose them. All future morality is a product of individual efforts, the work of excellent characters who conceive and practice perfections inaccessible to the common man. In this consists moral talent, which forges virtue, and moral genius, which implies holiness. Without these original men, the transformation of customs could not be conceived. We would conserve the feelings and passions of primitive human beings. Every moral ascent is an effort of virtuous talent toward future perfection. Never inert condescension toward the past, nor simple accommodation to the present. The evolution of virtues depends on all moral and intellectual factors. The brain often anticipates the heart, but our feelings influence the formation of moral criteria more intensely than our ideas. The fact is more notorious in societies than in individuals. It has been affirmed that if a Greek or a Roman were resurrected, his brain would remain astonished before our intellectual culture, but his heart could beat in unison with many contemporary hearts. His ideas about the universe, man, and things would contrast with ours, but his feelings would largely adjust to the palpitations of modern sensibility. In a century, the fundamental ideas of science and philosophy change. The central feelings of collective morality suffer only slight oscillations, because the biological attributes of the human species vary slowly. The infantile knowledge of the classics makes us smile, but their feelings move us. Their virtues fill us with enthusiasm. Their heroes inspire our admiration and seem to us honored by the same attributes that would make us honor them today. Then as now, exemplary men, although of opposing ideas, practiced analogous virtues in the face of the hypocrites of their time. The foundation varies little. What is incessantly transmuted is the form, the judgment of value that confers ethical force upon it. There is, however, collective moral progress. Many dogmatisms which were once virtues are later judged as prejudices. In each historical moment, virtues and prejudices coexist. Moral talent practices the former. Honesty clings to the latter. The great virtuous ones, each in his own way, fight for the same thing, in the form that their culture and temperament suggest, although by different paths. And starting from antagonistic rational premises, they all propose to improve man. They are equally enemies of the vices of their time. The virtuous do not equal the saints. Society opposes too many obstacles to their efforts. To think perfection does not imply practicing it totally. The firm intention of marching toward it is enough. Those who think like prophets may see themselves obliged to proceed like Philistines in many of their acts. Virtue is a real tension toward what is conceived as ideal perfection. Ethical progress is slow but sure. Virtue pulls and teaches. The honest resign themselves to imitating some part of the excellences that the virtuous practice. When it is affirmed that we are better than our grandparents, it only means to express that we are so before our contemporary morality. It would be more exact to say that we differ from them. Upon the perennial needs of the species, concepts of perfection are organized that vary through the ages. Upon the transitory needs of each society, the archetype of virtue most useful to its progress is elaborated. While the absolute ideal remains undefined and offers scarce oscillations in the course of entire centuries, the concrete concept of the virtues is shaped by the real variations of social life. The virtuous ascend by 1,000 paths toward summits that move away ceaselessly toward the infinite. Each of the feelings useful for human life engenders a virtue, a norm of moral talent. There are philosophers who meditate during long, sleepless nights, sages who sacrifice their lives in laboratories, patriots who die for the liberty of their fellow citizens, proud men who renounce every favor that costs their dignity, mothers who suffer misery guarding the honor of their children. The mediocre man ignores these virtues. He limits himself to complying with the laws for fear of the penalties that threaten one who violates them, guarding his honor so as not to drag the consequences of losing it. 5. Small virtue and moral talent. Just as there is a gamut of intellects whose fundamental tones are inferiority, mediocrity and talent, aside from idiocy and genius, which occupy its extremes, there is also a moral hierarchy represented by equivalent terms. At the bottom of these inequalities, there is a profound heterogeneity of temperaments. Conformation to the catechisms of others is easy for weak, credulous, timorous men, without great desires, without vehement passions, without need for independence, without irradiation of their personality. It is inconceivable, in contrast, in idealistic and strong natures, capable of vivid passions, intellectual enough not to let themselves be deceived by the lies of others. The former do not suffer from the moral coercion of the flock, as hypocrisy is their propitious climate. The latter suffer, struggling between their superior inclinations and the falsified concept of duty that society imposes. Honest men adjust to it, but the morally superior man is never enslaved by it. One can grant it, says Rémy de Gourmont, the value of a fashion to which one resigns oneself so as not to attract attention, but without involving the intimate being and without making any profound sacrifice to it. In this non-conformity with collectively organized hypocrisy consists virtue, which is individual, in contrast to its collective caricatures. In worldly charity and beneficence, the misery of sad hearts feeds the vanity of empty brains. Temperaments capable of virtue differ in their intensity. The first germ of moral perfection manifests itself in a decided preference for the good, doing it, teaching it, admiring it. Goodness is the first effort toward virtue. The good man, elusive of the condescensions permitted by hypocrites, carries in himself a particle of holiness. Goodism is the morality of the small virtuous. Their preaching is plausible, provided it teaches to avoid cowardice, which is its danger. Some excesses of goodness cannot be distinguished from debasement. There is a lack of justice in the morality of systematic forgiveness. It's fine to forgive once, and it would be iniquitous not to forgive at all. But he who forgives twice becomes an accomplice of the wicked. We do not know what Christ would have done if they had slapped the second cheek he offered to the one who affronted his first. The scholastics prefer not to discuss this problem. Let us teach forgiveness, but let us also teach not to offend. It would be more efficient. Let us teach it by example, by not offending. Let us admit that the first time one offends out of ignorance. But let us believe that the second is usually out of villainy. Evil is not corrected with complacency or complicity. It is harmful like poisons, and effective antidotes must be opposed to it, reprobation and contempt. While hypocrites prescribe austerity, reserving indulgence for themselves, the small virtuous prefer the practice of good to its preaching. They avoid sermons and ennoble their own conduct. For their neighbor, they find an excuse in human weakness or in the temptation of the environment. To understand all is to forgive all. They are only severe with themselves. They never forget their own faults and errors. And if they do not justify those of others, neither do they bother to torment them with their hatred, as they know that time punishes them fatally by that gravitation that plunges the perverse as if they were deflated balloons. Their heart is sensitive to the pulsations of others, opening at all hours to sweeten the sorrows of an unfortunate one and anticipating his needs to spare him the humiliation of asking for help. They always do everything they can, putting in such effort that it reveals the desire to have done more and better. They approve and stimulate any germ of culture, lavishing their applause on every original idea and pitying the ignorant without inopportune reproaches. Their sincere cordiality with humble spirits is not corroded by conventional urbanity. These small virtues are usual, of frequent, daily application. They serve to distinguish the good man from the mediocre and differ as much from honesty as good sense differs from common sense. They imply an elevation above mediocrity. Those who know how to practice them deserve the praises so prodigally tributed to them. From Plato and Plutarch, their apology has been made. This does not prevent its assiduous reiteration by writers who gloss in a less decisive style the well-worn phrase of Hugo. Many great actions are done in small struggles. There are obstinate and unknown braveries that defend themselves foot by foot in the shadows against the fatal invasion of necessities. noble and mysterious triumph that no gaze sees, that no fame pays for, that no fanfare salutes. Life, misfortune, isolation, abandonment, poverty are battlefields that have their heroes. Obscure heroes, sometimes greater than the illustrious heroes. Let us not forget, however, that these virtues are small. It is a grave error to oppose them to the great ones. They reveal a laudable tendency, but they cannot be compared with the assiduous zeal for perfection that converts goodness into virtue. For this, a certain superior intellectuality is required. Meager minds cannot conceive of a transcendent and noble gesture, nor could an amorphous character execute it. To those who say, there is no bad fool, one could answer that the inability to do evil is not goodness. The old dispute that proposed choosing between a good imbecile and an intelligent bad man is still to be resolved. But it is surely resolved that imbecility is not a presumption of virtue, nor is intelligence one of perversity. This does not prevent many fools from protesting against ingenuity and enlightenment, glossing Rousseau's paradox, to the point of inferring from it that the school populates the prisons, and that the best men are the dull-witted and ignorant. A lie. A coarse fabrication wielded against human dignification through public instruction. A basic requisite for moral ennoblement. Socrates taught some years ago that science and virtue are fused into one and the same resultant, wisdom. To do good, it is enough to see it clearly. Those who do not see it do not do it. No one would be bad knowing it. The most intelligent and most educated man can be the best. He can be, although he is not always. In contrast, the dull-witted and the ignorant can never be, irremediably. Morality is as important as intelligence in the global composition of character. The greatest spirits are those who associate the lights of the intellect with the magnificence of the heart. The greatness of soul is bilateral. These complete talents are rare. These geniuses are exceptional. Excellent men shine for this or that aptitude without resplendent in all. Likewise, there are talents in some intellectual genre who are not so in any virtue, and virtuous men who do not astonish with their intellectual gifts, both forms of talent, although distinct and each multiform, are equally necessary and deserve the same homage. They can be observed in isolation. They usually germinate in unison in extraordinary men. Isolated, they are worth less. Virtue is inconceivable in the imbecile, and ingenuity is infertile in the shameless. The subordination of morality to intelligence is a renunciation of all dignity. The most ingenious of men would be detestable if he put his ingenuity at the service of routine, prejudice, or servility. His triumphs would be his shame, not his glory. That is why Cicero said, many centuries ago, the finer and more cultured a man is, the more repulsive and suspect he becomes if he loses his reputation for honesty. It is true that time forgives some faults in geniuses and heroes, capable of exceeding with the good they do the evil they did not fail to do. But they are rare exceptions, and in life one would have to measure them by the criterion of posterity, the transcendent magnitude of their work. These notions suppress some innocent problems, such as deciding whether those who create, invent, and perfect in the sciences and arts are preferable, or those who possess an admirable set of moral energies that impel them to gamble the future and their lives in defense of dignity and justice. Between intellectual talents and moral talents, the latter are usually preferred with reason, conceptualizing them as more necessary. The superior talent is moral talent, wrote Smiles, glossing the inexhaustible Monsieur de la Palisse. The mediocre man is excluded a priori from this comparison, as he only has routines in his brain and prejudices in his heart. The apotheosis of the good fool is evidently aimed at protesting, as Cicero did, against those who pretend to grant ingenuity an absurd right to immorality. The system is equivocal. It would be equally unjust to discredit the most exemplary saints based on the existence of simulators of virtue. It is captious to oppose ingenuity and morality as irreconcilable terms. Could only the routine or the imbecile be virtuous? Could only the dishonest or the degenerate be ingenious? Humanity ought to blush at these questions. However, they are insinuated by catechists who flatter fools, seeking success before their infinite number. The sophism is simple. Many great men are recounted to have moral or character anomalies, which are not usually recounted of the mediocre or the imbecile. Therefore, the former are immoral and the latter are virtuous. Even if the premises were exact, the conclusion would be illegitimate. If it were conceded, and it is a lie, that great minds are forcibly immoral, there would be no reason to grant imbeciles the privilege of virtue, reserved for moral talent. But the premise is false. If imbalances of geniuses are counted and not those of simpletons, it is not because the latter are beacons of virtue, but for a very simple reason. History only concerns itself with the first group, ignoring the second. For one alcoholic poet, there are 10 million fops who drink like him. For one uxoricide philosopher, there are 100,000 uxoricides who are not philosophers. For one experimenting scientist, cruel to a dog or a frog, there is an uncountable cohort of hunters who surpass him in impiety. And what will history say? There was an alcoholic poet, an uxoricide philosopher, and a cruel sage. The millions of anonymous people have no biography. Moreau de Tours took the wrong path. Lombroso went astray. Nordau made the question a simple literary polemic. Let us not swallow tall tales. The premise is false. Those of us who have visited 100 prisons can assure that there were in them 50,000 men of inferior intelligence, alongside 5 or 20 men of talent. We have not seen a single man of genius. Let us return to the healthy Socratic concept, uniting virtue and ingenuity, allies rather than adversaries. An elevated intelligence is always propitious to moral talent, and the latter is the very condition of virtue. There is only one thing more vast, exemplary, magnificent, the beat of the wing that elevates toward the hitherto unknown. Rising to the eternal summits of this moral aristocracy, it is the geniuses who teach virtues not practiced until the hour of their prophecies, or who practice the known ones with extraordinary intensity. If a man absolutely directs his life toward an ideal, eluding or confronting all the material contingencies that conspire against it, that man rises above the very level of the highest virtues. He enters into holiness. 6. Moral genius, holiness. Holiness exists. Moral geniuses are the saints of humanity. The evolution of collective feelings, represented by the concepts of good and virtue, operates through extraordinary men. In them is summarized or polarized some immanent tendency of the continuous moral becoming. Some legislate and found religions like Manu, Confucius, Moses, and Buddha in primitive civilizations, when states are theocracies. Others preach and live their morality like Socrates, Zeno, or Christ, trusting the fate of their new values to the efficacy of example. There are, finally, those who rationally transmute doctrines like Antisthenes, Epicurus, or Spinoza. Whatever the judgment posterity may deserve for their teachings, all of them are inventors, original forces in the evolution of good and evil, in the metamorphosis of virtues. It is always men of exception, geniuses, who teach it. moral talents perfect, or practice in an excellent manner these virtues created by them. The moral mediocre concrete themselves to imitating them timidly. All holiness is excessive, overflowing, obsessive, obedient, uncontrollable. It is genius. One is a saint by temperament and not by calculation, by firm intuitions more than by rational doctrinarisms. Thus were almost all of them. The inflexible rigidity of the prophet or the apostle is symbolic. Without it, we would not have the illuminated firmness of the virtuoso, nor the disciplined obedience of the honest. Saints are not the practical factors of social life, but rather the masses who weakly imitate their formula. Francis was not an effective instrument of beneficence, a Christian virtue that time will replace with social solidarity. Its useful effects are produced by innumerable individuals who would be incapable of practicing it on their own initiative, but who receive suggestions, tendencies, and examples from the exalted archetype, graduating them, diffusing them. The saint of Assisi dies of consumption, obsessed by his virtue, without caring for himself, and gives his life to his ideal. The mediocre who practice the beneficence he practiced fulfill an obligation lukewarmly, without disturbing their tranquility as a holocaust to others. Holiness creates or renews. The extension and development of social and moral feelings, said Ribot, have occurred slowly and through the work of certain men who deserve to be called inventors in morality. This expression may sound strange to certain ears of people imbued with the hypothesis of an innate universal knowledge of good and evil, distributed to all men and in all times. If instead one admits a morality that is in the making, it is necessary that it be the creation, the discovery of an individual or a group. Everyone admits inventors in geometry, in music, in the plastic or mechanical arts. But there have also been men who, by their natural dispositions, were far superior to their contemporaries and have been promoters, initiators. It is important to observe that the theoretical conception of a higher moral ideal, of a stage to be passed, is not enough. A powerful emotion is needed that causes action and, by contagion, communicates to others its own impulse. Progress is proportional to what is felt and not to what is thought. That is why moral genius is incomplete as long as it does not act. The simple vision of magnificent ideals does not imply holiness, which is in the example rather than in the doctrine, provided it implies original creation. The titled saints of certain religions are rarely creators. They are simple, virtuous men or visionaries, to whom the interest of the cult and ecclesiastical politics have attributed a nominal holiness. In the history of religious feeling, only those who found or transmute are geniuses, but by no means those who organize orders, establish rules, repeat a creed, practice a norm, or disseminate a catechism. The Catholic calendar of saints is laughable. Alongside a few lives that deserve the hagiography of a Fra Domenico Cavalca, there are many that do not interest the moralist or the psychologist. Numerous ones tempt the curiosity of alienists, and others only reveal the self-interested homage of councils to the localist fanaticism of certain industrious flocks. Let us place holiness higher, where it signals an unmistakable orientation in the history of morality. Each hour of humanity has a climate, an atmosphere, and a temperature which vary without ceasing. Each climate is propitious for the flowering of certain virtues. Each atmosphere is charged with beliefs that signal its intellectual orientation. Each temperature marks the degrees of faith with which certain ideals and aspirations are accentuated. An evolving humanity cannot have immutable ideals, but rather incessantly perfectible ones, whose power of transformation is infinite like life. The virtues of the past are not the virtues of the present. The saints of tomorrow will not be the same as yesterday's. Each moment of history requires a certain form of holiness that would be sterile if it were not opportune, as virtues are shaped by the variations of social life. In the dawn of peoples, when men live struggling hand to hand with avaricious nature, it is indispensable to be strong and brave to impose hegemony or ensure the group's freedom. Then the supreme quality is physical excellence, and the virtue of courage is transformed into the cult of heroes equated with the gods. Holiness lies in heroism, in the great crises of moral renewal, when apathy or decadence threaten to dissolve a people or a race. The excellent virtue above all is the integrity of character, which allows one to live or die for an ideal fertile for the common aggrandizement. Holiness lies in apostleship. In full civilizations, he who discovers a new law of nature or teaches how to dominate one of its forces serves humanity more than he who culminates by his temperament as a hero or an apostle. That is why prestige surrounds the intellectual virtues. Holiness lies in wisdom. Ethical ideals are not exclusive to religious feeling. Virtue is not, nor is holiness. They can flourish upon every feeling. Each epoch has its ideals and its saints, heroes, apostles, or sages. Nations that have reached a certain level of culture sanctify in their great thinkers the light-bearers and heralds of their spiritual greatness. If the supreme example for those who fight is given by heroes, and for those who believe by apostles, for those who think it is given by philosophers. In the morality of societies that are forming, Alexander, Caesar, or Napoleon culminate, and when they are renewed, Socrates, Christ, or Bruno. But a moment arrives when the saints are called Aristotle, Bacon, and Goethe. Holiness varies in step with the ideal. Cultured spirits conceive of holiness in thinkers as luminous as in heroes and apostles. In modern societies, the saint is a visionary anticipation of theory or a prophet of deeds that posterity confirms, applies, or realizes. It is understood that in its time there is holiness in serving an ideal on the battlefields or challenging hypocrisy, as in the supreme protagonists of an Iliad or a gospel. But the poet, the sage, or the philosopher who live eternally in their divine comedy, in their novum organum, or in their origin of species, is also a saint of other ideals. If it is difficult to look for an instant at the face of death that threatens to paralyze our arm, it is more difficult to resist for an entire life the principles and routines that threaten to asphyxiate our intelligence. Between mists that alternately thicken and dissipate, humanity ascends without rest toward remote summits. Most ignore them. A chosen few can see them and place their ideal there, aspiring to approach it. Oriented by the meager constellation of visionaries, the generations ascend from routine toward truths that are increasingly less inexact, and from prejudice toward virtues that are increasingly less imperfect. All paths of holiness lead toward the infinite point that marks their imaginary convergence. Chapter 4. Mediocre Characters. 1. Men and Shadows. Devoid of wings and plume, mediocre characters are incapable of flying to a summit or fighting against a flock. Their life is a perpetual complicity with that of others. They are a mercenary host for the first firm man who knows how to yoke them. They cross the world, looking after their shadow and ignoring their personality. They never manage to individualize themselves. They ignore the pleasure of exclaiming, "I am," in the face of others. They do not exist alone. Their amorphous structure obliges them to erase themselves in a race, in a people, in a party, in a sect, in a faction, always to daub themselves with others. They prop up all the doctrines and prejudices consolidated over centuries. Thus they thrive. They follow the path of least resistance, swimming with every current and varying with it. In their rolling downstream, there is no merit. It is a simple inability to swim upstream. They grow because they know how to adapt to social hypocrisy, as worms do to the entrail. They are refractory to every dignified gesture. They are hostile to it. They conquer honors and attain dignities in the plural. They have invented the inconceivable plural of honor and dignity, by definition singular and inflexible. They live off others and for others, shadows of a flock. Their existence is the accessory of the spotlights that project them. They lack light, daring, fire, emotion. Everything in them is borrowed. Excellent characters ascend to their own dignity by swimming against all the debasing currents whose reflux they resist with tenacity. Compared to the others, they are recognized immediately, never erased by that moral haze in which the others fade. Their personality is all brilliance and edge, firmness and light like rock crystal, brief words that synthesize their perfect definition. Theophrastus or La Bruyère did not give a better one. They have created their life and served an ideal, persevering on the route, feeling themselves masters of their actions, tempering themselves through great efforts, secure in their beliefs, loyal in their affections, faithful to their word. They never persist in error, nor do they ever betray the truth. They ignore the impudence of inconstancy and the insolence of ingratitude. They struggle against obstacles and confront difficulties. They are respectful in victory and dignify themselves in defeat, as if for them the beauty lay in the fight and not in its result. Always invariably they set their gaze high and far. Beyond the fugitive present, they discern an ideal, more respectable the more distant it is. These optimates are few. Each one lives for a million. They possess a firm moral line that serves them as a skeleton or armor. They are someone. Their physiognomy is their own and cannot belong to anyone else. They are unmistakable, capable of impressing their indelible seal on 1,000 fertile initiatives. The domesticated people fear them as the saw fears the cautery. Without realizing it, however, they adore them with their disdain. They are the true masters of society, those who attack the past and prepare the future, those who destroy and shape. They are the actors of the social drama with inexhaustible energy. They possess the gift of resisting routine and can free themselves from its leveling tyranny. Through them, humanity lives and progresses. They are always excessive. They multiply 100-fold, the qualities that others only possess in germ. The hypertrophy of an idea or a passion makes them unadaptable to their environment, exaggerating their drive. But for society, they fulfill a harmonious and vital function. Without them, human progress would immobilize, stagnating like a sailboat surprised on the high seas by a calm. History and art usually concern themselves with them, only with them, interpreting them as archetypes of humanity. The man who thinks with his own head and the shadow that reflects the thoughts of others seem to belong to different worlds. Men and shadows, they differ like crystal and clay. Crystal has a form pre-established in its own chemical composition. It crystallizes in it or not, as the case may be, but it will never take another form than its own. Upon seeing it, we know what it is, unmistakably. In the same way, the superior man is always one, in himself, apart from the others. If the climate is propitious, he becomes a nucleus of social energies, projecting onto the environment his own characteristics, in the manner of a crystal in a saturated solution that provokes new crystallizations similar to itself, creating forms of its own geometric system. Clay, in contrast, lacks its own form and takes the one impressed upon it by external circumstances, the beings that press on it, or the things that surround it. It preserves the trace of every furrow and the hollow of every finger, like wax, like putty. It will be cubic, spherical, or pyramidal, according to how it is modeled. Thus are mediocre characters, sensitive to the coercions of the environment in which they live, incapable of serving a faith or a passion. Beliefs are the support of character. The man who possesses firm and elevated ones has an excellent one. Shadows do not believe. Personality is in perpetual evolution, and the individual character is its delicate instrument. It must be tempered without rest in the fountains of culture and love. What we inherit implies a certain fatality, which education corrects and orients. Men are predestined to conserve their own line amidst the coercive pressures of society. Shadows have no resistance. They adapt to others until they are disfigured, becoming domesticated. Character is expressed by activities that constitute conduct. Each human being has the one corresponding to his beliefs. If it is firmness and light, as the poet said, the firmness lies in the solid foundations of his culture, and the light in his moral elevation. Intellectual elements are not enough to determine its orientation. The feebleness of character depends as much on moral consistency as on them or more. Without some ingenuity, it is impossible to ascend the paths of virtue. Without some virtue, those of ingenuity are inaccessible. In action, they go together. The strength of beliefs lies in their not being purely rational. We think with the heart and with the head. They do not imply an exact knowledge of reality. They are simple judgments regarding it, susceptible to being corrected or replaced. They are current instruments. Each belief is a contingent and provisional opinion. Every judgment implies an affirmation. Every negation is, in itself, affirmative. To deny is to affirm a negation. The attitude is identical. One believes what one affirms or denies. The opposite of affirmation is not negation, it is doubt. To affirm or deny, it is indispensable to believe. To be someone is to believe intensely. To think is to believe. To love is to believe. To hate is to believe. To live is to believe. Beliefs are the motors of all human activity. They do not need to be truths. We believe prior to all reasoning, and each new notion is acquired through already preformed beliefs. Doubt ought to be more common, as criteria of logical certainty are scarce. The first attitude, however, is an adherence to what is presented to our experience. The primitive way of thinking about things consists in believing them to be as we feel them. Children, savages, the ignorant and weak spirits are accessible to all errors, frivolous playthings of people, things, and circumstances. Anyone can divert ungoverned vessels. These beliefs are like nails that are driven in with a single blow. Firm convictions enter like screws, little by little, by force of observation and study. It costs more work to acquire them, but while nails yield to the first vigorous pull, screws resist and keep the personality standing. Ingenuity and culture correct the easy primitive illusions and the routines imposed by society on the individual. The breadth of knowledge allows men to form their own ideas. To live, dragged along by those of others, is equivalent to not living. The mediocre are the work of others and are everywhere, a way of being no one and being nowhere. Without unity, a character cannot be conceived. When it is lacking, the man is amorphous or unstable. He lives foundering like a fragile little boat on an ocean. This unity must be effective over time. It depends in large part on the coordination of beliefs. They are dynamogenic and active forces, synthesizers of the personality. The natural history of human thought only studies beliefs, not certainties. The species, races, nations, parties, and groups are animated by material needs that engender them, more or less conforming to reality, but always determining their action. To believe is the natural way of thinking in order to live. The unity of beliefs allows men to act in accordance with their own past. It is a habit of independence and the condition of the free man, in the relative sense that determinism permits. Their acts are agile and straightforward. They can be foreseen in every circumstance. They follow a traced path without hesitation. Everything concurs to make them guard their dignity and form an ideal. They are always ready for effort and carry it out without anxiety. They feel free when they rectify their errors, and even freer when managing their passions. They want to be independent of everyone, without this preventing them from being tolerant. They do not set the price of their freedom in the submission of others. They always do what they want, as they only want what is in their power to achieve. They know how to polish the work of their educators and never believe their own culture is finished. One might say they have made themselves as they are, seeing them emphasize in all their acts the purpose of assuming their responsibility. The beliefs of the man are deep, rooted in vast knowledge. They serve him as a sure rudder to march along a route he knows and does not hide from others. When he changes course, it is because his beliefs have changed. The beliefs of the shadow are furrows plowed in water. Any gust diverts them. Their opinion is fickle as a weather vane, and their changes obey the gross solicitations of immediate convenience. Men evolve as their beliefs vary and can change them as long as they keep learning. Shadows accommodate their own beliefs to their appetites and try to cover their indignity with the name of evolution. If it depended on them, the latter would be equivalent to imbalance or shamelessness. Many times, to treason, firm beliefs, firm conduct. That is the criterion for appreciating character, the works. The biblical poem says it, "You will be judged by your works." How many there are who seem to be men and are only valued for the positions achieved in the mediocratic herds. Seen up close, their works examined, they are less than nothing, negative values. Shadows. 2. The domestication of the mediocre. Gil Blas de Santillana is a shadow. His entire life is a continuous process of social domestication. If some line of his own allowed him to be differentiated from his flock, the entire social dung heap is dumped on him to erase it, complicating his insecure unity into an immense cipher. The flock offers him infinite advantages. It's not surprising that he accepts them in exchange for certain renunciations compatible with his moral structure. It does not demand implausible things of him. His passive condescension, his soul of a serf, is enough. While men resist temptations, shadows slide down the slope. If some particle of originality bothers them, they eliminate it to blend better with the others. They seem solid and they soften, rough and they become smooth. Untamed and they are tamed, warm and they grow lukewarm. Resplendent and they become opaque. Ardent and they are pacified, virile and they become effeminate, upright and they are flattened. 1,000 sordid bonds lie in wait for them from the moment they make contact with their peers. They learn to measure their virtues and to practice them with parsimony. Each separation costs them a disappointment, each deviation earns them distrust. They mold their hearts to prejudices and their intelligence to routines. Domestication facilitates their struggle for life. Mediocrity fears the dignified man and adores the lackey. Gil Blas enchants it. He symbolizes the practical man who takes advantage of every situation and profits from every villainy. It persecutes Stockman, the enemy of the people, with as much zeal as it puts into admiring Gil Blas. It picks him up in the bandit's cave and raises him to favorite in the courts. He's a man of Cork, he floats. He has been a highwayman, pimp, thief, lender, assassin, swindler, perjurer, ingrate, hypocrite, traitor, politician. Such varied wallowings do not prevent him from ascending and bestowing smiles from his trough. He is perfect in his genre. His secret is simple. He is a domestic animal. He enters the world as a serf and continues to be servile until death. In all circumstances and situations, he never has a haughty gesture. He never attacks an obstacle head-on. Good classical language called domestic any man who served. And it was just the habit of servitude brings with it feelings of domesticity in courtiers as well as in peoples. One would have to copy in its entirety the eloquent discourse on voluntary servitude, written by La Boétie in his adolescence and covered in glory by the admiring praise of Montaigne. Since then, thousands of pages have castigated subordination to social dogmatisms, unconditional compliance with admitted prejudices, respect for adventitious hierarchies, blind discipline to collective imposition, decided homage to everything that represents the current order, systematic submission to the will of the powerful, everything that reinforces domestication and has servility as its inevitable consequence. Excellent characters are indomitable. They have their North Star fixed on their ideal. Their firmness sustains them. Their light guides them. Shadows, in contrast, degenerate. Wax liquefies easily. Crystal never loses its edge. The mediocre sink their shadow in the mire when the environment instigates them. The superior rise in the same proportion that their environment is debased. In happiness and in adversity, loving and depreciating, between laughter and between tears, each firm man has a peculiar way of behaving, which is his synthesis, his character. Shadows do not have that unity of conduct that allows one to foresee the gesture on all occasions. For Zeno, the Stoic character is the fountain of life, and all our actions flow from it. This is well said but imprecise. In their definitions, moralists do not agree with psychologists, the former pontificate like preachers, and the latter described like naturalists. Character is a synthesis. One must insist on this. It is an exponent of the entire personality and not of some isolated element. Even in philosophers who develop their aptitudes partially, character would seem to depend exclusively on intellectual conditions. A vain error, as their conduct is the transcript of 100 other factors. To think is to live. Every human ideal implies a systematic association of morality and will, making the most vehement yearnings for perfection converge on its object. The investigator of a truth rises above the society in which he lives. He works for it and thinks for everyone, anticipating, contradicting its routines. He has a social personality, adapted for the functions he cannot exercise in a hermitage. But his social feelings do not impose on him complicity in murky affairs. In his connection with others, he keeps his heart and brain free by means of something of his own that never loses its way. He who possesses a character is not domesticated. Gil Blas has thrived among men since humanity has existed. The idealists of all times have protested against him. The romantics, wrapped in sublime disdain, have railed against servile temperaments. Musset, through the mouth of Lorenzaccio, crushes the cowardice of peoples accustomed to servitude with unanswerable words. And the individualists, whose highest lyrical flight was reached by Nietzsche, are not far behind. His most beautiful pages are a code of anti-mediocre morality, an exaltation of qualities irreconcilable with social discipline. The gregarious spirit, acerbically castigated by him, already has most eloquent directors, who exhibit the solitary complications with which the fearful resist the initiatives of the audacious, grouping themselves in diverse ways according to their interests of class, hierarchy, or function. Where there were slaves and serfs, servile characters were shaped. When a man was conquered, they did not kill him. They made him work for their own profit. Subject to the yoke, trembling before the whip, the slave bent under bonds that engraved domesticity onto his character. Some, history says, were rebellious or attained dignities. Their rebellion was always the gesture of a hungry animal, and their success was the price of complicity in their master's vices. Upon reaching the exercise of some authority, they became despotic, devoid of ideals that would stop them before infamy, as if they wanted with their abuses to forget the servitude previously suffered. Gil Blas was the lowest of the favorites. Time and practice adapt one to the servile life. The habit of resigning oneself in order to thrive creates ever more solid springs, automatisms that forever fade every individual trait. The nitpicker Gil Blas is stained with stigmata that make him unmistakable from the dignified man. Although emancipated, he continues to be a lackey and gives free rein to base instincts. The custom of obeying engenders a domestic mentality. He who is born of serfs carries it in his blood, according to Aristotle. He inherits servile habits and does not find a propitious environment to form a character. Lives begun in servitude do not acquire dignity. The ancients had greater contempt for the children of serfs, deeming them morally worse than adults reduced to the yoke for debts or in battles. They supposed they inherited the domesticity of their parents, intensifying it in subsequent servitude. They were despised by their masters. This is repeated in however many countries had an inferior slave race. It is legitimate. Mulattoes, descendants of former slaves, are usually looked upon with humiliating contempt in all white race nations that have abolished slavery. Their eagerness to hide their servile ancestry demonstrates that they recognize the hereditary indignity condensed in them. This scorn is natural. Just as the former slave became vain and insolent if he climbed to any position where he could command, mulattoes become arrogant in the inorganic South American mediocrities, capturing functions and honors with which they satiate their appetites, accumulated over centuries of domesticity. Class creates identical inequalities as race. Serfs were as domestic as slaves. The French Revolution gave political freedom to their descendants, but did not know how to give them that moral freedom which is the spring of dignity. The enriched bourgeois deserves the contempt of the aristocrat more than the hatred of the proletarian, who is an aspirant to the bourgeoisie. There is no worse boss than the former assistant, nor worse master than the former lackey. Aristocracies are logical in disdaining upstarts. They consider them descendants of enriched servants and suppose they have inherited their domesticity at the same time as their money bags. These servile inclinations, rooted in the very depths of ethnic or social inheritance, are looked upon favorably in contemporary mediocracies, which politically level the servile and the dignified. The name has varied, but the thing subsists. Domesticity is common in modern societies. The legal abolition of slavery or servitude took place many decades ago. Countries would not consider themselves civilized if they kept them in their codes. That does not bend customs. The slave and the serf continue to exist. by temperament or by lack of character. They are not the property of their masters, but they seek the guardianship of others as lost animals go to their home site. Their gregarious psychology was not transmuted by declaring the rights of man. Liberty, equality, and fraternity are fictions that flatter them without redeeming them. There are inclinations that survive all egalitarian laws and make one love the yoke or the whip. Laws cannot give manhood to the shadow, character to the amorphous, dignity to the debased, initiative to the imitators, virtue to the honest, intrepidity to the meek, desire for freedom to the servile. That is why, in the midst of democracy, mediocre characters naturally seek their low level. They become domesticated. In certain subjects, without character from the maternal chalice to the tomb, conduct cannot follow constant norms. They are dangerous because their yesterday says nothing about their tomorrow. They act at the mercy of accidental impulses, always aleatory. If they possess some valid elements, they are dispersed, incapable of synthesis. The slightest jolt brings their atavisms of the savage and the primitive to the surface, deposited in the deepest furrows of their personality. Their imitations are fragile and poorly rooted. That is why they are antisocial, incapable of rising to the honest condition of herd animals. For other unfortunates, without irreparable gaps in temperament, society stints on their education. The big cities swarm with morally abandoned children, prey to misery, without homes, without schools. They live feeling out vice and harvesting corruption, without the habit of honesty and without the luminous example of virtue. Their intelligence dulled and their best inclinations constrained. They have a wandering will, incapable of overcoming the fatal convergences that strive to sink them. And if they pass their childhood without rolling into the pond, they stumble later upon new obstacles. Work, by creating the habit of effort, would be the best school for character. But society teaches one to hate it, imposing it prematurely, like a disagreeable ignominy or an infamous debasement, under the slavery of yokes and schedules executed out of hunger or avarice. Until man flees from it as from a punishment, he will only be able to love it when it is a spontaneous gymnastics of his tastes and his aptitudes. Thus society completes its work. Those who do not shipwreck due to an unhealthy education run aground on brutalizing work. In complex modern activity, wavering wills are tolerated. Their incongruities remain hidden as long as their acts refer to vulgar automatisms of daily life. But when a new circumstance forces them to seek a solution, the personality flails randomly and reveals its intrinsic vices. Those degenerates are indomitable. The others, like Gil Blas, lack control over their own conduct and forget that the slightest fall can be the initial step toward complete degradation. They ignore that each effort of dignity consolidates our firmness. The more dangerous the truth we speak today, the easier it will be tomorrow to pronounce others at the top of our lungs. In worlds undermined by hypocrisy, everything conspires against civil virtues. Men corrupt one another, imitate each other in shiftiness, stimulate each other in murky affairs, justify each other reciprocally. A lukewarm atmosphere dulls the one who yields for the first time to the temptation of the unjust. The consequences of the first fault can go on to infinity. The mediocre do not know how to avoid it. In vain would they make the resolution to return to the good path and amend their ways. For shadows there is no rehabilitation. They prefer to excuse slight deviations without noticing that they prepare the deep ones. All men know these little weaknesses, otherwise they would be perfect from their origin. But while in firm characters they pass like a brush that leaves no trace, In the soft ones, they plough a furrow through which recidivism is facilitated. That is the path of debasement. The virtuous ignore it. The honest let themselves be tempted. As with Gil Blas, only the first fall costs them. Afterward, they continue falling like water in the cascades, in little leaps from smallness to smallness, from weakness to weakness, from curiosity to curiosity. The remorse of the first fault yields to the need to hide it with others, before which they no longer take fright. Their character dissociates, and they become twisted, walk blindly, stumble, lurch, adopt expedients, disguise their intentions, exceed by tortuous paths, seek skillful accomplices to advance in the darkness. After the first gropings, they march quickly until the very roots of their morality are annihilated. Thus they slide down the slope, increasing the cohort of lackeys and parasites. Hundreds of Gil Blases gnaw at the foundations of the society that has tried to model them in its own image and likeness. Men without ideals are incapable of resisting the snares of material satiation sown in their path. When they have yielded to temptation, they remain baited, like wild beasts that know the taste of human blood. By the circumstance of always thinking with the head of society, the domestic man is the surest pillar of all political, religious, moral, and social prejudices. Gil Blas is always there, with hands congested from applauding the anointed, and with a sharpened weapon to attack the rebel who announces a heresy. Gregariousness and intolerance are the colors of his cockade, whose respect he demands from all. The infinity of domestic people that surrounds us is incalculable. Every functionary has a voracious flock, submissive to his whims, as the hungry are to the one who feeds them. If they were capable of shame, the sycophants would live redder than poppies. Far from it, they parade their domesticity and are proud of it, exhibiting it with flair as the panther shows off the velvety spots of its fur. Domestication is carried out in 100 ways, tempting their appetites. Within the limits of official influence, the means of acclimatization multiply, especially in countries plagued by bureaucracy. The poor in character do not resist. They yield to this hypnotization. The loss of their dignity begins when they open their eyes to the stipend that shakes their stomach or clouds their vanity, bowing before the hands that today grant them the favor and tomorrow will handle their reins. Although there is no longer legal servitude, many subjects, free from forced domesticity, consent to it voluntarily by a vocation implicit in their weakness. They are stained from the cradle. Even having no need of benefits, they are instinctively servile. They exist in all social classes. The price of their indignity varies with rank and is translated into forms as diverse as the people who practice it. By encouraging Gil Blas, the moral level of peoples and races is lowered. It is not tolerance to stimulate roguishness. The valuation of merit declines. Silent meekness is preferred to haughty dignity. The skin is covered with more cosmetics when the vertebral column is less solid. Good manners are more appreciated than good actions. If the man from Santillana puts on gloves to steal, he deserves everyone's admiration. If Stockman strips naked to save a castaway, they condemn him for scandal. In domesticated peoples, a moment arrives when virtue seems an outrage to customs. Shadows live with the longing to castrate firm characters and decapitate winged thinkers, not forgiving them the luxury of being virile or having a brain. The lack of virility is praised as a refinement, the same as in riding horses. Ignorance seems a coquetry, like the elegant doubt that disquiets certain fanatics without ideals. Merits become dangerous contraband, forced to apologize and hide, as if they offended by their mere existence. When the dignified man begins to awaken suspicions, The collective debasement is grave. When dignity seems absurd and is covered in ridicule, the domestication of the mediocre has reached its extreme. 3. Vanity. The man is. The shadow seems. The man places his honor in his own merit and is the supreme judge of himself. He ascends to dignity. The shadow places hers in the estimation of others and renounces judging herself. She descends to vanity. There is a morality of honor and another of its caricature, to be or to seem. When an ideal of perfection impels one to be better, that cult of one's own merits consolidates dignity in men. When the desire to seem drags one to any debasement, the cult of the shadow ignites vanity. From self-love, both are born, sisters by their origin, like Abel and Cain, and greater enemies than them, irreconcilable. They are diverse forms of self-love. They follow divergent paths. One flourishes on pride, a scrupulous zeal placed in self-respect. The other is born of haughtiness, an appetite for culmination before others. Pride is an arrogance originating from noble motives and seeks to appraise merit. Haughtiness is an excessive presumption and seeks to lengthen the shadow. Catechisms and dictionaries have collaborated in moral mediocrization, subverting the terms that designate the sublime and the vulgar. Where the church fathers said haughtiness, as the ancients did, castigating it, scoundrels translated it as pride, confusing different feelings. Hence the confusing of vanity with dignity, which is its antithesis, and the attempt to value men and shadows at the same price. To the detriment of the former, in its embryonic form, self-love reveals itself as a desire for praise and a fear of censure, an exaggerated sensitivity to the opinion of others. In characters conformed to routine and current prejudices, the desire to shine in their environment and the judgment suggested by the small group that surrounds them are stimuli for action. The simple circumstance of living in a flock predisposes one to pursue the acquiescence of others. Self-esteem is favored by contrast or comparison with others. Thus far, it is a normal feeling, but the paths diverge. In the dignified, one's own judgment takes precedence over the approval of others. In the mediocre, merits are postponed and the shadow is cultivated. The former live for themselves, the latter vegetate for others. If man did not live in society, self-love would be dignity in everyone. Living in groups, it is so only in firm characters. Certain preoccupations reigning in mediocrities exalt the domestic. The brilliance of glory on chosen foreheads dazzles the inept, just as the satiety of the rich man makes the miserable man jealous. The praise of merit is a stimulus for its simulation. Obsessed with success and incapable of dreaming of glory, many impotent men become vain about illusory merits and secret virtues that others do not recognize. They believe themselves actors in the human comedy. They enter life constructing a stage for themselves, large or small, low or culminating, somber or luminous. They live with perpetual preoccupation about the judgment of others on their shadow. They consume their existence thirsting to distinguish themselves in their orbit, to preoccupy their world, to cultivate the attention of others by any means and in any way. The difference, if there is one, is purely quantitative between the vanity of the schoolboy who pursues 10 points on exams, that of the politician who dreams of being acclaimed minister or president, that of the novelist who aspires to editions of 100,000 copies, and that of the murderer who wishes to see his portrait in the newspapers. The exaltation of self-love, dangerous in vulgar spirits, is useful to the man who serves an ideal. The latter crystallizes it into dignity. The former degenerates it into vanity. Success makes the fool vain, never the excellent man. This anticipation of glory hypertrophies the personality in superior men. It is their natural condition. Does the athlete not have perhaps biceps excessive to the point of deformity? Function makes the organ. The eye is the proper organ of originality, absolute in the genius. What is absurd in the mediocre man is an adornment in the superior man, a simple exponent of strength. The bulging muscle is not ridiculous in the athlete. Excessive adiposity, however, is, being monstrous and useless, like the vanity of the insignificant. Certain men of genius, Sarmiento for example, would have been incomplete without their megalomania. Their pride never exceeds the vanity of imbeciles. The apparent difference is proportional to the merit. At 1 meter and with the naked eye, no one sees the leg of an ant, but everyone perceives the claw of a lion. The same occurs with the noisy egotism of men and the unnoticed haughtiness of shadows. They cannot be confused. The vain man lives comparing himself with those around him, envying all excellence in others and gnawing at every reputation he cannot equal. The proud man does not compare himself with those he judges inferior and sets his gaze on ideal types of perfection that are very high and ignite his enthusiasm. Pride, the indispensable subsoil of dignity, imprints upon men a certain beautiful gesture that the shadows censure. For this, the Babelic language of the vulgar has entangled the meaning of the word, ending in ignorance of whether it designates a vice or a virtue. Everything is relative. If there are merits, pride is a right. If there are none, it is a matter of vanity. The man who affirms an ideal and perfects himself toward it despises by doing so the inferior atmosphere that suffocates him. It is a natural feeling, cemented by an effective and constant inequality. For the mediocre, it would be more pleasant if he did not confront them with this humiliating difference. But they forget that they are his enemies, constricting his robust trunk as the ivy does the oak, to suffocate him in their infinite number. The dignified man is obliged to mock the 1,000 routines that the servile man adores under the name of principles. His conflict is perpetual. Dignity is a breakwater opposed by the individual to the tide that hounds him. It is isolation from the domestic and contempt for their shepherds, who are almost always slaves of their own flock. 4. Dignity. He who aspires to seem renounces being. In few men do ingenuity and virtue add up to a total of dignity. They form a natural aristocracy, always meager compared to the infinite number of remiss spirits. The supreme creed of all idealism, dignity is univocal, intangible, intransmutable. It is the synthesis of all the virtues that bring man closer and erase the shadow. Where it is lacking, the feeling of honor does not exist. And just as peoples without dignity are flocks, individuals without it are slaves. Adamantine temperaments, firmness and light, separate themselves from all complicity, defy the opinion of others, if by doing so they must save their own, decline all worldly good that requires an abdication, give up their very lives rather than betray their ideals. They go straight alone, without being contaminated by factions, converted into a living protest against all knavishness or servility. The vain shadows link arms to excuse themselves in numbers, fleeing the intimate sanctions of conscience. Domesticated, they are incapable of virile gestures. They lack courage. Dignity implies moral valor. The pusillanimous are important, like the stunned. The ones reflect when it is convenient to act, and the others act without having reflected. The insufficiency of the effort is equivalent to the disorientation of the impulse. The merit of actions is measured by the effort they cost and not by their results. Without courage, there is no honor. All its forms imply dignity and virtue. With its help, the wise undertake the exploration of the unknown. Moralists mine the sordid fountains of evil. The daring take risks to violate height and extension. The just become diamond-hard in adverse fortune. The firm resist temptation, and the severe resist vice. Martyrs go to the stake for unmasking a hypocrisy. Saints die for an ideal. To yearn for perfection, it is indispensable. Courage, pronounced Lamartine, is the first of eloquences. It is the eloquence of character. Nobly said. He who aspires to be an eagle must look far and fly high. He who resigns himself to crawling like a worm renounces the right to protest if he is crushed. Weakness and ignorance favor the domestication of mediocre characters, adapting them to a meek life. Courage and culture exalt the personality of the excellent, making it flower with dignity. The lackey asks. The dignified man merits. The former solicits from favor what the latter expects from merit. To be dignified means not asking for what one merits, nor accepting it unmerited. While the servile climb through the weeds of favoritism, the austere ascend the staircase of their virtues. Or they do not ascend by any. Dignity stimulates all perfection in man. Vanity spurs any success of the shadow. The dignified man has written a motto on his coat of arms: that which costs a particle of honor is expensive. The bread soaked in adulation, which fattens the servile man, poisons the dignified one. He prefers to lose a right than to obtain a favor. 1,000 years will be lighter to him than thriving unworthily. Any wound is transitory and may hurt him for an hour. The slightest domesticity would cause him remorse for his entire life. When success does not depend on one's own merits, it is enough for him to keep himself upright, unscathed, irrevocable in his own dignity. In domestic struggles, obstinate unreason usually triumphs over smiling merit. The pertinacity of the unworthy man is proportional to his dullness. Exemplary men disdain any favor. They esteem themselves superior to what can be given without merit. They prefer to live crucified on their pride than to prosper by crawling. They would wish that when they die, their ideal would accompany them, dressed in white and without stains of debasement, as if they were going to marry it beyond death. Dignified characters remain solitary, without displaying any brand of iron on their haunch. They are like the rebellious cattle that nuzzle the tender clovers of the virgin countryside, without accepting the easy ration of the mangers. If their prairie is arid, it matters not. They profit more in free oxygen than in copious barley, with the advantage that the former is taken and the latter is received from someone. They prefer to be alone, as long as they cannot join their equals. Each flower included in a bouquet loses its own perfume. Obliged to live among dissimilars, the dignified man remains alien to all that he esteems inferior. Descartes said that he walked among men as if they were trees. And Banville wrote of Gautier, he was one of those who, under all regimes, are necessarily and invincibly free. He fulfilled his work with disdainful haughtiness and with the firm designation of an exiled god. The dignified man is ignorant of the cowardice that slumbers in the depths of servile characters. He does not know how to unjoint his neck. His respect for merit obliges him to discard every shadow that lacks it, to attack it without threat, to punish it if it wounds. When the multitude that obstructs his yearnings is anodyne, and he has no adversaries to wound, the dignified man takes refuge in himself, entrenches himself in his ideals, and falls silent, fearing to disturb the shadows that listen to him with his words. And while the climate changes, as is fatal in the alternation of the seasons, he waits, anchored in his pride, as if it were the natural and safest port for his dignity. He lives with the obsession of not depending on anyone. He knows that without material independence, honor is exposed to 1,000 stains, and to acquire it, he will endure the roughest labors, whose fruit will be his freedom in the future. Every parasite is a serf, every beggar is a domestic. The hungry man can be rebellious, but never a free man. A powerful enemy of dignity is misery. It shatters vacillating characters and incubates the worst servitudes. He who has not passed through poverty with dignity is a heroic specimen of character. The poor man cannot live his life. So many are the commitments of indigence. To redeem oneself from it is to begin to live. All haughty men live dreaming of a modest material independence. Misery is a gag that binds the tongue and paralyzes the heart. One must escape its claws to choose the highest ideal, the most agreeable work, the most holy woman, the most loyal friends, the most smiling horizons, the most tranquil isolation. Poverty imposes social enlistment. The individual enrolls in a guild, more or less a day laborer, more or less a functionary, contracting duties and suffering denigrating pressures that push him to become domesticated. The Stoics taught the secrets of dignity, to be content with what one has, restricting one's own needs. A free man expects nothing from others he does not need to ask. The happiness that money gives lies in not having to worry about it. For ignoring this precept, the miser is not free, nor is he happy. The goods we have are the basis of our independence. Those we desire are the chain riveted onto our slavery. Fortune increases the freedom of cultivated spirits and makes the ridiculousness of boors shameful. Supreme is the indignity of those who adulate while having a fortune. It would redeem them from all domesticities if they were not slaves of vanity. The only intangible goods are those we accumulate in the brain and in the heart. When they are lacking, no treasure replaces them. The proud have a cult of their dignity. They want to possess it immaculate, free of remorse, without weaknesses that debase or lower it. To it they sacrifice goods, honors, successes, everything that is propitious to the growth of the shadow. To conserve their self-esteem, they do not hesitate to confront the opinion of the meek and to charge against their prejudices. They pass for undisciplined and dangerous among those who vainly try to corrupt their haughtiness. They are rare in mediocrities, whose moral flatness exposes them to misanthropy. They have a certain disdainful and aristocratic air that displeases the most culminating vanities, as it humiliates and shames them. Inflexible and tenacious, because they carry in their hearts a faith without doubts, a conviction that does not waver, an indomitable energy that yields to nothing nor fears anything. They often have asperities that sting amorphous men. In some cases, they can be altruists, either because they are Christians in the highest acceptation of the word, or because they are profoundly effective. They present then one of the most sublime characters, most splendidly beautiful, and that so honor human nature. They are the saints of honor, he poets of dignity. Being heroes, they forgive the cowardice of others. Victorious always before themselves, they pity those who, in the battle of life, sow their own dignity, torn to shreds. If statistics could tell us the number of men who possess this character in each nation, that figure alone would suffice, better than any other, to indicate to us the moral value of a people. Dignity, a desire for autonomy, leads to reducing dependence on others, to the measure of the indispensable, which is always enormous. Le Bruyère, who lived as an intruder in the courtly domesticity of his century, knew how to measure the very high precept that heads the manual of Epictetus, to the point of appropriating it textually without diminishing his own glory thereby. To make oneself valued by things that do not depend on others, but on oneself alone, or to renounce being valued. That maxim seems inestimable to him and of infinite resources in life, useful for the virtuous and for those who have ingenuity, an intrinsic treasure of excellent characters. It is, in contrast, prescribed where mediocrity reigns, as it would banish from the courts the tricks, the intrigues, the ill offices, the baseness, the adulation, and the conspiracy. The nations would not be filled with domesticated, servile men, but with excellent men who would bequeath to their children fewer vanities and more noble examples. By loving one's own merits more than indecorous prosperity, the love of virtue, the desire for glory, the cult of ideals of incessant perfection would grow in the admiration for geniuses, saints, and heroes. This moral dignification of men would signal in history the twilight of the shadows. Chapter 5, Envy 1, The Passion of the Mediocre. Envy is an adoration of men by shadows, of merit by mediocrity. It is the blush on the cheek loudly slapped by another's glory. It is the shackle dragged by the failed. It's the aloe tasted by the impotent. It is a poisonous humor that oozes from the wounds opened by the disappointment of one's own insignificance. Through its caudine forks pass, sooner or later, those who live as slaves to vanity. They file past, livid with anguish, grim, ashamed of their own sadness, without suspecting that their bark envelops an unequivocal consecration of another's merit. The inextinguishable hostility of fools has always been the pedestal of a monument. It is the most ignoble of the clumsy blemishes that disfigure vulgar characters. He who envies debases himself without knowing it, confesses himself subordinate. This passion is the psychological stigma of a humiliating inferiority, felt, recognized. It is not enough to be inferior to envy, as every man is inferior to someone in some sense. It is necessary to suffer from another's good, another's happiness, another's culmination of any kind. In that suffering lies the moral nucleus of envy. It bites the heart like an acid, gnaws at it like a moth, corrodes it as rust does metal. Among the evil passions, none surpasses it. Plutarch said, and La Rochefoucauld repeats it, that there are souls so corrupt as to boast of infamous vices. But none has had the courage to confess to being envious. To recognize one's own envy would imply at the same time declaring oneself inferior to the envied. It is a passion so abominable and so universally detested that it shames the most impudent, and the unspeakable is done to hide it. It is surprising that psychologists forget it in their studies on the passions, limiting themselves to mentioning it as a particular case of jealousy. Its diffusion and virulence have always been so great that Greco-Roman mythology already attributes a superhuman origin to it, having it born from the nocturnal darkness. The myth assigns it the face of a horribly thin and bloodless old woman, her head covered with vipers instead of hair. Her gaze is sullen and her eyes sunken, her teeth black and her tongue smeared with fatal toxins. With one hand she grips 3 serpents, and with the other a hydra or a torch. She incubates in her breast a monstrous reptile that devours her continually and instills its venom in her. She is agitated. She does not laugh. Sleep never closes the lids over her irritated eyes. Every happy event afflicts her or stokes her anguish. Destined to suffer, she is the implacable executioner of herself. It is a treacherous passion and propitious for hypocrisies. It is to hatred what the lockpick is to the sword. It is used by those who cannot compete with the envied. In the impulses of hatred, one can feel the gesture of the claw that in a desperate shudder destroys and annihilates. In the surreptitious crawling of envy, one only perceives the timid dragging of one who seeks to bite the heel. Theophrastus believed that envy is confused with hatred or is born from it, an opinion already enunciated by Aristotle, his master. Plutarch addressed the question, concerning himself with establishing differences between the two passions, from Moralia. He says that at first glance they are confused. They seem to spring from wickedness, and when they are associated, they become stronger, like diseases that become complicated. Both suffer from the good and enjoy the misfortune of others. But this similarity is not enough to confuse them if we attend to their differences. One only hates what one believes to be bad or harmful. In contrast, all prosperity excites envy, just as any brightness irritates sick eyes. One can hate things and animals. One can only envy men. Hatred can be just motivated. Envy is always unjust, as prosperity harms no one. These two passions, like plants of the same species, are nourished and fortified by equivalent causes. One hates the most perverse more, and one envies the most meritorious more. That is why Themistocles said in his youth that he had not yet performed any brilliant act, because nobody envied him yet. Just as Spanish flies thrive on the blondest wheat and the most flourishing rose bushes, envy reaches the men most famous for their character and their virtue. Hatred is not disarmed by good or bad fortune. Envy is. A sun that illuminates perpendicularly from the highest point in the sky reduces the shadow of the objects below to nothing or very little. Thus, observes Plutarch, the brilliance of glory shrinks the shadow of envy and makes it disappear. The hatred that insults and offends is fearsome. The envy that keeps silent and conspires is repugnant. Some admirable book says that it is like the cavities in bones. That book is the Bible, almost certainly, or it ought to be. The cruelest words that a senseless person throws in one's face do not offend 100th part, as much as those the envious person is constantly sowing behind one's back. The latter ignores the reactions of hatred and expresses his spite by stammering, incapable of bristling with virile impulses. One might say his mouth is embittered by a bile he cannot manage to spit out or swallow. Just as oil extinguishes lime and enlivens fire, the good received contains hatred in noble spirits and exasperates envy in the unworthy. The envious man is ungrateful, as the sun is luminous, the cloud opaque, and the snow cold. He is so naturally. Hatred is straightforward and does not fear the truth. Envy is twisted and works with lies. Envying one suffers more than hating, like those sickly torments that become terrifying at night, amplified by the horror of the darkness. Hatred can boil in great hearts. It can be just and holy. It often is when it wants to erase tyranny, infamy, indignity. Envy belongs to small hearts. The awareness of one's own merit suppresses all meager villainy. The man who feels superior cannot envy, nor does the happy madman who lives with delusions of grandeur ever envy. His hatred stands tall and attacks head-on. Caesar annihilated Pompey without baseness. Donatello vanquished Brunelleschi's Christ with his own, without debasements. Nietzsche struck down Wagner without envying him. Just as genius foresees glory and gives its predestined ones a certain apocalyptic gesture, the certainty of an obscure future makes the mediocre myopic and reptilian. That is why men without merit continue to be envious despite the successes obtained by their worldly shadow, as if an inner remorse were shouting at them that they usurp them without deserving them. This awareness of their mediocrity is a torment. They understand they can only remain on the summit by preventing others from reaching them and discovering them. Envy is a defense of the shadows against men. With the distinctions enunciated, the classics accept the kinship between envy and hatred without confusing the two passions. It is necessary to subtilize the problem by distinguishing others that resemble it: emulation and jealousy. Envy, without a doubt, is rooted like them in an affective tendency, but it possesses its own characteristics that allow it to be differentiated. One envies what others already have, and one would like to have, feeling that one's own desire is without hope. One is jealous of what one already possesses and fears losing. One emulates in pursuit of something that others also desire, having the possibility of attaining it. An example taken from the most notorious sources will illustrate the question. We envy the woman our neighbor possesses and whom we desire when we feel the impossibility of disputing her. We are jealous of the woman who belongs to us when we judge her possession uncertain and fear that another may share or take her from us. We compete for her favors in noble emulation when we see the possibility of obtaining them in equal conditions with another who aspires to them. Envy is born, therefore, from the feeling of inferiority with respect to its object. Jealousy derives from the feeling of compromised possession. Emulation arises from the feeling of power that accompanies every noble affirmation of the personality. By deformation of the selfish tendency, some men are naturally inclined to envy those who possess some superiority they yearn for in vain. The envy is greater when the acquisition of the coveted good is considered more impossible. It is the reverse of emulation. The latter is a propulsive and fertile force, while the former is a hindrance that binds and sterilizes the efforts of the envious man. Bartrina understood this well. In his admirable quintilla, envy and emulation, they say, are relatives. Although different in everything, in the end, the diamond and coal are also relatives. Emulation is always noble. Hatred itself can be so sometimes. Envy is a cowardice proper to the weak, an impotent hatred, a manifest inability to compete or to hate. Talent, beauty, energy would like to see themselves reflected in all things and intensified in innumerable projections. Stupidity, ugliness, and impotence suffer as much or more from the good of others as from their own misfortune. That is why all superiority is admiring and all subservience is envious. To admire is to feel oneself believe in emulation with the greatest. An ideal preserves one from envy. He who hears echoes of prophetic voices when reading the writings of great thinkers, he who feels their visionary and divine clamor engraving itself on his heart, with characters as deep as scars. He who is ecstatic, contemplating the supreme plastic creations. He who enjoys intimate shivers before the masterpieces accessible to his senses, and gives himself over to the life that throbs in them, and is moved until his eyes fill with tears, and his bustling heart is carried away in a fever of emotion. That man has a noble spirit and can incubate the desire to create things as great as those he knows how to admire. He who is not moved reading Dante, looking at Leonardo, hearing Beethoven, can swear that nature has not lit the supreme torch in his brain, nor will she ever parade without veils before his myopic eyes that do not know how to admire her in the works of geniuses. Emulation presumes a desire for equivalence, implies the possibility of a leveling. It salutes the strong who are on the path to glory, marching alongside them. Only the impotent man, convicted and confessed, poisons his spirit by hindering the march of those he cannot follow. The entire psychology of envy is synthesized in a fable, worthy of being included in children's reading books. A pot-bellied toad was croaking in his swamp when he saw a firefly shining on the highest of the rocks. He thought that no being had the right to display qualities that he himself would never possess. Mortified by his own impotence, he leaped onto it and covered it with his icy belly. The innocent firefly dared to ask him, "Why are you covering me?" And the toad, congested with envy, only managed to ask in turn, "Why do you shine?" 2. The psychology of the envious. Since envy is an involuntary cult of merit, the envious are, despite themselves, its natural priests. Homer himself already embodied, in Thersites, the envious man of heroic times, as if his physical blemishes were too meager to expose him to eternal disgrace. In a simple verse, he gives us the somber line of his morality, calling him an enemy of Achilles and Ulysses. He can be measured by the excellencies of the people he envies. Shakespeare drew a definitive silhouette in his ferocious Iago, a seedbed of infamies and cowardice, capable of all treasons and all falsehoods. The envious man belongs to a stunted, mean moral species, worthy of compassion or contempt. Without the courage to be a murderer, he resigns himself to being vile. He lowers others, despairing of his own elevation. The family offers infinite varieties through the combination of other stigmata with the fundamental one. The passive, envious man is solemn and sententious. The active one is an atrabilious scorpion. But lugubrious or bilious, he never knows how to laugh with an intelligent and healthy laugh. His grimace is false. He laughs against the grain, who does not rub shoulders with them in his intellectual world. The passive envious man is of a servile stripe. If he tries to do good, he errs to the point of murder. One might say he is a myopic surgeon predestined to wound the vital organs and respect the cancerous viscus. He does not shrink from any baseness when a star rises on his horizon. He persecutes merit even into its grave. He is serious due to an inability to laugh. The joy of the satisfied torments him. He proclaims the importance of solemnity and practices it. He knows that his congeners tacitly approve of this hypocrisy that shields irremediable inferiority. He does not hesitate to sacrifice the lives of his own children to them, pushing them, if necessary, to the very edge of the grave. The active envious man possesses an intrepid eloquence, disguising his constipation of ideas with Niagaras of words. He pretends to plumb the depths of another's spirit without ever having been able to untangle his own. He seems to have 1,000 tongues, like the classic Rabelaisian monster. From all of them, he distills his viperous insidiousness in the form of reticent praise, as the stinging viscosity of his false praise is the maximum of his moral courage. He multiplies himself to infinity. He has 1,000 legs and insinuates himself everywhere. He sows intrigue among his own accomplices, and if the case arises, betrays them. Knowing himself repudiated by glory beforehand, he takes refuge in those academies where the mediocre puff themselves up with vanity. If some inexplicable paternity complicates the quietude of his sterile maturity, you can swear that his work is the fruit of another's effort. And he is a coward to be complete. He crawls before those who disturb his nights with the halo of luminous ingenuity, kisses the hand of the one who knows him and despises him, humiliates himself before him. He knows he is inferior. His vanity only aspires to compensate itself with the fragile rewards of scheming at ground level. Despite their heterogeneous temperaments, destiny usually groups the envious into cliques or circles, the common suffering for the happiness of others serving as their mortar. There they vent their intimate sorrow, defaming the envied and pouring out all their bile as a homage to the superiority of the talent that humiliates them. They are capable of envying the great dead, as if they detested them personally. There are those who envy Socrates and those who envy Napoleon, believing they equal them by lowering them. For that they will deify a brunetière or a boulanger. But these malignant pleasures do little to lessen their misfortune, which lies in suffering from all happiness and being martyred by all glory. Rubens foresaw this when he painted envy in a painting in the Medici gallery, suffering amidst the luminous pomp of the unforgettable Regency. The envious man believes he is marching to Calvary when he observes others scaling the summit. He dies in the torment of envying the one who ignores or despises him. A worm that crawls on the socle of the statue, every rustle of wings seems to make him shudder, as if it were a mockery of his chicken-like flights. He curses the light, knowing that in his own darkness not a single day of glory will dawn. If only he could organize a hunt for eagles or decree an extinguishing of stars. What for others is a cause of happiness can be an object of envy. The ineptitude to satisfy a desire or satiate an appetite determines this passion that makes one suffer from the good of others. The criterion for valuing what is envied is purely subjective. Each man believes himself the measure of others, according to the judgment he has of himself. One suffers the envy appropriate to the inferiorities one feels, whatever their objective value. The rich man may feel emulation or jealousy for another's wealth, but he will envy talent. The beautiful woman will be jealous of another's beauty, but she will envy the rich. It is possible to feel superior in 100 things and inferior in only one. This is the fragile point where envy attempts its assault. The outstanding subject finds his cohort of enviers in the sphere of his most immediate colleagues, among those who would like to excel in the same way. It is an inevitable accident of all culmination, although in some professions it is more celebrated. Men of letters are not left behind, but comedians and harlots would have the privilege if doctors did not exist. The envy of doctors is memorable since antiquity. Hippocrates knew it. Art has described it frequently, to the delight of the patients who survive the drugs. The motive of envy is confused with that of admiration, both being two aspects of the same phenomenon. Only that admiration is born in the strong and envy in the subordinate. To envy is an aberrant way of paying homage to superiority. The groan that insufficiency wrings from vanity is a special form of praise. All culmination is envied. In woman, beauty, talent and fortune in man. In both, fame and glory, whatever their form. Feminine envy tends to be filigreed and perverse. The woman gives her scratch with a sharp and glossy nail, bites with little gilded teeth, squeezes with pale and fine fingers. All slander seems scarce to her to translate her spite. Apelles must have been thinking of her when he represented envy, guiding calumny with a feline hand. She who was born beautiful, and beauty to be complete requires, among other gifts, grace, passion, and intelligence, has the cult of envy assured. Her most noble superiorities will be adored by the envious women. They will sink their incisors into them, as if on a file, without noticing that passion converts them into vestals. 1,000 viperous tongues will burn the incense of their criticisms for her. The oblique gazes of the sufferers will shoot her beauty in the back. The sad souls will raise their prayers to her in the form of calumnies. Grim as the remorse that harasses them, but does not stop them. Whoever has read the 7th Metamorphosis in the 2nd book of Ovid will never forget that at the instance of Minerva, Aglara was transfigured into rock thus punishing her envy of José, the beloved of Mercury. There is written the most perfect allegory of envy, devouring vipers to feed its furies, as no other poet of the pagan era profiled it. The vulgar man envies fortunes and bureaucratic positions. He believes that being wealthy and a functionary is the supreme ideal of others, starting from the fact that it is his own. Money allows the mediocre man to satisfy his most immediate vanities. A bureaucratic post assigns him a place in the state's hierarchy and prepares him for future pensions. Hence the proletarian envies the bourgeois without renouncing the idea of replacing him. For this very reason, the budget scale is a hierarchy of envies, perfectly graded by the figures of the stipends, talent in all its intellectual and moral forms, as dignity, as character, as energy, is the most envied treasure among men. There is in the domestic man a sordid desire to level everything, an obtuse horror of excessive individualization. He forgives the bearer of any moral shadow. He forgives cowardice, servility, lies, hypocrisy, sterility, but he does not forgive the one who steps out of the ranks, taking a step forward. It is enough for talent to allow one to excel in the sciences, in the arts, or in love, for the mediocre to tremble with envy. Thus a large or small nebula forms around each star, a clique of slanderers or a legion of defamers. The envious need to join forces against their idol. In the same way that smallpox pustules appear by the thousands to disfigure a Venusian beauty, the happiness of the fertile martyrs, the eunuchs, pouring drops of bile into their hearts that embitter them for their entire existence. This pain is the involuntary glory of the others, the most indestructible sanction of their talent in action or thought. The words and grimaces of the envious man are lost in the mire where he crawls, like the hisses of reptiles greeting the serene flight of the eagle passing on high, without hearing them. 3. The gnawers of glory. Everyone who feels capable of creating a destiny for himself with his talent and his effort is inclined to admire the effort and talent in others. The desire for one's own glory cannot feel inhibited by the legitimate eminence of another. He who has merits knows what they cost him and respects them. He esteems in others what he would wish to be esteemed in himself. The mediocre man is ignorant of this open admiration. Many times he resigns himself to accepting the triumph that overflows the restrictions of his envy. But to accept is not to love. To resign oneself is not to admire. Small-winged spirits are malevolent. Great minds are admiring. The latter know that natural gifts are not transmuted into talent or genius without an effort, which is the measure of their merit. They know that each step toward glory has cost labors and vigils, deep meditations, endless gropings, tenacious consecration for that painter, that poet, that philosopher, that sage. And they understand that they have perhaps consumed their organisms, aging prematurely, and the biography of great men teaches them that many renounced rest or bread, sacrificing both to gain time to meditate or to buy a book to illuminate their meditations. This awareness of what merit implies makes one respect it. The envious man, who is ignorant of it, sees the result that others reach and he does not, without suspecting how many thorns the path of glory is sown with. Every mediocre writer is a candidate for a criticaster. The inability to create pushes him to destroy. His lack of inspiration induces him to ruminate on the talent of others, tarnishing it with speciousness that denounces his irreparable finality. High minds are equanimous in criticizing their equals, as if recognizing in them a consanguinity in the direct line. In the emulator, they never see a rival. The great critics are optimal authors who write on themes proposed by others, like versifiers with a forced rhyme. The work of another is an occasion to exhibit one's own ideas. The true critic enriches the works he studies, and in everything he touches, he leaves a trace of his personality. Criticasters are, by instinct, enemies of the work. They wish to shrink it for the simple reason that they have not written it, nor would they know how to write it were the one criticized to answer them. Do it better. Their hands are bound by the measuring tape. Their desire to measure others responds to the dream of lowering them to their own measure. They are, by definition, lenders, parasites. They live off what belongs to others, as they limit themselves to shuffling with a wicked hand the very thing they have learned from the book they discredit. When a great writer is erudite, they reproach him for it as a lack of originality. If he is not, they hurry to blame him for ignorance. If he employs a reasoning that others used, they call him a plagiarist, even if he points out the sources of his wisdom. If he omits pointing them out because they are too common, they accuse him of improbity. In everything, they find a reason to slander and envy, revealing their internal anguish. What makes them suffer, in short, is that others are admired and they are not. The mediocre criticaster is incapable of stringing together three ideas outside the thread that routine provides him. His pompous ignorance obliges him to confuse marble with rubble and the voice with falsetto, inclining him to suppose that every original writer is a heresiarch. The bores would give what they do not have to know how to write just a little, so as to join the ranks of professional criticism. It is the dream of those who cannot create. It permits a fearful slander that does not compromise, made of prudent mendacity, restricting the perversities so they turn out sharper, taking a crumb here and giving a scratch there, veiling everything that could be an object of admiration, always lowering with the hidden hope that the critics and the criticized might appear on the same level. The original writer knows that he torments the mediocre, goading in them that passion that sickens them before the brilliance of others. The desperation of the failed is the laurel that best rewards his luminous labor. The glory of a Homer always arrives paired with the ridiculousness of a Zoilus. They ferment in every genre of intellectual activity, like pedicular plagues on originality. They do not forgive the one who incubates in his brain that seditious larva. They live to stain him. They dream of his extermination. They conspire with the intemperance of terrorists and wield sordid calumnies that would make a pachyderm blush. They see a danger in every act and a threat in every gesture. They tremble, thinking that men exist who are capable of subverting routines and prejudices, of lighting new planets in the sky, of snatching their force from the lightning bolts and the waterfalls, of infiltrating new ideals into aging races, of suppressing distance, of violating gravity, of making governments tremble. When a star rises, they appear from all cardinal points to intone the involuntary chorus of its defamation. They appear by the dozens, by the thousands, like Lilliputians around a giant. Suburban double bassists will disgrace the glory of the supreme symphonists. Anodyne gossip columnists will complete biographies of some distant thinker who ignores them. Many who have vainly tried to hit upon a patch of color will let their stream of prose fall as if a faucet of pus were opening over canvases that will live for centuries. Any promiscuous dealer in words will rail against the one who writes lasting thoughts. Ugly women will demonstrate that beauty is repulsive, and old women will maintain that youth is senseless. They will avenge their misfortune in love by saying that chastity is supreme among all virtues, when they would already in vain become procuresses to offer their own to passers-by. And the rest, all in chorus, will repeat that genius, holiness, and heroism are aberrations, madness, epilepsy, degeneration. They will deny the excellence of ingenuity, virtue, and dignity. They will place these values below their own penumbra without noticing that where the genius overflows, the mediocre man does not reach. If the latter were given the choice between Shakespeare or Sarcey, he would not hesitate a minute. He would murmur about the first with the signature of the second. Routine spirits are rebellious to admiration. They do not recognize the fire of the stars because they have never had a spark in themselves. They never give themselves in good faith to the ideals or passions that take them by the heart. They prefer to oppose them with 1,000 reasonings to deprive themselves of the pleasure of admiring them. They will always confuse the equivocal and the crystalline, lowering every ideal to the base intentions that suppurate in their brains. They will crumble everything beautiful, forgetting that wheat ground into flour can no longer germinate into golden ears. Facing the sun. It is a great sign of mediocrity, said Leibniz, to always praise moderately. Pascal said that vulgar spirits find no differences among men. More original types are discovered as one possesses greater ingenuity. The criticaster is parvicient. He admires all things a little, but nothing merits his decided admiration. He who does not admire the best cannot improve. He who sees the defects and not the beauties, the faults and not the merits, the discords and not the harmonies, dies at a low level where he vegetates with the illusion of being a critic. Those who do not know how to admire have no future. They are disqualified from ascending toward an ideal perfection. It is cowardice to appease admiration. It must be cultivated as a sacred fire, preventing envy from covering it with its ignominious patina. Written slander is inoffensive. Time is an equanimous gravedigger. It buries criticasters and bad authors in the same grave. While the envious murmur, the genius grows. In the long run, the former remain oppressed, and the latter feels the desire to pity them, to prevent them from continuing to die by slow fire. The true punishment of these parasites lies in the mute smile of the thinkers. He who criticizes a high spirit holds out his hand expecting an alms of celebrity. It's enough to ignore him and leave him with his hand extended, denying him the notoriety that a reply would confer upon him. The author's silence kills the postulant. His indifference suffocates him. Sometimes he supposes he's been taken into account and that his presence is noted. He dreams he has been named, alluded to, refuted, insulted. But it is all a simple dream. He must resign himself to envying from the penumbra from which he cannot manage to be pulled. He who is conscious of his merit does not lend himself to inflating the vanity of the first indigent who crosses his path, pretending to distract him, obliging him to waste his time. He chooses his adversaries from among his equals, from among those worthy of him. Superior men can immortalize their lackeys or their henchmen with a single word. That word must be avoided. Of some criticasters, we only have news because some genius honored them with his kick. 4. A Dantesque scene. Their punishment. The punishment of the envious would be to cover them with favors, to make them feel that their envy is received as a homage and not as a dagger thrust. It is more generous, more humanitarian. The goods that the envious man receives constitute his most desperate humiliation. If it is not possible to fate him, it is necessary to ignore him. No sick person is responsible for his ailment. We could not prohibit him from emitting complaining tones. Envy is a disease, and nothing is more respectable than the right to lament when one suffers from congestions of vanity. The envious man is the only victim of his own venom. Envy devours him as cancer does the viscus. It suffocates him as ivy does the oak. That is why Poussin, in an admirable canvas, painted this monster biting its arms and shaking its hair of serpents that threaten it without cease. Dante considered the envious unworthy of hell. In the wise distribution of pains and punishments, he confined them to purgatory, which befits their mediocre condition. They lie cowering in a circle of ashen stone, seated next to a livid wall like their tearful faces, covered by hair shirts, forming a panorama of a living cemetery. The sun denies them its light. Their eyes are sewn shut with wire because they could never see the good of their neighbor. The noble Sapia speaks for them, exiled by her fellow citizens. Such was her envy that she felt mad rejoicing when they were defeated by the Florentines. And others speak with tragic voices, while distant roars of thunder recall the word that Cain pronounced after killing Abel, because the first murderer of the biblical legend had to be an envious man. They all carry the punishment in their guilt. The Spartan Antisthenes, upon learning that they envied him, answered aptly, "Worse for them, they will have to suffer the double torment of their ills and my goods." The only winners are the envied. It is pleasant to feel oneself adored on one's knees. The greatest satisfaction of the excellent man lies in provoking envy, stimulating it with his own merits, harassing it each day with greater virtues, in order to have the happiness of hearing its prayers. Not to be envied is an unequivocal guarantee of mediocrity. Chapter 6. The Leveling Old Age. 1. Gray hairs. Turning gray is a very sad thing. Gray hairs are a message from nature warning us of the proximity of twilight. And there is no remedy. To pluck out the first one, who doesn't do it, is like removing the clapper from the bell that tolls the Angelus, pretending thereby to prolong the day. The visible gray hairs correspond to others, more serious that we do not see, the brain and the heart. The entire spirit and all tenderness turn gray at the same time as the hair. The soul of fire under the ash of years is a literary metaphor, unfortunately uncertain. The ash suffocates the flame and protects the ember. Ingenuity is the flame. The ember is mediocrity. General truths are not disrespectful. They leave a crack ajar through which particular exceptions escape. Why not state the disheartening conclusion? To be old is to be mediocre, with rare exception. The greatest misfortune of a superior man is to outlive himself, leveling himself with the others. How many would commit suicide if they could perceive that terrible passage from the man who thinks to the man who vegetates, from the one who pushes to the one who is dragged, from the one who plows new furrows to the one who enslaves himself in the tracks of routine. Old age and mediocrity are often parallel misfortunes. The saying, "genius and character until the grave," is a very rare exception in men of excellent ingenuity. If they are long-lived, it tends to be confirmed when they die on time, before the fatal twilight opaqueness tarnishes the splendors of the spirit. In general, if they die late, a slow fog begins to veil their mind with the ailments of old age. If death insists on not coming, geniuses become strangers to themselves, a survival that leads them to not even understand their own work. It happens to them as it would to an astronomer who lost his telescope and ended up doubting his previous discoveries, finding himself unable to confirm them with the naked eye. The decline of the man who ages is represented by a systematic regression of intellectuality. At first, old age mediocrizes every superior man. Later, decrepitude makes the already mediocre old man inferior. Such an affirmation is a simple corollary of biological truths. The human personality is a continuous formation, not a fixed entity. It organizes and disorganizes, evolves and involves, grows and diminishes, intensifies and is exhausted. There is a moment when it reaches its maximum plenitude. After that time, it is incapable of increasing. And soon, the initial symptoms of decline are usually noted. The flickering of the inner flame that is extinguishing. When the body refuses to serve all our intentions and desires, or when these are measured in anticipation of possible failures, we can affirm that old age has begun. To stop to meditate on a noble intention is to kill it. Ice traitorously invades the heart, and the freest personality is tamed and domesticated. Routine is the mental stigma of old age. Saving is its social stigma. Man ages when utilitarian calculation replaces youthful joy. Whoever stops to see if what he has will be enough for his entire possible future is no longer young. When he opines that it is preferable to have too much than to have too little, he is old. When his desire to possess exceeds his possibility of living, he is already morally decrepit. Avarice is an exaltation of the selfish feelings proper to old age. Many centuries before modern psychologists studied it, Cicero himself wrote definitive words. I have never heard it said that an old man has forgotten the place where he had hidden his treasure from on old age. And it must be true, if such was said by one who set out to defend the privileges and charms of old age. Gray hairs are avaricious, and avarice is a sterile tree. Humanity would perish if it had to feed on its fruits. The bourgeois morality of saving has debased entire generations and peoples. There are grave dangers in preaching it, for, as Machiavelli taught, the avarice of its citizens harms peoples more than the rapacity of their enemies. This passion for collecting goods that are not enjoyed increases with the years, unlike the others. He who is tight-fisted in youth goes so far as to murder for money in old age. Avarice dries up the heart, closes it to faith, to love, to hope, to the ideal. If a miser possessed the sun, he would leave the universe in darkness to prevent his treasure from being spent. Besides clinging to what he has, the miser despairs to have more without limit. He is more miserable the more he has. To bury money bags he does not enjoy. He renounces dignity or well-being. This desire to pursue what he will never enjoy constitutes the most sinister of miseries. Avarice, as a debasing passion, equals envy. It is the moral pustule of aged hearts. 2. Stages of decline. The individual personality is constituted by successive superimpositions of experience. A stratification of character has been pointed out. The word is exact and deserves to be kept for further developments. In its primitive and fundamental layers lie the inclinations received hereditarily from ancestors, the mentality of the species. In the middle layers are found the educational suggestions of society, the social mentality. In the upper layers flourish the recent variations and perfections of each one, the personal traits that are not collective patrimony, the individual mentality. Just as in geological formations, the deepest sedimentations contain the most ancient fossils, the primitive bases of the individual personality zealously guard the common capital of the species and of society. When the recently constituted strata gradually disappear due to old age, the psychologist discovers, little by little, the mentality of the mediocre, the child, and the savage, whose vulgarities, simplicities, and atavisms reappear as gray hairs replace the hair. Inferior, mediocre, or superior, every adult man goes through a stationary period. during which he perfects his acquired aptitudes but does not acquire new ones. Later, the intelligence enters its twilight. The functions of the organism begin to decline at a certain age. These declinations correspond to inevitable processes of organic regression. The mental functions, the same as the others, decline when the cellular gears of our nerve centers begin to rust. It is evident that the individual is ignorant of his own twilight. No old man admits that his intelligence has diminished. He who writes this today will probably believe the contrary when he is over 60. But objectively considered, the fact is indisputable. Although there may be disagreement in pointing out general limits to the age at which old age racks our springs, it is understood that for this function, as for all others of the organism, the age of aging differs from individual to individual. The organic systems in which involution begins are different in each one. There are those who age earlier in their digestive, circulatory, or psychic organs, and there are those who keep some of their functions intact until beyond the common limits. Mental longevity is an accident. It is not the rule. Unequivocal old age is that which puts more wrinkles in the spirit than on the forehead. Youth is not a simple matter of civil status and can survive some gray hair. It is a gift of intense, expressive, and optimistic life. Many adolescents do not have it, and some old men overflow with it. There are men who have never been young. In their prematurely withered hearts, extreme opinions found no warmth nor romantic exaggerations any breath. In them, the only precocity is old age. There are, in contrast, exceptional spirits who keep some originalities until their last years, aging late. But in some sooner and in others later, slowly or quickly. Time consummates its work and transforms our ideas, feelings, passions, energies. The process of intellectual involution follows the same course as that of its organization, but inverted. First, the individual mentality disappears, later the social mentality, and finally the mentality of the species. Old age begins by making every individual a mediocre man. The mental decline may, however, not stop there. The cellular gears of the brain continue to rust. The activity of the neuronal associations attenuates more and more, and the destructive work of decrepitude is deeper. Ailments continue to dismantle the layers of the character successively, one after another of his secondary acquisitions disappearing, those that reflect social experience. The old man becomes inferior. That is, he returns little by little to his primitive, infantile mentality, conserving the most ancient acquisitions of his personality, which are, therefore, the best consolidated. It's notorious that childhood and senility touch. All languages consecrate this observation in well-known proverbs. This explains the profound psychic transformations of the old, the total change of their feelings, especially the social and altruistic ones, the progressive laziness for undertaking new enterprises, with discreet conservation of the habits consolidated by old automatisms, and the doubt or apostasy of the most personal ideas to return first to the common ideas in their environment, and then to those professed in childhood or by their ancestors. The best proof of this, which the ignorant usually dictate against science, we find in the men of the most elevated mentality and of the best disciplined culture. It is frequent in them, upon entering old age, a radical change of opinions about the highest philosophical problems, as the aptitudes originally defined during the virile age decline. 3. The bankruptcy of geniuses. This picture is not exaggerated or schematic. The progressive march of the process prevents perceiving this evolution in the people who surround us. It is as if a light were extinguishing so slowly that one could reach absolute darkness without noticing the transition at any moment. To the natural slowness of the phenomenon are added the differences it presents in each individual. Those who had only managed to acquire a reflection of the social mentality have little to lose in this inevitable bankruptcy. It is the impoverishment of a poor man. And when, in full senility, their social mentality is reduced to the mentality of the species, becoming inferior. No one is surprised by this passage from poverty to misery. In the superior man, in the talent, or in the genius, these ravages are clearly noted. How could an old millionaire parading his last rags beside us not attract our attention? The superior man ceases to be so. He is leveled. His own ideas, organized in the period of perfection, tend to be replaced by common or inferior ideas. Genius, let it be understood, is never late, although its fruit may be revealed late. The works thought of in youth and written in maturity may not show decline, but the works thought of in old age itself always reveal it. We read the second part of Faust out of respect for the author of the first. We cannot leave it without remembering that sequels are never good. An unappealable adage if the first was the work of youth and the second is the fruit of old age. Kant has been pointed out as a finished example of this psychological metamorphosis. The young Kant, truly critical, had reached the conviction that the three great bastions of mysticism, God, freedom, and immortality of the soul, were unsustainable before pure reason. The aged, dogmatic Kant found, in contrast, that these three phantoms are postulates of practical reason, and therefore indispensable. The more the return to Kant is preached in the contemporary resurgent neo-Kantianism, the more noisy and irreparable the contradiction between the young and the old Kant presents itself. Spencer himself, a monist if ever there was one, ended up leaving a door ajar for dualism with his unknowable. Virchow created cellular pathology in his full youth, without suspecting that he would end up renouncing his ideas as a naturalist philosopher. The same as him, others declined, to cite only the recently dead. Lombroso has been seen to fall in his last years into infantile naivetés, explicable by his mental weakening, to the point of weeping while conversing with the soul of his mother on a spiritualist tripod. James, who in his youth was a spokesman for evolutionary and biological psychology, ended up getting entangled in moral speculations that only he understood. And finally Tolstoy, whose youth was prodigal with admirable novels and writings, which caused him to be classified as an anarchist writer. In his last years wrote commonplace articles that a vulgar gazetteer would not sign, to extinguish himself in a mystical pilgrimage that made the last hours of his physical life ridiculous. The mental one had ended long before. 4. The psychology of old age. Sensitivity attenuates in the old, and their pathways of communication with the world around them are dulled. The tissues harden and become less sensitive to physical pain. The old man tends toward inertia, seeks the least effort. Just as laziness is an anticipated old age is a laziness that fatally arrives at a certain hour of life. Its characteristic is an atrophy of the noble elements of the organism, with development of the inferior ones. A part of the capillaries becomes obstructed and diminishes the blood flow to the tissues. The weight and volume of the central nervous system are reduced, like that of all properly vital tissues. The flaccid musculature prevents keeping the body erect. Movements lose their agility and precision. In the brain, nutritive exchanges diminish, chemical transformations are altered, and the connective tissue proliferates, causing the noblest cells to degenerate. The balance of the organs broken, the balance of the functions cannot subsist. The dissolution of the intellectual and affective life follows that fatal course perfectly studied by Ribot in the final chapter of his Psychology of Feelings. As he ages, man becomes infantile, as much for his creative ineptitude as for his moral shrinking. The expansive period is followed by that of concentration. The incapacity for assault perfects the defense. Physical insensibility is accompanied by moral analgesia. Instead of participating in the pain of others, the old man ends up not even feeling his own. The anxiety to prolong his life seems to warn him that a strong emotion can spend energy, and he hardens himself against pain as the tortoise retracts under its shell when it senses danger. Thus he comes to feel a hidden hatred for all the living forces that grow and advance, a deaf rancor against all springs. The psychology of old age denounces absorbent obsessive ideas. Every old man believes that the young despise him and desire his death in order to supplant him. He translates such a mania into hostility toward youth, considering it much inferior to that of his time, a judgment he extends to new customs when he can no longer adapt to them. Even in small things he demands the largest part, contradicting every initiative, disdaining intuitions and scorning ideals, without remembering that in another time he thought, felt, and did everything he now considers compromising and detestable. That is the true psychology of the man who is aging. Age attenuates or annuls zeal, ardor, the aptitude to create, discover, or simply savor art, to keep curiosity awake. I omit the very rare exceptions that would each require a particular examination. For the majority of men, vital weakening immediately suppresses the taste for these superfluous things. Let us also point out with old age the decided hostility against innovations, new artistic forms, new discoveries, new ways of posing or treating scientific problems. The fact is so notorious that it requires no proof. Ordinarily, in aesthetics above all, each generation renounces the one that follows it. The common explanation for this misonism is the existence of already organized intellectual habits, which would be shaken by a violent contrast if a capacity for emotion or passion still existed. This last is what is lacking in the old due to the drowsiness of their affective life. Ribot adds that this dissolution of the superior feelings is followed by that of all altruistic feelings and of the ego-altruistic ones, the selfish ones enduring until the end, increasingly isolated and predominant in the old man's personality. They themselves shipwreck in subsequent senility. The diverse elements of the character dissolve in the inverse order of their formation. Those that have been acquired at the end are less active, leave less persistent furrows, are adventitious, uncoordinated. This is revealed in the regression of senile memory. The phantoms of the first youthful impressions continue to roll in the mind when the closest memories, those of the previous day, have already disappeared. The lack of plasticity means that new psychic processes leave no traces, or very weak ones, while the old ones have been engraved deeply in more sensitive matter and are only erased with the destruction of the organs. With the growth of neurons in the young man and their power to create new associations, Kajal would explain the adaptability of man and his aptitude for changing his ideological systems. The stoppage of these functions in the elderly or in adults with brains atrophied by lack of education or other cause allows one to understand immutable convictions, the lack of adaptation to the moral environment, and misonistic aberrations. It is equally conceivable that the lack of association of ideas, intellectual clumsiness, imbecility, dementia, can be produced when, for more or less morbid causes, the articulation between the neurons becomes loose. That is, when they weaken and cease to be in contact, or when memory is partially disorganized. To formulate this hypothesis, Cajal has taken into account the greater conservation of youthful memories, the association pathways created long ago and exercised for some years have undoubtedly acquired greater strength for having been organized in the era when the brain possessed its highest degree of plasticity. Without knowing this modern data, Lucretius observed that science and experience can grow as life goes on, but vivacity, promptness, firmness, and other laudable qualities wither and languish when old age arrives. Once the force of time cracks the body and the limbs weaken from exhausted force, judgment falters, and tongue and mind stop making sense. Montaigne, old, esteemed that at 20 years of age, each individual has announced what can be expected of him, and affirmed that no obscure soul, up to that age, has become luminous afterward. If the thorn does not prick at birth, it will scarcely ever prick. He adds that almost all the great actions of history have been carried out before the age of 30, from essays. Centuries later, an absolutely different spirit reaches the same conclusions. The discovery of the second principle of modern energetics was made by a young man. Carnot was 28 years old when he published his paper. Meyer, Joule, and Helmholtz were 25, 26, and 25 respectively. None of these great innovators had reached the age of 30 when they made themselves known. The times when their works appeared do not represent the moment when they were conceived. Some years had to pass before they had sufficient development to be expounded and before they found means to publish them. 5. The virtue of impotence, what has been affirmed from Lucretius and Montaigne to Ribot and Ostwald, may be true. But the old will not renounce their protests against the young, nor will the latter silently submit to the hegemony of grey hairs. The old forget they were young, and the young seem to ignore that they will be old. The path to travel is always the same, from originality to mediocrity, and from this to mental inferiority. How can we be surprised, then, that young revolutionaries end up being old conservatives? And what is strange about the religious conversion of atheists who reach old age? How could the active and enterprising man at 30 not be apathetic and prudent at 80? How can we be astonished that old age makes us avaricious, misanthropic, grumpy, when it gradually dulls our senses and intelligence, as if a mysterious hand were closing one by one? All the windows left ajar to the reality that surrounds us. The law is harsh, but it is law. To be born and to die are the inviolable terms of life. It tells us with a firm voice that what is abnormal is not to be born nor to die in the fullness of our functions. We are born to grow, we age to die. Everything that nature offers us for growth, she subtracts from us in preparing for death. However, the old protest that they are not respected enough, while the young despair at the excessiveness of that respect. The story is timeless. Cicero wrote his On Old Age in the same spirit that Faguet today writes certain pages of his essay On Old Age. The former complained that the old were little respected in the empire. The latter complains that they are less so in democracy. Faguet's words are astonishing when he affirms that the old are not listened to, pretending to see in this the negation of one more competence. He alleges that in primitive peoples, as today among savages, it is the old who govern. Gerontocracy is explained there, where there is no more science than experience and the old know everything. as any new case is known to them from having seen many similar ones. Vergé says that the book placed in the hands of the young is the enemy of the experience monopolized by the old. And he despairs because the old man has fallen into ridicule. Although he commits the imprudence of judging him truthfully, let us agree in good faith that he lends himself to that. He is stubborn, he is manic, he is verbose. He is a storyteller, he is boring, he is grumpy, and his appearance is disagreeable. No young man has written a more synthetic silhouette than that, included in his volume on the cult of incompetence. Vergé opines that the old man is banished from contemporary mediocrities, a grave error which only proves his old age. Every society in decline is propitious to mediocrity and an enemy of any individual excellence. That is why original young people are denied access to government until they have lost their own edge, waiting for old age to level them, lowering them to the ways of thinking and feeling that are common to their social group. That is why directive functions are usually the patrimony of mature age. The public opinion of peoples, classes, or parties usually finds in men who were superior and are already beginning to decline the natural exponent of its mediocrity. In youth they are considered dangerous. Only in revolutionary times do the young govern. The French Revolution was carried out by them, the same as the emancipation of both Americas. Progress is the work of enlightened and daring minorities. As long as the superior individual thinks with his own head, he cannot think with the head of the conservative majorities. There is not, therefore, the lack of respect that, in their respective old ages, Plato, Aristotle, and Montesquieu pointed out before Vergé. To affirm that by the path of old age one arrives at mediocrity is the simple application of a general law that governs all living organisms and prepares them for death. Why should we be surprised by this mental decline if we are accustomed to seeing the leaves fade and the trees lose their leaves when autumn arrives, pursued by winter? Let us admire the old for the superiorities they may have possessed in youth. Let us not fall into the simplicity of expecting a holy, heroic, or genial old age after an equivocal, meek, and opaque youth. Old age does not put flowers where there were only weeds. Rather, it reaps excellences with its leveling scythe. The representative old men who ascend to government and dignities, after having spent their best years in inertia or orgies, at the green baize table or among harlots, in apathetic expectation or in humiliated resignation, without a vile word and without a haughty gesture, avoiding the struggle, fearing adversaries, and renouncing dangers, do not deserve the trust of their contemporaries, nor do they have the right to pontificate. Their grandiloquent words seem pronounced in falsetto and provoke laughter. Men of elevated character do not do life the injury of wasting their youth, nor do they entrust to the uncertainty of gray hairs the initiation of great enterprises that only fresh minds can conceive and virile arms realize. Virile experience complicates the foolishness of the mediocre, but it cannot convert them into geniuses. Maturity softens the perverse, makes him useless for evil. The devil does not know more because he is old than because he is the devil. If he repents, it is not out of holiness, but out of impotence. Chapter 7. The Mediocracy. 1. The Climate of Mediocrity. In rare moments, passion warms history, and idealisms are exalted, when nations are constituted and when they are renewed. First it is a secret yearning for freedom, later a struggle for independence, then a crisis of institutional consolidation, afterward the vehemence of expansion or the drive of energies. Geniuses pronounce definitive words, statesmen shape their visionary plans, heroes place their hearts on the scale of destiny. It is, however, fatal that peoples have long intercadences of fattening. History knows not a single case in which high ideals work with continuous rhythm on the evolution of a race. There are hours of palingenesis and hours of apathy, with vigils and dreams, days and nights, springs and autumns, in whose infinite alternation the continuity of time is divided. In certain periods, the nation slumbers within the country. The organism vegetates, the spirit grows drowsy. Appetites harass ideals, becoming dominant and aggressive. There are no stars on the horizon, nor banners on the bell towers. No clamor of the people is perceived. The echo of great animating voices does not resound. Everyone crowds around the official tablecloths to obtain some crumb from the meal. It is the climate of mediocrity. States become mediocracies, which inexpressive philologists would prefer to call mesocracies. The cult of truth enters the penumbra, the desire for admiration, faith in firm beliefs, the exaltation of ideals, disinterest, abnegation, everything that lies on the path of virtue and dignity. All spirits are tempered to the same utilitarian diapason. One speaks in proverbs, as Panzer discoursed. One believes by catechisms, as Tartuffe preached. One lives by expedience, as Gil Blas taught. Everything vulgar finds fervent adherents in those who represent the militant interests. Their most eminent spokesmen turn out to be slaves in their climate. They are actors who are forbidden to improvise. Otherwise, they would break the mold to which the other pieces of the mosaic conform. Plato, unintentionally, when speaking of democracy, it is the worst of the good governments, but it is the best among the bad, defined the mediocrity. Centuries have passed. The sentence retains its truth. In the first decade of the 20th century, the moral decadence of the ruling classes has accentuated. In each region, a faction of freeloaders holds the gears of the official mechanism, excluding from its bosom all who disdain complicity in its enterprises. Here they are, upstart castes, their industrial unions, elsewhere factions of empty talkers. They are gangs and call themselves parties. They try to disguise their monopoly of the state with ideas. They are bandits seeking the most unpunished crossroads to despoil society. Shameless politicians have existed in all times and under all regimes. But they find a better climate in bourgeoisie without ideals. Where everyone can speak, the enlightened fall silent. The enriched prefer to listen to the vilest deceivers. When the ignorant man believes himself equal to the scholar, the scoundrel to the apostle, the loudmouth to the eloquent, and the mule to the dignified, the scale of merit disappears in an opprobrious leveling of villainy. That is the mediocracy. Those who know nothing believe they say what they think, although each one only manages to repeat dogmas or sponsor veracities. This moral flatness is more serious than the acclimatization of tyranny. No one can fly where all crawl. It becomes convenient to call hypocrisy urbanity, mannerism distinction, timidity culture, complicity tolerance. The lie provides these equivocal denominations, and those who lie thus are enemies of themselves and of the fatherland, dishonoring in it their parents and their children, gnawing at the common dignity. In these parentheses of cork tree-like dullness, mediocrities venture down ignoble paths. The obsession with accumulating material treasures, or the clumsy desire to enjoy them in idleness, erases from the collective spirit every trace of dream. Countries cease to be fatherlands. Any ideal seems suspicious. Philosophers, sages, and artists are superfluous. The heaviness of the atmosphere hinders their wings, and they stop flying. Their presence mortifies the traffickers, all those who work for profit, the slaves of saving or avarice. The things of the spirit are despised. The climate not being propitious for it, its cultivators are few. They do not manage to disquiet the mediocrities. They are prescribed within the country, which slowly kills their ideals by fire without needing to banish them. Each man remains imprisoned among 1,000 shadows that surround and paralyze him. There are always mediocre people. They are perennial. What varies is their prestige and their influence. In times of renewing exaltation, they show themselves humble. They are tolerated. Nobody notices them. They dare not meddle in anything. When ideals grow lukewarm and the qualitative is replaced by the quantitative, one begins to count on them. They then become aware of their number. They join forces in groups. They flock together in parties. Their influence grows in just measure as the climate tempers. The sage is equal to the illiterate, the rebel to the lackey, the poet to the moneylender. Mediocrity condenses, converts itself into a system, is uncontrollable. Yokels rise high as geniuses do not flourish. Creations and prophecies are impossible if they are not in the soul of the era. The aspiration for the best is not the privilege of all generations. After one that has made a great effort, dragged or moved by a genius, the following one rests and dedicates itself to living off past glories, commemorating itself without faith. The factions dispute the administrative maneuvers, competing in handling all the dreams. The diminution of these is disguised with an excess of pomp and words. Any protest is silenced by giving participation in the feasts. The best intentions are proclaimed, and abominable basenesses are practiced. Art is lied about. Justice is lied about. Character is lied about. Everything is lied about with the consent of all. Each man sets a price on his complicity, a reasonable price that oscillates between a job and a decoration. The rulers do not create such a state of things and spirits. They represent it. When nations run into shallows, some faction seizes the machinery, constituted or reformed by genial men. Legislators flourish, archivists swarm, functionaries are counted by legions, laws multiply without thereby reinforcing their efficacy. The sciences become official mechanisms. In institutes and academies where genius never sprouts and even talent is prevented from shining, its presence would humiliate by the force of contrast. The arts become industries sponsored by the state, reactionary in its tastes and adverse to any foresight of new rhythms or new forms. The imagination of artists and poets seems to sharpen in discovering the cracks in the budget and filtering through them. In such times, the stars do not emerge. They are idle. Society does not need them. Its cohort of functionaries is enough. The level of the rulers descends until it marks zero. The mediocrity is a conspiracy of the zeros against the units. 100 clumsy politicians together are not worth one genial statesman. Add 10 zeros, 100, 1,000, all those of mathematics, and you will not have any quantity, not even negative. Politicians without ideals mark absolute zero on the thermometer of history, keeping themselves clean of infamy and virtue, equidistant from Nero and Marcus Aurelius. A conservative apathy characterizes these periods. The anxiety for elevated things grows lukewarm, the desire for sumptuous formalisms prospering against it. Rulers who do not think seem prudent. Those who do nothing title themselves rested. Those who do not steal turn out exemplary. The concept of merit becomes negative. Shadows are preferable to men. One seeks the originally mediocre or the one mediocrized by senility. Instead of heroes, geniuses, or saints, discreet administrators are demanded. But the statesman, the philosopher, the poet, those who realize, preach, and sing some part of an ideal, are absent. They have nothing to do. The tyranny of the climate is absolute. Level oneself or succumb. The rule knows few exceptions in history. Mediocrities always denied virtues, beauties, grandeurs, gave poison to Socrates, the stake to Christ, the dagger to Caesar, exile to Dante, prison to Galileo, fire to Bruno. And while they scorned these exemplary men, crushing them with their wrath or arming some maddened arm against them, they offered their servitude to imbecile rulers or put their shoulder to sustain the clumsiest tyrannies, at a price that these guarantee the sated classes the necessary tranquility to enjoy their privileges. In these eras of pandering, authority is easy to exercise. The courts are populated with the servile, with rhetoricians who chatter for profit, with aspirants to some pashalik, with puppets in whose consciences the ignominious warrant is always hanging. Mediocrities prop themselves up on the appetites of those who yearn to live off them, and on the fear of those who fear losing their pittance. Civil indignity is law in these climates. Every man declines his personality upon becoming a functionary. He does not wear the chain visibly on his foot like the slave, but drags it hidden, tied in his gut. Citizens of a fatherland are those capable of living by their own effort, without the official barley. When everything is sacrificed to the latter, superimposing appetites onto aspirations, the moral sense degrades and decadence approaches. In vain are remedies sought in the glorification of the past. Peoples do not awaken from that stupor by praising what was, but by sowing the future. 2. The fatherland. Countries are geographical expressions, and states are forms of political equilibrium. A fatherland is much more, and it is something else. Synchronism of spirits and hearts, uniform temper for effort and homogeneous disposition for sacrifice. Simultaneity in the aspiration for greatness, in the shame of humiliation, and in the desire for glory. When this community of hopes is lacking, there is no fatherland. There cannot be. One must have common dreams, yearn together for great things, and feel decided to realize them, with the certainty that when all march in pursuit of an ideal, no one will remain halfway counting his money bags. The fatherland is implicit in the sentimental solidarity of a race, and not in the conspiracy of the politicers who thrive in its shadow. It is not enough to accumulate riches to create a fatherland. Carthage was not one. It was an enterprise. The golden mines, the feverish industries, and the generous rains make any country a rich emporium. Ideals of culture are needed for there to be a fatherland in it. The value of this concept is lowered when it is applied to countries that lack moral unity, more similar to factories of native or exotic profiteers than to legions of dreamers whose ideal seems like a bow drawn toward an objective of common dignification. The fatherland has intermittences. Its moral unity disappears in certain epochs of debasement, when all desire for culture is eclipsed and vile appetites for command and enrichment hold sway. And the remedy against this crisis of flatness is not in the fetishism of the past, but in the sowing of the future, concurring to create a new moral environment propitious to every culmination of virtue, ingenuity, and character. When there is no fatherland, there can be no collective feeling of nationality, unmistakable from the patriotic lie exploited in all countries by merchants and militarists. It's only possible to the extent marked by the unison rhythm of hearts for a noble improvement, and never for an ignoble aggressiveness that wounds. The same feeling of other nationalities there is no baser way to love the fatherland than by hating the fatherlands of other men. as if all were not equally worthy of engendering equal feelings in their children. Patriotism must be collective emulation, so that one's own nation ascends to the virtues exemplified by other better ones. It must never be collective envy that makes one suffer from the superiority of others and moves one to desire the lowering of others to one's own level. Each fatherland is an element of humanity. The yearning for national dignification must be an aspect of our faith in human dignification. Each race ascends to its highest level as fatherland, and through the effort of all, the level of the species will rise as humanity. As long as a country is not a fatherland, its inhabitants do not constitute a nation. The zeal of nationality only exists in those who feel communed to pursue the same ideal. That is why it is deeper and more potent in conspicuous minds. The most homogeneous nations are those that count men capable of feeling it and serving it. The meager capacity for ideals prevents coarse spirits from seeing in the patrimony a high ideal. The defectors of morality, alien to the society in which they live, cannot conceive it. Slaves and serfs have barely a native country. Only the dignified and free man can have a fatherland. He can have it. He does not always have it, as there are times when it only exists in the imagination of a few, 1, 10, perhaps some 100 chosen ones. It is then at that ideal point where the aspiration of the best converges, of all those who feel it without thriving professionally astride politics. In those few lies the nationality, and it vibrates in them. The millions of inhabitants who eat and profit in the country remain alien to their desire. The ennobling feeling is born in many young dreamers, but remains rudimentary or is distracted by the common appetite. In a few chosen ones, it becomes dominant, taking precedence over small temptations of the herd or the confraternity. When venal interests overcome the ideal of the cultured spirits, who constitute the soul of a nation, the national feeling degenerates and corrupts. The fatherland is exploited like an industry. When one lives satiating coarse appetites, and no one thinks that in the song of a poet or the reflection of a philosopher there may be a particle of the common glory, the nation plunges. The citizens return to the condition of inhabitants, the fatherland to that of country. This occurs periodically, as if the nation needed to blink in its gaze toward the future. Everything twists and lowers, individual indolence disappearing into the common. One might say that in the collective guilt, the responsibility of each one vanishes. When the whole bends, as in the lurching of a ship it seems, by relativity that nothing will bend. Only he who rises and looks from another plane at those who navigate notices their descent, as if facing them he were an immobile point, a lighthouse on the coast. When moral miseries devastate a country, it is the fault of all those who, due to lack of culture and ideal, have not known how to love it as a fatherland, of all those who lived off it without working for it. 3. The politics of herds. A deep cause of this general contamination is, in our time, the degeneration of the parliamentary system, all the commonplace forms of parliamentarism. Before, it was presumed that to govern required a certain science and the art of applying it. Now it has been agreed that Gil Blas, Tartuffe and Sancho are the unappealable arbiters of that science and that art. Politics degrades, becomes a profession. In peoples without ideals, subordinate spirits thrive on clumsy antechamber intrigues. At low tide, the base rises and the traffickers become dull. All excellence disappears, eclipsed by domesticity. A morality hostile to firmness and propitious to relaxation is established. The government falls into the hands of rabble that gorges on the budget. The battlements are lowered and the dunghills are raised. The laurel grove withers and the thistles multiply. Courtiers rub shoulders with scoundrels. Tightrope walkers and acrobats progress. No one thinks where everyone profits. No one dreams where everyone swallows. What was once a sign of infamy or cowardice becomes a title of cunning. What formerly killed now vivifies, as if there were an acclimatization to the ridiculous. Debased shadows rise up and seem like men. Improbity struts and displays itself, instead of being shameful and modest. What in fatherlands was covered with shame, in countries is covered with honors. Electoral days become crude deals among mercenaries or fistfights among adventurers. Their justification is borne by innocent voters who go to the parody as if to a festival. Factions of professionals are adverse to all originalities. Illustrious men can be victims of the vote. The parties adorn their lists with certain respected names, feeling the need to shield themselves behind the intellectual blazon of a select few. Each herd forms a general staff that excuses its pretension to govern the country, covering daring piracies with the pretext of sustaining party interests. Exceptions are not tolerated in homage to virtues. The herds admire no superiority. They exploit the prestige of the banner to give passage to their contraband merchandise. They discount at the bank of success thanks to the prestigious signature. For each man of merit, there are dozens of insignificant shadows. Aside from these exceptions, which exist everywhere, the mass of the people's chosen is subordinate. A dullness of the vain, dishonest and servile. The first squander their fortune to ascend to parliament. Rich landowners or powerful industrialists pay gold for the votes collected by impudent agents. Upstart little lords open their piggy banks to buy themselves the only diploma accessible to their amorphous mentality. Enriched asses aspire to be tutors of peoples, with no more capital than their constancy and their millions. They need to be someone. They believe they achieve it by incorporating themselves into the herds. The dishonest are legion. They assault Parliament to engage in lucrative speculations. They sell their vote to companies that bite into the state's coffers. They lend prestige to projects of large businesses with the Treasury, charging for their speeches at so much per minute. They pay their voters with positions and official gifts, trade their influence to obtain concessions in favor of their clientele. Their political management is usually tranquil. A businessman is always with the majority. He supports all governments. The servile prowl through Congresses by virtue of the flexibility of their spines. Lackeys of a great man, or blind instruments of their herd, they dare not dispute the leadership of the one or the orders of the other. Talent, eloquence, or probity is not asked of them. The certainty of their gregariousness is enough. They live by borrowed light, satellites without color and without thoughts, yoked to the chariot of their chieftain, always ready to clap when he speaks and to stand up when the time comes for a vote. In certain novice democracies, which seem to call themselves republics in jest, the Congresses swarm with meek protégés of the dominant oligarchies. Submissive, servile, unconditional, effeminate herds thrive. The majorities look to the swineherd, waiting for a wink or a sign. If anyone strays, he is lost. Those who rebel are proscribed without appeal. There are isolated cases of ingenuity and character, dreamers of some apostolate, or representatives of indomitable yearnings. If time does not domesticate them, they serve the others, justifying them with their presence, appraising them. It is illusory to believe that merit opens the doors of debased parliaments. The parties, or the government in their name, operate a selection among their members at the expense of merit or in favor of intrigue. A quantitative sovereign without ideals prefers candidates who have his same moral complexion out of sympathy and convenience. The most abstruse formulas of organic chemistry seem like infantile babblings compared to the turncoats of the mediocre parliament. The contempt of honest men never intimidates it. It trusts that the low level of the representative approves the senselessness of the represented. That is why certain useless men adapt marvelously to the desiderata of universal suffrage. The flock prostrates itself before the hollowest fetishes and fills them with its distilled foolishness. The accomplices, large or small, aspire to become functionaries. Bureaucracy is a convergence of veracities lying in wait. Since the rights of man were invented, every imbecile knows them by heart to exploit them, as if equality before the law implied an equivalence of aptitudes. This desire to live at the expense of the state lowers dignity. Every voter who crosses the streets, quickly, preoccupied on foot, in a car, in a blouse, gloved, young, mature at any hour, you can be sure he is becoming domesticated, debasing himself. He seeks a recommendation or carries it in his pocket. The functionary grows in modern bureaucracies. Formerly, when it was necessary to delegate part of their functions, monarchs chose men of merit, experience, and fidelity. Almost all belonged to the feudal caste. The great offices linked it to the cause of the Lord. Alongside that, small local bureaucracies formed. As government institutions grew, bureaucracy grew, becoming a class, a new branch of the dominant oligarchies. To prevent it from being haughty, they regulated it, taking away all initiative and suffocating it in routine. An exaggerated submission was opposed to its desire for command. The small bureaucracy does not vary. The large one, which is its key, changes with the herd that governs. With the parliamentary system, it was enslaved doubly by the executive and by the legislative. This play of bilateral influences converges to diminish the dignity of functionaries. Merit is excluded absolutely. Influence is enough. With it, one ascends by equivocal paths. The characteristic of the boor is to believe himself fit for everything, as if good intentions saved incompetence. Flaubert recounted in Eternal Pages the story of two mediocre men who try everything tryable, Bouvard and Pécuchet. They do nothing well, but they renounce nothing. They populate the mediocrities. They are functionaries of any function, believing themselves valid organs for the most contradictory physiologies. Immediate consequences of bureaucracy are servility and adulation. They have existed since there were powerful men and favorites. The first is observed in 100 forms, implicit in human inequality, where there were different men, some were dignified, and others domestic. Excessive deference and the affectation of pleasing the master engender these woodworms of character. They are not crimes before the laws, nor vices for the morality of certain eras. They are compatible with honesty, but not with virtue. Never. Sensitivity to praise is legitimate in its origins. Praise is an indirect measure of merit. It is founded on esteem, recognition, friendship, sympathy, or love. Sincere and disinterested praise does not lower the one who bestows it, nor offend the one who receives it, even when it is unjust. It can be an error, it is not an indignity. Adulation always is. It is disloyal and self-interested. The desire for favor induces one to please the powerful. The conduct of the sycophant aims at that, and his servile spirit sacrifices everything to it. His intelligence only sharpens to sniff out the master's desire. He subordinates his tastes to those of his owner, thinking and feeling as he orders. His personality is not abolished, but little is lacking. He belongs to the race of the happy cowards, as Leconte de Lisle baptized them. Adulation is an injustice. It deceives. The sycophant is always despicable, even when he does it out of a kind of vulgar benevolence, or out of the desire to please at any price. Racine and Phèdre believed it a divine punishment. Detestable flatterers, the most fatal present that celestial wrath can make to kings. Not only kings and the powerful are flattered. The people are also flattered. There are miserable desires for popularity, more denigrating than servility. To obtain the quantitative favor of the mobs, one can lie to them with base praises disguised as ideals, more cowardly because they are directed at plebs who do not know how to discover the deceit. To flatter the ignorant and deserve their applause, speaking to them ceaselessly of their rights, never of their duties, is the ultimate renunciation of one's own dignity. In mediocre climates, while the masses follow the charlatans, the rulers lend ear to the nitpickers. The vain lie fascinated by the siren that lulls them without cease, caressing their shadow. They lose all criteria for judging their own acts and those of others. Intrigue imprisons them. The adulation of the servile drags them to commit ignominies, like those women who boast of their beauty and end up lending it to those who corrupt them with excessive praise. True merit is disconcerted by adulation. It has its pride and its modesty, like chastity. Great men say of themselves, naturally, praises that on the lips of others would make them blush. Great shadows enjoy hearing the praises they fear they do not deserve. Mediocrities foment this vice of serfs. Everyone who thinks with his own head or has a haughty heart turns away from the mire where the debased prosper. The excellent man, wrote La Bruyère, cannot flatter. He believes his presence is inopportune in the courts, as if his virtue or his talent were a reproach to those who govern, and those who pale before his merits take advantage of his withdrawal, as if there existed a perfect compensation between ineptitude and rank, between domesticities and advancements. From time to time, one of the best stands up among all and speaks the truth as he knows how and as he can, so that it is not extinguished nor subverted, transmitting it to the future. It is civic virtue. The ignoble is qualified with fairness. By dint of veiling the names, the notion of unworthy things would end up being lost in spirits. The Tartuffes, enemies of all starlight and all sonorous words, cross themselves before the heretic who returns their names to things. If it depended on them, society would be transformed into a cave of mutes, whose silence no vehement clamor would interrupt, and whose shadow the splendor of no star would tear. Every idealist has read with lyrical emotion the three admirable stories that Vigny tells in his imperishable Stello. To have an ideal is a crime that mediocrities saw pardoned. Gilbert dies, Chatterton dies, André Chénier dies. All three are assassinated by the governments, with different weapons according to the regimes. The idealist is immolated in absolute empires, the same as in constitutional monarchies and in bourgeois republics. Whoever lives for an ideal cannot serve any mediocrity. Everything in it conspires so that the thinker, the philosopher, and the artist deviate from their route. And woe, when they depart from it, they lose it forever. They fear politicking for that reason, knowing it is the Valhalla of the mediocre. They can fall prisoner in its net, but when another climate reigns and destiny carries them to power, they govern against the servile and the routine. They break the monotony of history. Their enemies know it. Never has a genius been elevated by a mediocrity. They arrive against it despite itself to dismantle it. when a future is being prepared for the archetypes of the mediocrity. The leading men of the mediocracies are equidistant from the legendary barbarian Tiberius or Facundo and the transmuting genius Marcus Aurelius or Sarmiento. The genius creates institutions and the barbarian violates them. The mediocre respect them, impotent to forge or destroy. Elusive of glory and rebellious to infamy, they are recognized by an unequivocal circumstance. Their chamberlains dare not call them geniuses for fear of ridicule, and their adversaries could not seat them on the bench of imbeciles without flagrant injustice. They are perfect in their climate. They slip through history thanks to 100 complicities and combine in their person all the attributes of the environment that embosses them, sugared over by equivocal military hierarchies, by opaque university titles, or by the starched improvisation of upstart lineages. They polish in their spirit the routines and prejudices that dull the beliefs of the dominant mediocrity. They are always short-stepped. Their march can at no moment be compared to the flight of a condor, nor to the crawling of a serpent. All the herds inflate some specimen predestined for possible culminations. They select the finished prototype from among those who share their passions or their veracities, their fanaticisms or their vices, their prudences or their hypocrisies. They are not the privilege of such a caste or party. Their cork-tree lightness floats in all political mires. They think with the head of some flock and feel with its heart. Products of their climate, they are irresponsible. Yesterday for their hollowness, today for their preeminence, tomorrow for their twilight. Playthings always of others' wills. From among them, the republics choose their presidents, tyrants seek their favorites, kings name their ministers, parliamentarians pick out their cabinets. Under all regimes, in absolute monarchies and in oligarchic republics, whenever the spiritual temperature of a race, a people, or a class descends, the obtuse and the senile find a propitious climate. Mediocracies avoid the summits of the abysses. Uneasy under the meridian sun and timorous in the night, they seek their archetypes in the penumbra. They fear originality and youth. They adore those who will never be able to fly or already have rusty wings. Adventitious packs of mediocrities, linked by the leash of common appetites, dare to call themselves parties. They ruminate a creed, feign an ideal, harness consular phantoms, and recruit a host of lackeys. That is enough to dispute elbow to elbow the hoarding of governmental stipends. Each flock elaborates its lie, erecting it into an infallible dogma. The scoundrels join forces to exalt the prominence of their phantom. His ineptitude is called lyricism. His vanity decorum, his laziness ponderation, his impotence prudence, his vices distraction, his knavery liberality, his witheredness ripeness. The hour favors them. Shadows lengthen the further the twilight advances. At a certain moment the illusion blinds many, silencing all truthful dissent. Collective irresponsibility erases the individual quota of error. No one blushes when all cheeks can claim their part in the common shame. From these uproars emerge one or another archetype, although not always the least useless. They live for years lying in wait. They shield themselves in political rancors or worldly prestige, throwing them like verjuice in the eyes of the inexperienced. While they lie lethargic due to irredeemable ineptitudes, they simulate being proscribed for mysterious merits. They cry out against the abuses of power, aspiring to commit them for their own benefit. In the bad patch, the factious continue to gild each other mutually, without the resignation to fasting diminishing the magnitude of their appetites. They await their turn, meek under the tourniquet. They repeat de Maistre's maxim, to know how to wait is the great means of arriving. Patient expectation converges toward the culmination of the least disquieting. Rarely does a superior man round them up with a vigorous wrist, converting them into a supporting caste that thrives in his shadow. When they lack this absolute denominator, they go off orbit like asteroids of a planetary system whose sun is extinguishing. All conspire then in tacit transaction, lending their shoulder to those who can endure more praises in just equivalence of ancient merits. The group inflates them with lodged solidarity. Each accomplice becomes a thread of the spiderweb spun to capture the government. The convoluted selection of the oligarchic factions and the pompous vanity of the mediocre man they consecrate are understandable. His encomiasts, committed to purifying him of every sinful stain, attempt to obstruct the truth by calling his repeated incompetence for all enterprises romanticism. Others call his vanity pride and his sloth idealism. But time dissipates the equivocation, returning its name to these two vices clustered on the same trunk. Pride is compatible with idealism, but the former is the synthesis of vanity, and the second is that of sloth. The tin plate leading men embossed, their accomplices finish plating them with demulcent chrysopeias. Their blemishes come to seem like coquetries, like the wrinkles of courtesans. Anointing them arbiters of order and virtue, they declare their old pustules prescribed. Unconditionalism toward the murkiest regimes, shifty gambling passions, ridiculous misfortunes of epigrammatic Don Juanism. The lips of the sycophants drink from that water of lethe that erases the memory of the past. They do not notice that after splashing a whole life in vice, all Puritanism smells of benzene, like gloves that go through the cleaner. Where oligarchies thrive under democratic disguises, those astonished peacocks prosper, tense with vanity. A mischievous person would deflate them if he pricked them as he passed, discovering the absolute nothingness that frolics within. Vacuous does not mean winged. Foolishness was never the standard of holiness. Without the blood of hyenas which tyrants need, neither do they have that of eagles, proper to the illuminated. A foolish lymph runs in their veins, proper to the lineage of turkeys and quintessenced in the royal one, a symbolic bird that candidly sums up foolishness and fatuity. They are moral thermometers of a certain era. When the mediocrity incubates turkey chicks, the eaglets have no atmosphere. Resigned passivity explains certain culminations. The future of some archetypes lies in being admired in opposition to others. They flee to enlarge themselves. With many lustra of aimless wandering, they do not erase their faults. In their gait, an inveterate pusillanimity is discovered, which avoids skirmishes with enemies who have humiliated them to the point of bleeding. There can be no virtue without gallantry. It is not demonstrated by one who evades, with trembling withdrawals, the battle offered to his dignity for so many years. This cowering is certainly not the classic gaucho courage of the American colonels, nor does it resemble the gesture of the lion crouching to make a better leap. They wander about with the gift of waiting of the opportunistic amphibian of which Ramos Mejia speaks. The dignified man may fall silent when he receives a wound, perhaps fearing that his disdain exceeds the offense. But his sentence arrives, and it arrives in a style never used to flatter or to ask, more piercing than 100 swords. Each verb is an arrow whose reach depends on the elasticity of the bow, the moral tension of dignity, and time does not erase a syllable of what is thus spoken. The archetypes usually interrupt their humiliated silences with innocuous verbal pyrotechnics. From time to time, The accomplices proclaim some mysterious lucubration, stammered or not, before assemblies that certainly did not listen to it. They do not manage to sustain the reputation with which they are adorned. They desert Parliament the very day they are elected, as if fearing to expose themselves and compromise the impresarios of their fame. The inflation of these aerostats is completed by entrusting them with subordinate festival diplomacies, in whose sumptuous pageantry they parade their hollow vanities. Their accomplices divine in them some diplomatic talent or internationalist perspicacity, to the point of involving them in glossy sinecures where they fade into tepid penumbras, alongside the splendor of their oldest collaborators. Never discouraged, the oligarchies continue to pamper these offspring with the hope that they will hit the nail on the head after striking the horseshoe 100 times. Anointed emissaries before a sister nation, their sacristy casuistry poisons deep affections as if by enchantment. Inextinguishable tares were germinating in the hearts of the peoples. Archivists and scribblers conspire to incite the fervor of the naive and capture the confidence of the routine-bound. Well-paid little Plutarchs transform their aloe into honey, quintessencing their most chronic vinegars into praises, as if mortgaging their ingenuity by discounting future stipends. They fill the hollowness of the fool with vain artifices, without suspecting the insufficiency of the ploy. Neither the turkey seems an eagle nor the mule a steed. They are recognized as they pass, seeing their erectile snood or hearing the clatter of their horseshoe. Their negative gravitation seduces domesticated characters. They do not think, do not steal, do not oppress, do not dream, do not murder, do not miss mass, what more? When the factions forge the phoenix, they elevate it as their perfect symbol. They possess cosmetics for their wrinkled physiognomies, the grandiloquent rancidity of programs at whose foot one would immediately seek the signature of Bertoldo if the vast stupors did not reveal the prudent reticence of Tartuffe. It is preferable that they be curdled with vulgarities and written in abysmal style. The clientele likes them more. An abstract program is perfect. It seems idealistic and does not harm the ideas that each accomplice believes he has. Out of every 199 lie about the same thing: the greatness of the country, the sacred democratic principles, the interests of the people, the rights of the citizen, administrative morality. All this, if it is not customary shamelessness, results from a touching foolishness. It pretends to say much and means nothing. The fear of concrete ideas hides itself under the mask of civic vagueness. They are not ashamed to climb to power astride ignominy. They comply with every villainy that converges toward their object. When they speak of civism, their breath stinks of the original swamp. Their morality covers vice by the simple fact of profiting from it. Pushed along twisted paths, they continue sowing in the same furrows. To take advantage of the unworthy, they have had to humiliate themselves meekly. The honors that are not conquered must be paid for with debasements. He cannot be virtuous who is engendered in an impure womb, say the scriptures. Those who rise high, closing their eyes and implicating themselves in dunghill tricks, suffering the manhandling of the dullards, lying to themselves to satiate the craving of a whole life, cannot redeem themselves from the original sin even if, insubordinate Fausts, they try to escape the curse of their Mephistopheles. The people ignore them. They are separated from them by the zeal of the factions. To protect themselves from indiscreet ailments, they withdraw from circulation, as if up close they could not withstand the scrutiny of the curious. They remain alien to every tremor of the race. At certain hours, the mobs can be their accomplices, the people never. They could not be. In mediocrities, the people disappear, One might say they consent because they do not exist, substituted by cohorts that thrive. Depositories of the soul of nations, peoples are spiritual entities unmistakable from parties. It is not enough to be a multitude to be a people. The unanimity of the servile would not be. The people embody the very conscience of the future destinies of a nation or a race. It appears in the countries that an ideal converts into nations and resides in the moral convergence of those who feel the fatherland higher than the oligarchies and the sects. The people, antithesis of all parties, are not counted by numbers. They exist where a single man is not complicated in the common knavery. Facing the domesticated or fanatic hosts, that single free man, he alone, is everything. People and nation and race and humanity, the archetypes of the mediocrity pass through history with the superficial pomp of fugitive shadow puppets. Never does an insult or a praise reach their ears. They are never called heroes or tyrants. In the popular fantasy, they awaken a uniform echo, which is repeated everywhere: the turkey, or in a synthesis more definitive than an epitaph. Their psychological triad is simple: vanity, impotence, and favoritism. They live on ostentation, which only pertains to forms. The austere sobriety of gesture is an attribute of men. The sumptuousness of appearances is the award of shadows. After incubating their anxieties, trembling with humility before their accomplices, clouding themselves with fumes and puffing themselves up with defatuation, they forget that to become vain about a rank is to confess oneself inferior to it. They accumulate showy artifices to hallucinate the domestic imaginations. They surround themselves with lackeys, adopt pleonastic nomenclatures, multiply records 100-fold, strut about in luxurious trains, navigate in complicated state barges, dream of receptions beyond the oceans. They offer both flanks to the smiling irony of the mockers, putting in everything a certain second-hand ostentation reminiscent of the courts and lordships of operetta. Their melodramatic emphasis would suit characters by Hugo and would tickle the Voltairean egotism of Stendhal. In their contemplative Adonicism, there is no room for ambition, which is an energetic effort to increase one's own merits in works. The ambitious man wants to ascend as far as his own wings can lift him. The vain man believes himself already on the supreme summits coveted by others. Ambition is beautiful among all passions, as long as vanity does not debase it. That is why it is respectable in geniuses and ridiculous in fools. They plume themselves with permanent bombast. They suspect that ideals exist and pretend to be their sustainers. They incur in those most conforming to the morality of their mediocrity. They suspect the truth sometimes because it enters everywhere more subtle than adulation. But they mutilate it, attenuate it, corrupt it with accommodations, with crutches, with patches that disguise. In certain cases, the truth is stronger than they are. It leaps to the eye despite them and is their punishment. They adorn themselves with good intentions when they have less strength to convert them into acts. The innate foolishness transpires in their puritanical chatter. Ineptitude becomes comic in its disguise of idealism. The vague principles they apply in step with opportunistic conveniences are flimsy. Time discovers those who have their morality in pieces to show it, although from its cloth they never cut a suit to cover their mediocrity. They are tributaries of the seventh deadly sin. In their impotence, there is sloth. They renounce authority and conserve pomp. The former could burnish merit, the latter adorns vanity. They like to be idle. They desist from doing the very little they could. They avoid all firm labor. They withdraw from any combat, declaring themselves spectators. They can practice evil through inertia and good by mistake. They give themselves over to events due to incapacity to orient them. As Voltaire said, lazy people are never anything but mediocre people in whatever genre it may be. However detestable rulers may be, they are never worse than when they do not govern. The evil that tyrants do is a visible enemy. The inertia of the sluggards, in contrast, implies a mysterious abandonment of the function by the organ, acephaly, the death of authority by a cachexia inaccessible to remedies. It is great unconsciousness to govern peoples when illness or old age takes away man's government of himself. The lack of intrinsic inspirations makes them sensitive to the coercion of conspirators, to the intrigue of the domestic, to the adulation of courtiers, to the pressures of gamblers, to the intimidations of gazetters, to the influences of sacristies. Their conduct reveals weakness toward all who lie in wait for them, nor is their showy tilting at windmills enough to hide it. When they reach power, they renounce it, in fact, convinced of their impotence to use it. They surrender themselves to the course of the river, like novice swimmers, riders of colts whose bucking they ignore. They close their eyes and abandon the reins. This ineptitude to grasp them with their inexperienced hands they call submission to democracy. Favoritism is their slavery before 100 interests that harass them. They ignore the feeling of justice and respect for merit. The truly just man resists the temptation not to be so when he has a benefit in it. The mediocre man always yields. He professes an abstract equity in cases that do not harm the influence of his accomplices, but he becomes involved, in fact, in all their schemes. Never absolutely can there be justice in preferring the lackey to the dignified, the oblique to the upright, the ignorant to the scholar, the intriguer to the gentleman, the fearful to the brave. That is the moral corruption of mediocrities, to place influence before merit. In favoritism, those who tread firmly get bogged down, and those who crawl softly advance, as in quagmires. When merit confronts the archetypes with their errors, they argue humbly that they are not infallible. But their vileness lies in underlining the excuse with tempting offers, accustomed as they are to trading honor. He cannot be a judge who confuses the diamond with swill. When the responsibility of governing is accepted, to err is a fault, as Epictetus pronounced. In mediocrities, it is ignored that dignity never arrives on its knees at the platforms of those who command. They frequently repeat the legendary judgment of Midas. Pan dared to compare his flute of 7 reeds with the lyre of Apollo. He proposed a contest to the god of harmony, and the old Phrygian king was the arbiter. Pan's rustic chords resounded, and Apollo sang in time with his divine melodies. All decided that the flute was incomparable to the lyre, all unanimous, except the king, who claimed victory for the former. Suddenly, 2 miraculous ears grew among his hair. Apollo was avenged, and Pan took refuge in the shadows. The judge, confused, wanted to hide them under his crown. He revealed them to a chamberlain. He ran to a distant valley, dug a pit, and told his secret there. But the truth is not buried. Rose bushes flourish that, stirred by the breezes, repeat eternally that Midas had ass's ears. History punishes with as much severity as legend. A page of chronicle lasts longer than a rosebush. No one asks if the crucifiers of Christ, the burners of Bruno, and the mockers of Columbus were scoundrels or softened weaklings. Their condemnation is the same and unliftable. Justice is respect for merit. A Marcus Aurelius knows that in each generation there are 10 or 20 privileged spirits, and his genius consists in fostering them all. A panzer excludes them from his isle, using only those who become domesticated, that is, the worst in character and morality. Those who listen to the servile without interrogating the dignified are always unjust. Those who merit justice never ask for favor, nor do they accept it. They find it natural that the depraved prefer their peers. It is exact that the clumsiness of the bourgeois, mortified by the natural haughtiness of superiority, seeks to consecrate his equal, whose access is easy for him, and in whose psychology he finds the means to be satisfied and understood. The hour arrives when the injustices of the governors are paid with formidable compound interest, irremissibly. Done to just one, they threaten all the best. To leave them unpunished means becoming their accomplice. Sooner or later, their tangled accounts are settled, although their errors are never finalized. The archetypes of the mediocracies learn firsthand that for want of a nail, a horseshoe is lost. Like the divine Apollo to Midas, the dignified punish the shameless with the perpetuity of their word. They can err because it is human, but if they speak the truth, it endures in time. That is their sword. Rarely do they draw it as a weapon. That is frequently unsheathed, soon wears out. If they do, it goes straight to the heart, like that of the famous romance. And the rancor of the lackeys evidences the surety of the point that touches the master. To be complete, they are sensitive to all fanaticisms. Most pray with the same lips they use to lie, like Tartuffe, unsure of facing the sanction of the dignified. On earth, they would wish to postpone it for heaven. If it were in their power, they would cut out the tongues of the sophists and the hands of the writers. They would close the libraries so that original minds could not conspire in them. They prefer the adulation of the ignorant to wise counsel. They underlie all dogmas. If colonels, they wear a scapular instead of a sword. If politicians, they consult the Monitor Secreta to interpret the Magna Cartas of the nations. Under their empire, hypocrisy, more fatal than shamelessness itself, becomes a system. In that incessant combat, renewed in so many Abyssinian dramas, the amorphous become pillars of society, and he who strips bare a shadow seems a seditious enemy of the people. All the shrewd beat their breasts to thrive. The hosts of the sacristy grow and grow, absorbing, mining, widening, like a moral herpes that enlarges in silence until it ignominiously stains the physiognomy of an entire epoch. Mediocracies deny their archetypes the right to choose their opportunity. They harness them in government when their organism falters and their brain dims. They want the useless or the dull. Men repudiated in youth are consecrated in old age. At that age, when good intentions are a weariness from bad habits, they choose those who used to enslave themselves to their belly, eating until sated and drinking until stupefied, devastating their health in white nights, lowering their dignity in the insolvency of the green baize tables, becoming unfit for all continued and fertile effort, preparing those decrepitudes in which the kidney fossilizes and the liver becomes syrupy. That is the best guarantee for the routine flock. Its hatred of originality impels it toward the men who begin to mummify in life. While old age erases the last personal traits of the archetypes, their accomplices conspire to hide their progressive, softening, exempting them from all toil and supporting them with naive fictions. Little by little, the old wreck flees from his natural residences and isolates himself. He bargains over the occasions to show himself in full light, exhibiting himself in reduced showcases, where the peacocks can display from afar the 100 eyes of Argus planted in their tails. Uncertain now to think, they need more than ever the incense smoke of all the senses. Sycophancy ends up covering them with lubricants. The apologies redouble as they disappear, their brains mined by shameful diseases contracted in the lupinarian dealings of courtesans. The twilight comes on implacably by slow fire, drop by drop, as if destiny wanted to strip bare their emptiness, piece by piece, demonstrating it to the most stubborn, to those who might doubt if they died suddenly, without that slow fading. They are shadows in the service of their contiguous hosts. Although they do not live for themselves, they have to live for them, showing themselves from afar to attest that they exist, and avoiding even the gust of air that could bend them like the page of a catalogue abandoned to the elements. Although they faint, they cannot abandon the burden. In vain will remorse repeat in their ears the classic words of Propertius. It is shameful to load the head with a burden it cannot bear. Soon the knees bend, shying from the weight. The archetypes feel their slavery, but they must die in it, guarded by the accomplices who fed their vanity. The houses of government can be their coffin. The factions know it and dispute their vices, which lurk in ambush. Their names remain enumerated in the chronologies. They disappear from history. Their descendants and beneficiaries strive in vain to lengthen their shadow and live off it. It is enough for a free man to denounce them, for posterity to shroud them. A single word suffices if it is virtuous, stoic, incorruptible, decided to sacrifice itself without looking back, provided it is loyal to its dignity. A single word suffices to erase the adulations of the courtiers, refined in vain in the funereal hour. Some sated dinner guests, unable to refer to what they were, dare to praise what they could have been. They believe a hope dies as if it were possible in organisms mined by the woodworms of youth and the syrupy softenings of old age. It is natural that with each one his herd dies. Many take turns in each era of penumbra. The mediocrity throws them away like old playing cards, whose cards are already marked by the card sharps, starting to deal with new ones, neither better nor worse. The dignified, alien to the game whose tricks they ignore, withdraw from all the cliques that thrive in the shadow of the fatherland. They cultivate their ideals and light a spark of them as they can. But waiting for another moral climate or preparing it, and they do not stain their lips by naming the archetypes. It would be, perhaps, to immortalize them. 5. The aristocracy of merit. Has the progressive advent of democracy, by permitting the equality of the rest, hindered the culmination of the best? It is indifferent whether it concerns monarchies or republics. The 19th century began to unify the essence of political regimes, leveling all systems, making them bourgeois. An eminent thinker glossed this truth. Mediocrity does not tolerate illustrious exceptions. If genius is a magnificent soliloquy, a voice of nature in which a whole nation or race speaks, is it not an excessive privilege, he asks, that one should raise his voice in the name of all? Democracy renounces such sovereigns who rise high without plebiscites and do not adduce divine rights. What was once the word in the genius now becomes word and is distributed among all, who together believe they reason better than one alone. Civilization seems to concur in this slow and progressive banishment of the extraordinary man, widening and illuminating the mediocrities. When most did not know how to think, it was just that one should do it for all, a faculty exposed to dangerous excesses. But the providential man becomes unnecessary as more people think and want. In such a diffusion of sovereignty, what need is there for great epics thought, realized or written? That seems transiently the formula of leveling, and could be translated thus: to the extent that the democratic regime spreads, the function of superior men is restricted. It would be an incontrovertible, definitive truth if the egalitarian becoming were a natural orientation of history, and if, in case it were carried out with a permanent rhythm, without stumbles. And it is not so. It never has been, nor will it be, it seems. Nature opposes all leveling, seeing inequality death. Human societies, for their moral and structural progress, need genius more than the imbecile and talent more than mediocrity. History does not confirm the egalitarian presumption. It does not suppress Leonardo to deify Panzer, nor crush Bertoldo to adore Goethe. Both have their reason for living, nor does one prosper in the climate of the other. The genius, in his opportunity, is as irreplaceable as the mediocre in his own. 1,000, 100,000 mediocre men would not then do what one genius does. The idealists who precede or follow them cooperate in his work. Never the conservatives, who are his natural enemies, nor the routine masses, who can be his instrument, but not his guide. It is ironic to repeat that states never need the genial ruler. The cult of the commonplace but honest ruler is proper to merchants who fear the bad, without conceiving the superior. Why would history renounce the genius, the saint, and the hero? In solemn hours, peoples expect everything from great men. In decadent eras, the vulgar suffice. There is a climate that excludes the genius and seeks the fatuous. In the twilight flatness, while the academies are populated with the myopic and functionaries, charlatans or turkey chicks govern the state. But there is another climate in which they do not serve. Then the horizon becomes studded with stars. In the storm, a Sarmiento takes the helm and pilots a people toward its ideal. In the dawn, an Ameghino looks far and discovers fragments of some truth in formation. And it still varies in its domains. Around it forms, like the halo around the first stars, a particular atmosphere where its word resounds and its spark illuminates. It is the climate of genius, and one alone thinks and does marks an epoch. To him who says equality or death, nature replies, equality is death. That dilemma is absurd. If a constant leveling were possible, if all the differential, the original individuals had ever succumbed, humanity would not exist. It could not have existed as the culminating term of the biological series. Our species has emerged from the preceding ones as a result of natural selection. There is only evolution where the variations of individuals can be selected. To equalize all men would be to deny the progress of the human species, to deny civilization itself. The current and contingent fact remains: has the progressive advent of the democratic regime in monarchies and republics favored its public decline during the last century? Practically, democracy has been a fiction until now. It is a lie of some who pretend to represent all. Although Lamartine, Heine, and Hugo believed in it at times, no one is more unfaithful than idealist poets to the word of universal equivalence. Most are openly hostile. The position of the problem is different. It is simple. Until now, an effective democracy has not existed. The regimes that adopted such a name were fictions. The pretended democracies of all times have been conspiracies of professionals to take advantage of the masses and exclude eminent men. They have always been mediocracies. The premise of their lie was the existence of a people capable of assuming the sovereignty of the state. There is no such thing. the masses of the poor and ignorant have not had until today. The aptitude to govern themselves. They changed shepherds. The greatest theorists of the democratic ideal have been, in fact, individualists and partisans of natural selection. They pursued the aristocracy of merit against the privileges of the castes. Equality is an equivocation or a paradox, depending on the case. Democracy has been a mirage, like all the abstractions that populate the fantasy of the deluded or form the capital of the mendacious. The people have been absent from it. Aristocratic castes are no better. In them, too, there are crises of mediocrity, and they become mediocracies. Democrats pursue justice for all and err in seeking it in equality. Aristocrats seek privilege for the best and end up reserving it for the most inept. The former erase merit in leveling, the latter mock it by attributing it to a class. Both are, in fact, enemies of all natural selection. It matters little whether the people are domesticated by factions of the blazoned or of upstarts. In both, dignity and ideals are equally prescribed. Just as the titled democracies are not, the pretended aristocracies cannot be. Merit hinders in the courts the same as in the taverns. Every aristocracy could have been selective in its origin. It usually is. He who initiates a lineage or an ancestry with his merits is respectable. Human inequality is evident in every time and place. There are always men and shadows. The men who guide the shadows are the natural aristocracy of their time, and their right is indisputable. It is just because it is natural. In contrast, the concept of traditional aristocracies is ridiculous. They conceive society as a booty reserved for a caste, which enjoys its benefits without being composed of the best men of its time. Why should the relatives, family members, and lackeys of those who were once the fittest continue to participate in a power they did not contribute to creating? In the name of inheritance, if aptitudes are inherited, this privilege is useless to them, and they could renounce it. If they are not inherited, it is unjust, and they must lose it. It is convenient that they lose it. All hereditary nobility is the antithesis of a natural aristocracy. With the passage of time, it turns out to be its most vigorous obstacle. The divine right invoked by the ones is a lie, the same as the rights of man invoked by the others. Aristarchs and demagogues are equally mediocre and obstruct the selection of superior aptitudes, leveling all originality, inhibiting every ideal. One concession could be made. Countries without aristocratic castes are more propitious to mediocrization. In them, oligarchies of upstarts are constituted, which have all the defects and presumptions of the nobility without possessing its qualities. In their improvisation, they lack the mentality of the great lord, composed of attributes rooted in a culture of centuries. There are, undoubtedly, people of quality and men who have class, like racehorses. They are more elusive of debasement. In their prejudices, dignity can have more part than in those of the upstart. It is a difference that preserves them from many debasements. Is it preferable to obey castes that have the routine of command, or gangs undermined by habits of servitude? The traditional privilege of blood irritates the Democrats, and the numerical privilege of the vote repulses the aristocrats. The gilded cradle does not give aptitudes, neither does the electoral urn. The worst way to combat the democratic lie would be to accept the aristocratic lie. In both cases, it is a matter of identical ineptitudes with different cockades. The inferior masses, which could be the people and the excellent men of each society, who are the natural aristocracy, usually remain alien to their strategy. Among the Democrats encumbered with equality, fit audacious. Lackeys who pretend to supplant their masters. with the help of fanaticized mobs. Among the aristocrats, mouldy with tradition, fit vain men who yearn to subdue their servants, with the help of men of merit. History always repeats itself. The masses and the idealists are propitiatory victims in these disputes between feudal lords and frock-coated bourgeois. The mediocratic degeneration, which Faguet characterizes as a cult of incompetence, does not depend on the political regime, but on the moral climate of decadent epochs. It heals when its causes disappear, never through legislative reforms, which it is absurd to expect from the beneficiaries themselves. In vain are they attempted by fools or simulated by scoundrels. Laws do not create a climate. Effective law is a concrete resultant of morality. The passionate protest of the idealists can be a cry of alarm launched in the shadows. But the dream of ennobling a democracy turns out illusory in times of moral domesticity and satiety. The factions prefer to listen to the false idealism of their aged fetishes, as if new wine could be contained in old wineskins. One must wait for better times, without excessive pessimism, with the certainty that the reaction inevitably arrives at a certain hour. Superior men await it, guarding their dignity and working for their ideal. When mediocrity exhausts the last resources of its incompetence, it shipwrecks. The catastrophe returns its rank to merit and demands the intervention of genius. The very mediocratic stranding contributes to restoring from time to time the vital forces of each civilization. There is a healing force of nature that corrects the knavery of nations, the intermittent formation of successive aristocracies of merit. Privilege disappears, and the moral direction of society returns to the best hands. Its legitimacy is respected. Those rare individual qualities are exalted that imply the original orientation toward new and fertile ideals. Every renaissance is announced by the respect for differences, by their cult. Mediocrity falls silent, impotent. Its hostility becomes feeble, although innumerable. If it had a voice, it would lower merit itself, granting it at ground level. Of what is useful to all, the most cannot decide. The routine man was never the judge of the idealist, nor the ignorant of the sage, nor the dishonest of the virtuous, nor the servile of the dignified. All excellence finds its judge in itself. The merit of each one is appraised in the opinion of his equals. There is a natural aristocracy when the effort of the most apt minds converges to guide the common destinies of the nation. It is not the prerogative of the sharpest minds, as some would wish, in whose ear resonates like an echo that intellectual aristocracy, which was the chimera of Renan. In the aristocracy of merit, virtue and character correspond as much part as intelligence itself. Otherwise, it would be incomplete and its effort ineffective. A regime where individual merit was esteemed above all things would be perfect. It would exclude any numerical or oligarchic influence. There would be no vested interests. The anonymous vote would have as meager value as the fortuitous blazon. Men would strive to be increasingly unequal among themselves, preferring any creative originality to the most traditional of routines. Natural selection would be possible, and the merits of each one would benefit the entire society. The gratitude of the less useful would stimulate those favored by nature. Shadows would respect men. Privilege would be measured by the efficacy of aptitudes and would be lost with them. Transparent, therefore, is the creed that idealism founded on experience could suggest to us in politics. It opposes quantitative democracy that seeks justice in equality, affirming privilege in favor of merit, and to oligarchic aristocracy, which bases privilege on vested interests. It also opposes affirming merit as the natural basis of privilege. The aristocracy of merit is the ideal regime, facing the two mediocrities that overshadow history. It has its absolute formula, justice in inequality. Chapter 8. The Forges of Ideals. 1. The Climate of Genius. Inequality is the strength and the essence of all selection. No two lilies are alike, nor two eagles, nor two caterpillars, nor two men. Everything that lives is incessantly unequal. In each spring, some trees bloom before others, as if preferred by nature, smiling at the fecundating sun. In certain stages of human history, when a people is shaped, a style is created, or a doctrine is formulated, some exceptional men anticipate their vision to that of all, concretize it in an ideal, and express it in such a way that it endures through the centuries. Heralds, humanity listens to them. Prophets believes them. Captains follows them. Saints imitates them. They fill an era or mark a route, sowing some fertile germ of new truths, putting their signature on the destinies of races, creating harmonies, forging beauties. Geniality is a coincidence. It arises like a luminous spark at the point where the most excellent aptitudes of a man and the social necessity of applying them to the performance of a transcendental mission meet. The extraordinary man only ascends to geniality if he finds a propitious climate. The best seed needs the most fertile earth. The function demands the organ. The genius makes actual what in its climate is potential. No philosopher, statesman, sage, or poet achieves geniality while feeling exotic or inopportune in his environment. He needs favorable conditions of time and place for his aptitude to convert into function and mark an epoch in history. The environment constitutes the climate of the genius, and the opportunity marks its hour. Without them, no exceptional brain can rise to geniality. But the one and the other are not enough to create it. Many excellent minds are born in each century. One among 100 finds such a climate and such an hour that destines it fatally to culmination. It is as if the good seed fell on fertile ground on the eve of rains. That is the secret of its glory, coinciding with the opportunity that needs it. It unfolds and grows, synthesizing an ideal implicit in the imminent or remote future, foreseeing it, imposing it. The work of genius is not the exclusive fruit of individual inspiration, nor can it be seen as a happy accident that twists the course of history. Personal aptitudes and infinite circumstances converge toward it. When a race, an art, a science, or a creed prepares its advent or goes through a fundamental renewal, the extraordinary man appears, personifying new orientations of peoples or ideas. He announces them as an artist or prophet, unravels them as an inventor or philosopher, undertakes them as a conqueror or statesman. His works survive him and allow his trace to be recognized across time. He is straightforward and uncontrollable. He flies and flies, superior to all obstacles until reaching geniality. Arriving out of time, that man would live restless, struggling, disoriented. He would always be intrinsically a mind. He could reach talent if he accommodated himself to some of his adventitious vocations, but he would not be a genius as long as that name did not correspond to him for the work realized. He could not be, since he lacks the opportunity in his environment. To grant that title to all who excel in a certain aptitude means to see as identical all those who rise above mediocrity. It is as inaccurate as calling all inferior men idiots. The genius and the idiot are the extreme terms of the infinite scale. For having forgotten this, the statistics and conclusions of some anthropologists provoke laughter. Let us reserve the title for a select few. They are animators of an epoch, sometimes transfusing themselves into their generation and more frequently into the successive ones, legitimate heirs of their ideas or their impulse. Adulation lavishly bestows the rank of genius on the powerful. There are imbeciles who grant it to themselves. There is, however, a measure to appreciate geniality. If it is legitimate, it is recognized by its work, deep in its roots and vast in its flowering. If a poet, he sings an ideal. If a sage, he defines it. If a saint, he teaches it. If a hero, he executes it. One can divine in a young man the most conspicuous aptitudes for achieving geniality. But it is difficult to prognosticate if circumstances will converge for them to convert into works. And as long as we do not see them, all appreciation is capricious. For that reason, and because certain genial works are not realized in minutes but in years, a man of genius can pass unknown in his time and be consecrated by posterity. Contemporaries usually do not keep pace with the genius. But if the latter has fulfilled his destiny, a new generation will be enabled to understand him. In life, many men of genius are ignored, prescribed, underestimated, or scorned. In the struggle for success, the mediocre can triumph as they adapt better to the prevailing ideological fashions. For glory, only the works inspired by an ideal and consolidated by time count. That is where geniuses triumph. Their victory does not depend on the transitory homage that others may grant or deny them, but on their own capacity. To fulfill their mission, they endure despite everything. Even if Socrates drinks hemlock, Christ dies on the cross, or Bruno agonizes at the stake, they were the vital organs of necessary functions in the history of peoples or doctrines. And the genius is known by the remote efficacy of his effort or his example, more than by the fragile sanctions of contemporaries. The magnitude of the genial work is calculated by the vastness of its horizon and the extension of its applications. On this, some have wanted to found a certain hierarchy of the diverse orders of genius, considered as extraordinary perfections of the intellect and the will. No classification is just varying the climate and the hour. The appearance of one or another order of geniality may occur according to the social function that elicits it. And being the most opportune, it is always the most fertile. It is advisable to renounce all hierarchical stratification of geniuses, affirming their difference and admiring them equally. Beyond a certain level, all summits are sublime. No one, if it were not they themselves, could believe themselves enabled to decree ranks and levels for them. They are unconcerned with these pettinesses. The problem is insoluble by definition. Neither hierarchy nor species, geniality is not classified. The man who reaches it is the standard bearer of an ideal. He is always definitive. He is a milestone in the evolution of his people or his art. Commonplace histories are usually chronicles of captains and conquerors. The other forms of geniality enter them as simple accidents. And it is not just. Homer, Michelangelo, Cervantes, and Goethe lived in their centuries higher than the emperors. By each of them, the greatness of his time is measured. They mark memorable dates, personifying immanent aspirations of their intellectual climate. The beat of the wing is as necessary to feel or think a creed as to preach or execute it. Every ideal is a synthesis. The great historical transmutations are born as lyrical visions of artistic geniuses, are transfused into the doctrine of thinkers, and are realized by the effort of statesmen. Geniality becomes function in peoples and flourishes in irremovable circumstances. Fatally, the exegesis of genius would be enigmatic if it limited itself to studying the biology of genial men. The latter only reveals some springs of their aptitude, and not always evident ones. Some investigate their ancestors, going back if they can through the centuries, through many generations, until packing together a handful of madmen and degenerates, as if in the conjunction of the 7 deadly sins, the spark that ignites the ideal of an epoch could explode. That is, to convert a superstition into doctrine, to give the appearance of science to fallacious sophisms. Nor for this reason will we see in them simple products of the environment, forgetting their singular attributes. Neither one nor the other. If such a man is born in such a climate and arrives at such an opportune hour, his pre-existing aptitude, appropriate to both, develops to the point of geniality. Genius is a force that acts as a function of the environment. Proving it is easy. Twice Death and Glory shook hands over an Argentine corpse. The first was when Sarmiento faded on the horizon of continental culture. The second was when in Ameghino the deepest sources of our science were blinded. Few tombs like theirs have seen the cypress and the laurel bloom and intertwine at the same time, as if in the twilight flicker of their lives, votive lamps consecrated to the eternal glorification of their genius had been lit. They deserve such a name. They fulfilled a social function, realizing decisive and fertile work. No one will be able to think of education or culture on this continent without evoking the name of Sarmiento, its apostle and sower. Nor could any mind compare to his among those who succeeded him in government and in teaching. In the development of evolutionary doctrines, the conceptions of Ameghino mark a milestone. It will be impossible not to notice the trace of his steps, and whoever forgets him will renounce knowing many domains of science explored by him. Sarmiento was the pragmatic genius. Ameghino was the revealing genius, too. Sarmiento. His thoughts were slashes of light in the penumbra of American barbarism, opening a glimpse of future things. He thought in such a high style that he seemed to have, like Socrates, some familiar demon that entranced his inspiration. A cyclops in his task, he lived obsessed by the desire to educate. That idea gravitated in his spirit like the great incandescent masses in the celestial equilibrium, subordinating to its influence all the lesser masses of his cosmic system. He had the clairvoyance of the ideal and had chosen his means, to organize by civilizing, to elevate by educating. All fountains were scarce to quench his thirst for learning. All spites were meager to inhibit his restlessness for teaching. Erect and virile always, a flagpole for his own ideals, he followed the routes where destiny guided him, foreseeing that glory is incubated in dawns fertilized by the dreams of those who look furthest. America awaited him. When it is urgent to build or transmute, the climate of genius forms. Its hour sounds like a fateful invitation to fill a page with light. The extraordinary man reveals himself aurorally, as if obeying an irrevocable predestination. Facundo is the clamor of modern culture against the feudal twilight. To create a just doctrine is worth winning a battle for the truth. It costs more to foresee a rhythm of civilization than to undertake a conquest. A book is more than an intention, it is a gesture. Every ideal can be served with the prophetic word. Sarmiento's word seems to descend from a Sinai, prescribed in Chile. The extraordinary man frames at that time, his spirit in the double frame of the mute mountain range and the clamorous sea. Groans of peoples reach him, swelling his heart with anguish. The taciturn cycle of his brow seems to darken, disquieted by a flashing of prophecies. Passion ignites the Dantesque furnaces in which he forges his pages, and they resound with Plutonian sonority in all the ambits of his fatherland. To measure himself, he seeks the greatest enemy, Rosas. who was also genial in the barbarism of his environment and his time. That is why there are apocalyptic rhythms in the apostrophes of Facundo, an astonishing enchiridion that seems like the challenge of an eagle, launched over the most conspicuous summits of the planet. His word is anathema, so strong is the cry that at moments the prose grows hoarse. Vehemence creates his style, so much his own, that being classical it does not seem Spanish. He shakes an entire continent with the sole force of his pen, made diamond-hard by the sanctification of danger and exile. When an ideal takes shape in a high spirit, drops of ink are enough to fix it in decisive pages. And they, as if each line carried a spark of devastating fire, reach the hearts of thousands of men, unhinge their routines, ignite their passions, polarize their aptitude toward the nascent dream. The visionary's prose lives. It throbs, attacks, moves, demolishes, annihilates. In his phrases, one might say the soul of the entire nation pours forth like an avalanche. A book, the fruit of imperceptible cerebral vibrations of the genius, becomes as decisive for the civilization of a race as the tumultuous eruption of infinite armies. And his word is sentence. An era of barbarism, symbolized in a proper name, is mortally wounded. The genius thus rises high to speak interpreter of history. His words admit no rectification and escape criticism. Poets ought to ask for their rhythms from the tides of the ocean, to lyrically praise the perpetuity of the magnificent gesture, Facundo. He spoke first. He acted afterward. Politics tested his firmness. Great was that hour when his ideal converted into action. He presided over the Republic against the intention of all, the work of a beneficent fate. Above, he lived battling as below, always aggressor and aggressed. He fulfilled a historical function. That is why, like the hero of the romance, his work was the struggle, his rest fighting. He remained alien and superior to all parties, incapable of containing him. All claimed him and repudiated him alternately. None, large or small, could be a whole generation, a whole people, a whole race. And Sarmiento synthesized an era in our American Latinity. His approach to the factions, composed of amalgams of subordinates, had reservations and reticences, simple gropings toward a clearly foreseen end, for whose attainment he needed to try all means. An executor genius, the world seemed small to him to embrace it in his arms. His could only be the unequivocal motto, "Things must be done, badly but done." No enterprise seemed unworthy of his effort. In all, he carried his ideal as the only torch. He would have preferred to die of thirst rather than drink from the spring of routine. A Michelangelic sculptor of a new civilization, he always had his hands free to model institutions and ideas, free from cliques and parties, free to strike tyrannies, to applaud virtues, to sow truths by the handful. Enthusiastic for the fatherland, whose greatness he knew how to see as that of his own daughter. He was also ruthless with its vices, cauterizing them with the beneficent cruelty of a surgeon. The unity of his work is profound and absolute, notwithstanding the multiple contradictions born from the contrast of his conduct with the circumstantial oscillations of his environment. Between extreme alternatives, Sarmiento conserved the line of his character until death. His maturity followed the orientation of his youth. He reached 80 years, perfecting the originalities he had acquired at 30. He erred innumerable times, as many as can only be conceived in a man who lived always thinking. He changed his opinion 1,000 times in details because he never stopped living. But he never diverted his pupil from what was essential in his function. His savage and divine spirit flickered like a lighthouse with disturbing alternatives. It was a world that darkened and lit up without rest, an incessant succession of dawns and twilights fused in the uniform whole of time. In certain epochs, he seemed to be born anew with each dawn, but he knew how to oscillate infinitely without ever ceasing to be the same. He always looked toward the future as if the past had died behind his back. Yesterday did not exist for him compared to tomorrow. Men and peoples in decline live remembering where they come from. Genial men and strong peoples only need to know where they are going. He lived inventing doctrines or forging institutions, creating always, in a continuous squandering of creative imagination. He never had resigned patience, nor that imitative meekness of one who accommodates himself to circumstances to vegetate tranquilly. Adaptation is mediocrizing. It lowers the individual to the ways of thinking and feeling that are common to the mass, erasing his properly personal traits. Few men at the end of their lives free themselves from it. Many usually yield when the springs of the spirit feel the rust of old age. Sarmiento was an exception. He had been born thus and wanted to live as he was, without fading into the semitone of the others. At 70 years of age, he happened to be the standard bearer in the last civil war, moved by the colonial spirit against the affirmation of Argentine ideals. In La Escuela Ultrapampeana, written with claws, the cycle of civilizing thought initiated with Facundo closes. In those cruel hours, when fanatics and merchants attacked him to disrupt his ideals of secular and scientific culture, Sarmiento would have vainly tried to rebel against his destiny. An uncontrollable fatality had chosen him as the spokesman of his time, harassing him to persevere without truce until the very edge of the grave. In the full intensification of old age, he continued thinking for himself, always alert to pounce on those who plucked the feathers from the wings of his great dreams. He would have dared to dismantle the most glorious tomb if he had glimpsed the hope that something would resurrect from among the ashes. There were gestures of a captive eagle in Sarmiento's imbalances. He was untimely in his environment. Genius always implies an anticipation. His originality seemed bordering on delirium. There was, certainly, an imbalance in him. But it was not intrinsic to his personality, but extrinsic between it and his environment. His restlessness was not inconstancy, his labor was not agitation. His genius was a supreme sanity in everything that touched his ideals. It seemed the contrary by contrast with the fog of mediocrity that surrounded him. He had the disjointedness that modern life makes all military characters suffer. But the most indubitable revelation of his geniality lies in the efficacy of his work, despite the apparent imbalances. He personified the greatest struggle between the past and the future of the continent, assuming with excess the responsibility of his destiny. The enemies of the ideal he represented forgave him nothing. The partisans demanded everything of him. The greatest possible equilibrium in the common man is meager compared to that which the genius needs to have. The former supports a work equal to one, and the latter undertakes one equivalent to 1,000. For this, he needs rare firmness and absolute executive precision. Where others run out of breath, geniuses climb. They gain greater vigor when storms intensify. They seem like gliding eagles in their natural atmosphere. The incomprehension of these details has caused the geniality of such men to be attributed to insanity in all times, finally concretizing the well-known hypothesis of their kinship with madness, convenient to apply to all who rise above the common processes of routine reasoning and domestic activity. But it is forgotten that unadapted does not mean alienated. Genius could not consist in adapting to mediocrity. The cult of the accommodating and the conventional, flattering for insignificant subjects, implies presenting the great creators as predestined for generation. Likely error in original text, perhaps meant degeneration or the asylum. It is false that talent and genius populate the asylums. If by chance 10 excellent men go mad, 1,000,000 vulgar spirits are found beside them. The alienists will study the biography of the 10 and ignore that of the 1,000,000. And to enrich their catalogues of sick geniuses, they will include in their lists ingenious men, if not simple, intellectual, unbalanced individuals who are imbeciles in the livery of genius. Men like Sarmiento can become overheated by the excessive function they perform. The ignorant confuse their passion with madness. But judged in the evolution of races and social groups, they culminate as cases of active perfection for the benefit of civilization and the species. Human becoming only profits from the originals. The development of a genial personality implies a variation on the characters acquired by the group. It incubates new and distinct energies, which are the beginning of lines of divergence, forces of natural selection. The disharmony of a Sarmiento is progress. His discords are rebellions against routines, prejudices, domesticities. Madness always implies disintegration, imbalance, a break in continuity. With brief reasoning, Bouvio refuted the celebrated sophism. The genius abstracts, the alienated distracts. Abstraction, absence from others, distraction, absence from oneself. Each ideative process is a series. In each series, there is a middle term and a logical process. Between the diverse series, there are jumps, and the middle terms are missing. The genius, moving straight and rapidly within the same series, abbreviates the middle terms and discovers the distant reaction. The madman, jumping from one series to another, deprived of middle terms, talks nonsense instead of reasoning. That is the apparent analogy between genius and madness. It seems that in the movement of both, the middle terms are lacking. But strictly speaking, the genius flies, the madman jumps. The one implies many middle terms, the other sees none. In the genius, the spirit absents itself from others. In madness, it absents itself from itself. The sublime madness of the genius is, therefore, relative to the vulgar. The latter, facing the genius, is neither sane nor mad. It is simply mediocrity. That is, the logical mean, the mean soul, the mean character, conventional religiosity, accommodating morality, petty politicking, the usual language, the nullity of style. The naivety of the ignorant has a decisive part in the confusion. They easily welcome the insidiousness of the envious and proclaim the best men of their time mad. Some escape this label. They are those whose geniality is debatable, barely granting them some special talent to a sublime degree. Not so the undisputed ones, who live in perpetual struggle like Sarmiento. When he began to age, his own adversaries learned to tolerate him, although without the magnanimous gesture of grateful admiration. They continued calling him the Mad Sarmiento, the Mad Sarmiento. Those words teach more than 100 books about the fragility of social judgment. One should distrust the diagnoses formulated by contemporaries about men who do not agree to keep pace in the ranks. The mediocrities, surprised by unusual splendors, only manage to justify themselves, facing them by resorting to derogatory epithets. It's necessary to confess this great fault. No illustrious American suffered more mockery from his fellow citizens. There is no injurious word that has not been used against him. He was so great that the entire dictionary was not enough to defame him before posterity. The retorts of envy distilled the most exquisite quintessences. He knew all the obliquities of the cunning and all the evasions of the impotent. Caricature bit him until he bled like no other. The pencil had, time and again, the firmness of a stiletto and nuances of venom. Like the serpents that strangle Laocoon in the masterpiece of the Belvedere, 1,000 subordinate and anonymous tentacles harassed his titanic personality, strengthened by the struggle. Vulgar spirits encircled Sarmiento on all sides, with the force of numbers, irresponsible before the future. And he marched without counting the enemies, overflowing and hostile, drunk with battling in an atmosphere heavy with tempests, sowing to all winds, at all hours, in all furrows. He despised the mockery of those who did not understand him. The foresight of posthumous judgment was the only lenitive for the wounds his contemporaries lavished upon him. His life was a perpetual flowering of hopes in a thicket of thorns. To preserve his attributes intact, the genius needs periods of recollection. Prolonged contact with mediocrity blunts original ideas and corrodes the most adamantine characters. That is why, frequently, all superiority is an exile. Great thinkers become solitary. They appear prescribed in their own environment. They mix with it to fight or preach, somewhat eccentric when not hostile, without ever totally surrendering themselves to rulers or multitudes. Many eminent minds, swept away by the collective tide, lose or attenuate their originality, dimmed by the suggestion of the environment. The prejudices, more rooted in the individual, subsist and prosper. New ideas, being personal acquisitions of recent formation, wither. To defend its tenderest fronds, the genius seeks partial isolations in its own greenhouses. If he does not want to level himself too much, he needs from time to time to look within himself, without this defense of his originality being equivalent to misanthropy. He carries with him the palpitations of an era or a generation, which are his finality and his strength. When he withdraws, he rises high. From his summit, he formulates with firm clarity that feeling, doctrine, or hope that incubates deftly in everyone. In him, the confused rumors that serpentine in the unconsciousness of his contemporaries acquire meridian clarity. Thus, more than in any other genius of history, the concept of the civilization of his race took shape in Sarmiento, in the hour that preluded the emergence of new nationalities amidst the chaos of barbarism. To think better, Sarmiento lived alone among many, now expatriated, now proscribed within his country, European among Argentines and Argentine abroad, provincial among porteños and porteño among provincials. Leonardo said that it is the destiny of men of genius to be absent everywhere. They live higher and outside the common whirlwind, disconcerting their contemporaries. They are restless. Glory and repose were never compatible. They are passionate. They dissipate obstacles as the first rays of the sun liquefy the snow fallen on a spring night. In adversity, they do not falter. They redouble their vigor. They learn lessons. And they continue after their ideal, afflicting some, pitying others, advancing ahead of all, without surrendering, tenacious as if their motto were the old adage, "Only he who confesses he is beaten. In that lies his geniality. That is the divine madness that Erasmus praised in imperishable pages, and that mediocrity reproached the great man who honors an entire continent. Sarmiento seemed to grow gigantic under the edge of the axis. 3 Ameghino, his pupil knew how to see in the night before it dawned for everyone. He revealed and created. That was his mission. Just like Sarmiento, Ameghino arrived in his climate and at his hour. By singular coincidence, both were schoolmasters, autodidacts, without university degrees, formed outside the metropolitan city, in immediate contact with nature, alien to all the external refinements of worldly lies. With free hands, a free head, a free heart, free wings. One might say that genius flourishes better in solitary regions, caressed by storms, which are its proper atmosphere. It withers in the greenhouses of the state, in its domesticated universities, in its well-funded laboratories, in its fossilized academies, and in its hierarchical functioning. It lacks there the free air and the full light that only nature gives. Premature fattening rusts the springs of creative imagination and blunts the best originalities. Genius has never been an official institution. The vast work of Ameghino on our continent and in our era has the characteristics of a natural phenomenon. Why does a man in Luján take to collecting fossil bones and shuffle them between his fingers, like a deck composed of thousands of centuries, and end up asking these mute witnesses for the history of the earth, of life, of man? As if acting by predestination or fatality, he had to be an Argentine genius, because no other point on the Earth's surface contains a fossil fauna comparable to ours. It had to be in our century, because he would have lacked the support of the evolutionary doctrines that serve as its foundation. It could not have been before now, because the intellectual climate of the country was not propitious for it until the apostolate of Sarmiento fertilized it, and it had to be Ameghino, and no other man of his time. Which other combined to such a high degree his aptitude for observation and hypothesis, his resistance for the enormous effort prolonged over so many years, his disinterest in all the vanities that make man a functionary but kill the thinker. No convergence of routine stops the genius in his opportunity. Although they are all powerful forces, because they act continually and deftly, the genius dominates them, sooner or later. But in dominating them lies the realization of his work. The resistances which discourage the mediocre are his stimulus. He grows in the shadow of others' envy. Society can conspire against him, accumulating detraction and silence against him. He follows his path, fights without falling, without straying, Dionysianly sure. The genius, by definition, never fails. He who has not created is not a genius, did not become one, was a dissipated illusion. This does not mean that he lives off success, but that his march toward glory is fatal, despite all contrasts. He who stops proves impotence to march. Sometimes the genial man hesitates and anxiously questions himself about his own destiny, when the envious bite his heel or when the hypocrites flatter him. But in two circumstances he illuminates himself or unleashes himself, in the hour of inspiration and in the hour of diatribe. When he discovers a truth, it seems that an eternal light shines in his pupils. When he admonishes the debased, one might say that the sovereignty of a generation shines on his forehead. Firm and serene will Ameghino needed to fulfill his genial function. Without knowing it and without wanting it, no one creates things that are worthwhile or endure. Imagination is not enough to give life to the work. The will engenders it. In this sense, and in no other, the development of native aptitude requires long patience for ingenuity to convert into talent or rise to geniality. That is why exceptional men have a moral value and are something more than objects of curiosity. They deserve the admiration professed for them. If their aptitude is a gift of nature, developing it implies an exemplary effort. However instinctive and unconscious their germs may be, works are not made alone. Time is the ally of genius. Work completes the initiatives of inspiration. Those who have felt the effort of creating know what it costs. The ideal determined, it must be realized. In the race, in the law, in the marble, in the book. The magnitude of the task explains why. There being so many minds, the number of masterpieces is so scarce. If creative imagination is necessary to conceive them, another rare virtue is required to execute them. The tenacious virtue that Newton baptized as simple patience. Without measuring the absurd corollaries of his apothegm, we will not say, therefore, that imagination is superfluous and secondary, attributing genius to what was the virtue of oxen in mythological symbolism. No, without extraordinary aptitudes, patience does not produce an Ameghino. An imbecile in 50 years of constancy will only manage to fossilize his imbecility. The man of genius, in the time a lightning flash lasts, defines his ideal. Afterward, all his life, he marches after it, pursuing the glimpsed chimera. Essential aptitudes are native and spontaneous. In Ameghino, they were revealed by a precocity of ingenuity prior to all experience. This does not mean that all the precocious can reach geniality, nor even talent. Many are unbalanced and tend to exhaust themselves in full spring. View perfect their aptitudes until converting them into talent. Rarely do they coincide with the propitious hour and ascend to geniality. Only he is a genius who converts them into luminous work, with that superior fecundity that implies some maturity. The most beautiful gifts require cultivation, just as the most fertile lands need plowing. Sterile turn out the brilliant spirits who disdain all effort, as absolutely sterile as the laborious imbeciles. The fertile field, not worked, yields no harvest, nor does the sterile field. However much it is plowed, that is the profound moral sense of the paradox that identifies genius with patience. Although its absurd corollaries are inadmissible, the very original meaning of the word genius presupposes something like a transcendental inspiration. Everything that smells of fatigue, not being the fatigue of winged flight, is the antithesis of genius. The supreme homage of this title can only be accorded to him whose works denounce less the effort of the amanuensis than a kind of unforeseen and gratuitous gift, something that operates without his knowing it, at least with a force and a result that exceed his intentions or fatigues. For Greeks and Latins, genius meant dominion. It was that spirit that accompanies, guides, or inspires each man from the cradle to the tomb. Socrates had the most famous one. With the acceptation universally given today to the word genius, the ancients had none. To express it, they placed before the noun ingenuity an adjective that expressed its greatness or culmination. It is not licit to denominate all superior men as geniuses. There are intermediary types. The moderns distinguish the man of genius from the man of talent, but they forget the initial aptitude of both. Ingenuity, that is, a capacity superior to the median. It presents an infinite gradation, and each of its degrees is susceptible to unlimited education. It remains sterile and disorganized in most, without implying even talent. The latter is a perfection reached by few, a particular originality, a synthesis of coordination, culminating and sublime, without being equivalent to genius for that reason. Rarely does the maximum intensification of ingenuity create, foretell, realize, or invent. Only then does it acquire social significance and ascend to geniality, as in the case of Ameghino. The species, despite being meager, represents infinite varieties, almost as many as specimens. There would be lightness of method and doctrine in not distinguishing among superior minds. to the point of cataloguing as geniuses many men of talent and even certain unbalanced, ingenious minds, who are its caricature. Nordau attempted a discrete differentiation of types. He calls genius the man who creates new forms of activity not undertaken before by others, or develops in an entirely proper and personal way activities already known. And talent, the one who practices forms of activity, generally or frequently practiced by others, better than the majority of those who cultivate those same aptitudes. This differential judgment is discrete, as it takes into account the work realized and the aptitude of the one who realizes it. The man of ingenuity implies an organically superior primitive development. The man of talent acquires through exercise an integral excellence of certain dispositions that the majority of normal subjects possess in his environment. Between intelligence and talent, is there only a quantitative difference, which is qualitative between talent and genius? It is not so, although it seems so. Talent implies, in some sense, a certain truly superior initial aptitude, which education makes culminate in its own genre. From among these preeminent minds, some will reach geniality if extrinsic circumstances determine it. Their work will reveal if they had decisive functions in the life or culture of their people. Genius and talent collaborate equally in human progress. Their labor integrates. They complement each other like the propeller and the rudder. Talent ceaselessly pierces the restless waves, and genius marks the course toward unforeseen horizons. The work of Ameghino is creative, that characterizes it. And immense paleontological fauna remained in mystery before he revealed it to modern science and formulated a general theory to explain its migrations in remote centuries. To create is to invent, as Voltaire expressed it. Genius reveals itself by an inventive or creative aptitude applied to vast or difficult things. In social life, in the sciences, in the arts, in virtues, in everything, it manifests itself with audacious anticipations, with a spontaneous facility for overcoming obstacles between things and ideas, with a firm security for not deviating from its path. In certain cases, it discovers the new. In others, it brings the remote closer and perceives relations between distant things, as Ampère defined it. It does not consist simply in inventing or discovering. Inventions that occur by chance, without being expressly thought of, do not require genial aptitudes. Genius discovers what escapes the reflection of centuries or generations, induces laws that express an unexpected relation between things, points out points that serve as centers for 1,000 developments, and opens paths in the infinite exploration of nature. In what does it consist, then? Is it not divine breath? Is it not demon? Is it not illness? Never. It is simpler and more exceptional at the same time. Simpler because it depends on a complicated structure of the brain and not on fantastic entities. More exceptional because the world swarms with the sick, and rarely is an Ameghino announced. The better-brained a man is, the higher and more significant is his function of thinking. The intimate mechanism of superior intellectual processes is still ignored. Modifications of the nerve cells undoubtedly accompany them, changes of position and very complicated chemical exchanges. To understand them, one would need to know the molecular activities and their variable relations, besides the exact and complete histology of the cerebral centers. This is not enough. The nature of nervous activity, the transformations of energy it determines at the moment it is born, during the time it propagates, and while the phenomena that accompany the very complex function of thinking are produced, are enigmas. Scientific knowledge is far from that limit. However, while chemistry and physiology allow approaching the end, The certainty already exists that this and no other is the way to explain the supreme aptitudes of a genius as a function of his environment. We are born different. There is a very varied scale from the idiot to the genius. One is born in a zone of that spectrum, with aptitudes subordinated to the structure and coordination of the cells involved in the elaboration of thought. Heredity concurs to give a nervous system, sharp or obtuse, as the case may be. Education can perfect these capacities or aptitudes when they exist. It cannot create them when they are lacking. Salamanca does not lend them. Each one has the sensitivity proper to his nervous perfection. The senses are the basis of memory, of association, of imagination, of everything. It is the ear that makes the musician. The eye guides the painter's hand. The power to conceive is subordinated to that of perceiving. Each man has the memory and imagination that corresponds to his predominant perceptions. Memory does not make the genius, although it does not hinder him. But it, and the reasoning based on its data, create nothing superior to the real that we perceive. Creative fecundity requires the concurrence of imagination, a necessary element to superimpose some ideal onto reality. When, therefore, genius is defined as an exquisite degree of nervous sensitivity, the most important of its conditions is enunciated. But the definition is incomplete. Sensitivity is the complex instrument placed at the service of imaginative aptitudes, although these, in the final analysis, could only have been formed upon data from sensitivity itself. In aesthetic geniuses, the superintendence of imagination over the senses is evident. It is no less so in speculative geniuses like Ameghino and in pragmatic geniuses like Sarmiento. Thanks to it, problems are conceived, solutions are divined, hypotheses are invented, experiences are planned, combinations are multiplied. There is imagination in the paleontology of Ameghino, as there is in the physics of Ampere and in the cosmology of Laplace, and there is in the civilizing vision of Sarmiento, as in the politics of Caesar or Richelieu. Everything that bears the mark of genius is the work of imagination, whether it be a chapter of Don Quixote or a lightning rod by Franklin. Let us not speak of philosophical systems as absolutely imaginative as artistic creations. Even more, many are poems, and their value is often measured by the imagination of their creators. In the entire management of his doctrine, the geniality of Ameghino translates into an absolute unity and continuity of effort, which is the antithesis of madness. They also supposed him mad, especially in his youth. With cheerful good nature, he recalled the mockery of neighbors and children from his school when they saw him heading, hoe on shoulder, toward the banks of the Luján. For those simple minds, that teacher who spent entire days digging the earth and unearthing bones of strange animals had to be mad, as if some delirium transformed him into a gravedigger of extinct ages. Changing environments without assimilating to any, he managed to pass more unnoticed and attenuate his reputation as unadapted. It is enough to read his immense work, hundreds of monographs and volumes, to understand that it only presents the imbalances inherent to its exuberance. His discoveries, great and useful, were never guessed by chance nor in unconsciousness, but through vast elaboration. They were not fruits of a brain gnawed by heredity or toxins, but of perfectly trained gears, not occurrences, but harvests of previous sowings. Never coincidences, but clearly foreseen and announced. Genius is a high harmony. It needs to be so. It is absurd to suppose, fallen below the common level, those very ones whom the admiration of centuries places above all. Genial works can only be realized by brains better than the rest. The process of creation, although it has unconscious phases, would be impossible without a clairvoyance of its finality. Rather than being improvised in hours of leisure, it operates after long meditations and is opportune, arriving in time to serve as a premise or starting point for new doctrines and corollaries. Never will such equilibrium of the genial work be more evident than in that of Ameghino. If we were to judge by it, genius would present itself to us as a tendency toward the systematic equilibrium between the parts of a new architectural style. This does not exclude that degeneration and madness can coexist with creative imagination affecting special domains of the human mind. But the capacity for the vastest synthesis need not be imbalance or illness. No genius was so for his madness. Some, like Rousseau, were so despite it. Many, like Nietzsche, were submerged in shadow by illness. Ameghino, like all who think much and intensely, contradicted himself many times in details, although without ever losing the sense of his global orientation. When circumstances suit it, the speculative genius is born straight from its origin, like a ray of light that nothing twists or extinguishes. It is enough to hear him to recognize him. All his words concur to explain the same thought through 100 contradictions in details and 1,000 alternatives in the trajectory. They seem like gropings to ascertain the path better without breaking the coherence of the total work, that harmony of synthesis that escapes subordinate spirits. Ameghino converges toward an end by all paths. Nothing diverts him. He looks high and far, goes straight, without the prudences that hinder the step of the mediocre, without stopping before the 1,000 question marks that harass him from all sides, to distract him from the truth that half opens some fold of its veils to him. The true contradiction, the one that sterilizes effort and thought, resides in the disjointed heterogeneity that cloys the works of the mediocre. These live with the nightmare of others' judgment and speak with emphasis so that many listen, even if they do not understand. In their brain nest all the orthodoxies, not daring to yawn without a metronome. They contradict themselves, forced by circumstances. The routine-bound would be supreme luminaries if they were judged by simple incongruence. To point out the intersection point between two theories, two beliefs, two epochs, or two generations requires supreme equilibrium. In the small contingencies of ordinary life, the vulgar man can be more astute and skillful. But in the great hours of intellectual and social evolution, everything must be expected from genius, and only from him. It would be absurd to say that geniality is infallible, as there are no imperfectible truths. 100 rectifications could be made in the work of Ameghino, and very especially in his hypotheses about the place of origin of the human species. Geniuses can err. They usually err. It is convenient that they err. Their false creations turn out very useful for the corrections they provoke. The investigations they stimulate, the passions they ignite, the inertias they stir. Mediocre men err in a vulgar manner. The genius, even when he collapses, ignites a spark, and in his fleeting illumination, something or some truth not suspected before is glimpsed. Plato is no less great for his errors, nor a Shakespeare or Kant for theirs. In the geniuses who err, there is a virile firmness that imposes respect on all. While ambiguous temporizers do not awaken great admiration, firm men compel the homage of their own adversaries. There is more moral value in firmly believing one's own illusion than in tepidly accepting another's lie. 4. The morality of genius. Genius is excellent for its morality, or it is not genius. But its morality cannot be measured with precepts current in catechisms. No one would measure the height of the Himalayas with pocket tape measures. The conduct of the genius is inflexible with respect to his ideals. If he seeks truth, he sacrifices everything to it. If beauty, nothing diverts him. If good, he goes straight and sure above all temptations. And if he is a universal polyhedral genius, the true, the beautiful, and the good unify in his exemplary ethic, which is a simultaneous cult for all excellences, for all idealities. As it was in Leonardo and in Goethe, that is why it is rare. It excludes all inconsistency with respect to the ideal. Morality toward oneself is the negation of genius. By it are discovered the unbalanced, the success chasers, and the simulators. The genius ignores the arts of climbing and the industries of material prosperity. In science, he seeks the truth as he conceives it. That desire is enough for him to live. He never has the soul of a functionary. He endures without selling his books to governments, without living off favors or stipends, ignoring that technique of the false official geniuses who simulate merit to thrive in the shadow of the state. He lives as he is, seeking the truth, and decided not to twist 1,000th part of it. He who can domesticate his convictions is not, cannot be, never, absolutely a genial man. Nor is he one who conceives a good and does not practice it. Without moral unity, there is no genius. He who preaches truth and compromises with lies, he who preaches justice and is not just. He who preaches piety and is cruel. He who preaches loyalty and betrays. He who preaches patriotism and exploits it. He who preaches character and is servile. He who preaches dignity and grovels. Everyone who uses duplicity, intrigues, humiliations. Those 1,000 instruments incompatible with the vision of an ideal. That one is not genius, is outside of holiness. His voice fades without echo, does not reverberate in time, as if resonating in a vacuum. The bearer of an ideal goes by straight paths, without noticing if they are rough and abrupt. He never compromises moved by vile interest. He repudiates evil when he conceives good. He ignores duplicity. He loves in the fatherland all his fellow citizens and feels vibrating in his own the soul of all humanity. He has sincerities that give chills to the hypocrites of his time and speaks the truth in such a personal style that it can only be his word. He tolerates in others sincere errors, remembering his own. He bristles before baseness, pronouncing words that have rhythms of apocalypse and the efficacy of a catapult. He believes in himself and in his ideals, without pacts with the prejudices and dogmas of those who harass him with fury from all sides. Such is the culminating morality of the genius. He cultivates to the highest degree the highest virtues, without worrying about weeding in the magnificent jungle the undergrowth that concentrates the preoccupation of vulgar spirits. Geniuses expand their sensitivity in proportion as they elevate their intelligence. They can subordinate small feelings to large ones, near ones to remote ones, concrete ones to abstract ones. Then men of narrow views suppose them loveless, apathetic, skeptical. And they err. They feel better than all the human. The mediocre man limits his effective horizon to himself, to his family, to his clique, to his faction. But he does not know how to extend it to truth or humanity, which can only impassion the genius. Many men would give their lives to defend their sect. Rare are those who have consciously immolated themselves for a doctrine or an ideal. Faith is the strength of genius. To magnetize an era, he needs to love his ideal and transform it into passion. Strike your heart, for in it is your genius, wrote Stuart Mill before Nietzsche. Intense culture does not cool the visionaries. Their entire life is a faith in action. They know that the steepest paths lead higher. They undertake nothing they are not decided to conclude. Resistances are spurs that incite them to persevere. Although clouds of skepticism darken their sky, they are definitively optimists and believers. When they smile, the crackling ember under their irony is easily divined. While the man without ideals surrenders in the first skirmish, the genius seizes the obstacle, provokes it, cultivates it, as if placing his pride and glory in it. With equal vehemence, the flame harasses the object that obstructs it until igniting it. To enlarge itself, faith is the antithesis of fanaticism. The firmness of the genius is a supreme dignity of his own ideal. The lack of solidly cemented beliefs converts the mediocre man into a fanatic. Faith is confirmed in the clash with contrary opinions. Fanaticism fears wavering before them and tries to suffocate them. While his old beliefs agonize, Saul persecutes the Christians with wrath proportional to his fanaticism. But when the new creed affirms itself in Paul, faith encourages him infinitely. He teaches and does not persecute, preaches and does not muzzle. He dies for his faith, but does not kill. A fanatic, he would have lived to kill. Faith is tolerant. It respects one's own beliefs in those of others. It is simple confidence in an ideal and in the sufficiency of one's own forces. Men of genius remain believers and firm in their doctrines, better than if these were dogmas or commandments. They remain free from vulgar superstitions and frequently combat them. That is why fanatics suppose them incredulous, confusing their horror of the common lie with a lack of enthusiasm for their own ideal. All revealed religions can remain alien to the faith of the virtuous man. Nothing is more alien to faith than fanaticism. Faith belongs to visionaries and fanaticism to serfs. Faith is a flame that ignites, and fanaticism is ash that extinguishes. Faith is a dignity, and fanaticism is a renunciation. Faith is an individual affirmation of some truth of one's own, and fanaticism is a conspiracy of hosts to suffocate the truth of others. Faced with the domestication of character that lowers the moral level of contemporary societies, all homage to the men of genius who devoted their lives to liberty and science is an act of faith in their future. Only in them can moral examples be taken that contribute to the perfection of humanity. When some generation feels a surfeit of flatness, of duplicity, of servility, it must seek in the geniuses of its race the symbols of thought and action that temper it for new efforts. Every man of genius is the supreme personification of an ideal. Against mediocrity, which besieges original spirits, it is convenient to foster his cult. It strengthens nascent wings. The highest destinies are tempered in the forge of admiration. To place one's own faith in some dream, passionately with the deepest emotion, is to ascend toward the summits where glory flutters. By teaching admiration for genius, holiness, and heroism, climates proper to their advent are prepared. The idols of 100 fanaticisms have died in the course of centuries, and future ones must necessarily die, implacably reaped by time. There is something human, more durable than the superstitious phantasmagoria of the divine, the example of the high virtues. The saints of idealistic morality do not perform miracles. They realize magnanimous works, conceive supreme beauties, investigate profound truths. As long as there exist hearts that encourage a desire for perfection, they will be moved by everything that reveals faith in an ideal, by the song of poets, by the gesture of heroes, by the virtue of saints, by the doctrine of sages, by the philosophy of thinkers. You have completed a great journey. Congratulations for getting this far. Here at Audiobooks, we're glad you've been part of this story. If you liked it, Support us with a like, subscribe, and activate the notification bell. It's the best way to show that you want to keep listening.